Welcome in, everybody. This is NFL Daily, presented by PrizePicks. I am Will Ortner, getting frame mogged right now by the great Tom Downey. Really excited to talk about day 2 of the NFL Draft. Fired up to be here with everybody. So fired up that I want to know where you live. Tom, do you want to know where the people live?
Of course we do. Not to be weird about it, though.
No, a little
to be
weird.
normal, like normal weird or whatever.
We just want to shout out your city. So go down below in the comment section and let us know where you are watching from, because my guy, Caleb Cooley, he's hanging out with us in North Carolina. Keeger is over in Columbus, Ohio. Shout out Ohio. Big fan of Ohio, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm not going to be mean to Ohio State, but I grew up in Cincinnati, and I was like the one of 4 people who were like, I don't want to be the bandwagon Buckeye fan, so I didn't do it.
So what's your team then?
It was Texas for a long time, but then I went to Miami of Ohio, so I stuck with that one, and which is also full of Ohio State fans because we don't have good sports for the most part.
I disagree.
Great basketball year.
I was going to say, you guys didn't lose any. Shout out to G-Man. He's in San Francisco. Shout out to Slank at Boca Raton. Riley's in Tyler, Texas. Shout out to you, sir. Jimmy's hanging out in Daytona Beach. Keep spamming where you are watching the draft from. I'll tell you what, Tom, I think there's still a bunch of fascinating players that are left on the board. Obviously, a fun day one, couple of late trades that we're definitely going to discuss on today's program. But while we kind of build up, I do think it's always fun to look ahead. You obviously have your big board that we love to use here at Chat Sports. Is there any player that's jumping out to you? Who's your best available? Who are you most excited to see end up with their NFL home?
I want to see where Jamal McCoy goes. I think that's like the general consensus top talent left. It's how's the knee?
Right.
There was a lot of buzz around for a while, like, how's the knee doing? Like, I did the pro day, it's fine. Then it kind of trickled out, like, yeah, we're not worried about him this year, like, playing right now. It's like, what's going to happen in 2 years or next year? Like, does he need another surgery to repair a bone plug, which, I don't know, sounds super painful and not fun to recover from. So it reminds me a lot last year of the Will Johnson slide, where I actually had the very similar grades, I think, like on my board. And I didn't ding him too much for the knee. 'Cause like, I don't know how bad it is. And then like once I submit the board, then like the day after, I'm like, oh, so you're telling me it's bad.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, that's what it is there.
Never
I like Pons
fails.
a lot too. He's super fun.
Never fails. I will say this. I am fascinated with the McCoy slide because I think at some point I understand that, yeah, there's some injury issues there. People are worried about the knee. I kind of at this point have to equate him as the hot girl who, look, let's be honest, she's got some crazy breakup stories. We've painted some cars. We've gone out and maybe we've ruined some Yelp reviews for people's restaurants or whatever you have in there. But at some point, it becomes worth the risk. You know it might hurt you in the long run. You know she might end up keying your car. You know you might get an unsavory message written on your front door, things that may or may not have happened to me in my life. But
It's oddly specific.
yes. But what I'm getting at here is at some point, Jermon McCoy's talent has to outweigh the risk. And I was honestly hoping that for my Seattle Seahawks, a team that I do love covering here at Chat Sports, that I thought his injury risks would be outweighed by the fact that he is a player that they need in a position that they need, and he's the best available player. Now, obviously, they went up and went somewhere else. They went with Jadarian Price, the running back out of Notre Dame. But it definitely, to me, feels like at some point, somebody has to go and get him, and I would assume that somebody would go up and get him sooner rather than later. Make sure you're down below in the comment section letting us know who your best player available is. Hello, Christian. It's good to see you. We appreciate you being here. I promise that we'll get your super chat up on the screen in just a moment. Christian saying hello from Germany. He is a Chat Sports real one. Are there any other players, Tom, that you're interested in seeing where they could go? Someone that could go in the early to mid 30s today.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of D'Angelo Pines. I think in general, like the defensive backs are that I'm maybe a bit higher on, but also think generally high on. D'Angelo Pines, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. We saw all the safety slide in round one. Downs and Thieneman fell, I think, farther than most people projected them. Keontae Scott is a personal favorite of mine. Avion Terrell, Colton Hood, Brandon Cisse, even stretch it some into he might go round one trading Stukes, which it's every year. There's 40 players that are going to go in the top 20, and that's just not how math works in the end.
Right. I'll tell you what, I'm one of the Trade and Stooks believers. I have fallen in love with that man. I'm not going to lie. I like the athleticism that he has, plus he's a West Coast kid, which of course means that I'm going to be more likely to fall in love with him. Very interested to see where he goes. I'm very interested to see in where a player like Colton Hood goes. We were wondering if Jermod McCoy was going to be the top Tennessee corner. I'm now starting to think that maybe he might not be. We're going to be back talking about all of the cool, fun storylines that we've got going into day 2 here in just a moment. But I got to let you know that today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is America's #1 sports pick app and is the best place to win cash while watching sports. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in with our friends at Prize Picks. And I'll tell you this, the app is really easy to use. To qualify for a Prize Picks lineup, pick 2 to 6 players and select more or less on stat projections, including points, rebounds, assists, three-pointers, and several others across all sports. If you're more of a baseball guy or gal, you can choose stats such as hits, home runs, and strikeouts. With the new social feeds feature, you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. That includes myself and Tom. You follow us on Prize Picks and get the picks before they even get posted on the show. We have a lineup over on Prize Picks already that includes some of the young football players that we've been talking about today and we'll be talking about over the weekend. Fernando Mendoza, less on his regular season games started. Jeremiah Love, less on his rush yards. And Jordan Tyson, more on his receiving yards. New user offer. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks. The clickable link to download the app is in the comments and description of today's video. Let's do a quick run through now on the first 32 players that were taken off the board. I'm going to run through the players quickly, and then I want you, Tom, to just take one player that you saw go on the list that's on the screen and just dive a little bit more into detail. Do you like the fit? Do you not like the fit? Just whatever your general thoughts are, because when it comes to the draft, I know this is where you excel. Fernando Mendoza, obviously he's the #1 pick. This is something that we essentially knew was going to happen probably in November, once it became clear that the Raiders, well, they were probably going to be picking at that top end. Quarterback out of Indiana. David Bailey, edge rusher from Texas Tech, fantastic player. Jeremiah Love, a little bit of a surprise here, running back from Notre Dame at pick #3. And then Carnell Tate, he's going to go to Tennessee with the Titans, wide receiver from Ohio State. What's the one player that stands out to you?
Let's go with Mendoza, because I think we did it last year with Cam Ward, too, of like, well, he's going to be #1, so like we don't need to spend too much time on it there. I really liked him. If you can actually go back and look at our way too early mock draft we did, I think it was like early May, I had Mendoza in round 1 of that mock draft. Now, don't look at the rest of the quarterbacks because it was a really bad year for everybody involved and is what it is. I have an unhinged comp for you because I try to get a little bit more fun and weird with some of the comps for some of the players. Do you remember Chad Pennington?
Yes, I do remember Chad Pennington.
Chad Pennington, before his arm turned into a limp pool noodle, but instead the surgery made it to like a not as strong version of the kid from Rookie of the Year. So it ends up being a better, stronger arm to Chad Pennington.
They're not
that different sizes.
I love this. See, I've been going with the lazy man comp and just saying, well, he's Kirk Cousins, but a little more athletic.
I did write down Kirk Cousins off the field.
Right, of course. He's the 2 least likely people to personality-wise fit well in Las Vegas. But I'm telling you right now, I do think that Mendoza will end up having a good career with the Raiders. Next, let's go through the next 4. Arvell Reese at 5, edge rusher from Ohio State. Although it does sound like he's going to play more of a will linebacker type of role. Which
I think they're going to trade Tibbs, and he's going to do a lot of hybrid stuff.
You think they're going to trade? Okay, how does Tibbs end up in Seattle? Give it to me straight. I want him in Seattle.
He might end up in New Orleans.
Oh, that's bad.
That one might have spot. I think Reese can do it all. I think you need to have a good plan for him, and I'm a little bit worried that maybe New York isn't the spot that ends up giving him the best plan necessarily. Yeah. I think he's got upside at both spots. It's like, do you use him as like what the Cowboys eventually realized Micah Parsons was? Do you use him more kind of like a better version of Jalen Walker for the Falcons this year? Or do they try to make him into like a Frankie Luvo type? We're like, yeah, he's a linebacker, but he blitzes a lot. So what that role fit ends up looking like for Reese, He's only 20 years old. He can do both. I think you need to have some patience, though. I don't think it's going to be, the first 6 games of the year, I'm like, oh, my God, this is Micah Parsons 2.0. But after he blew up Penn State, he had 12 tackles, 2.5 TFLs, and a sack in that game. 15 tackles, 1 TFL, 0 sacks the rest of the season. And part of that was like the design, what he was being used to do, but it wasn't as freaky like this dude's insane.
Well, I also don't want to make everything about my Seahawks, but I'm going to do this a little bit here. Nick Eamon-Worry, he was a player that didn't really fit into a position like Arvell Reese. And in Seattle, they built the defense kind of around him, or at least molded parts of the defense around him. Would the Giants be willing to do that? I don't know. I think they're going to try. And I think you're going to see more players like Arvell Reese and Nick Eamon-Worry kind of pop up big. I'm getting the go-ahead here from producer Jack that I need to speed it up, so I'm going to put my foot on the gas. Mansour Delane, he goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. I already butchered his name, and that's okay. He's a great cornerback from LSU. Sonny Styles going to go 7 to the Commanders. Quinn got his linebacker there. Jordan Tyson, he's at 8. He's the wide receiver from Arizona State, going to go to the Saints. Spencer Fano, fantastic tackle from Utah, goes to the Cleveland Browns. Francis Maui-Noah, he's the second tackle off the board. He goes to the New York Giants at 10. I think that's a better pick than people realize. Caleb Downs, he's the safety from Ohio State. He's going to go at 11 to the Cowboys. And Caden Proctor at 12, offensive tackle. High pick there, but it does feel like if he can get his you-know-what together, he's going to be fantastic with the Dolphins.
He's young. He can still develop, but I thought he got more consistent down the stretch this season as well. Downs was my number 1 player this year.
Really?
I don't know why. I have a penchant for putting, like, the less valuable position at number 1. I did it with Kyle Hamilton. He was my number 1 player.
Yep.
Did it with Quentin Nelson years ago.
Oh,
Nelson,
now I love you.
Nelson, I was like, this guy, I had, like, 3 notes, the negatives. Like, he got beat, like, 1 or 2 times by whoever the Giants took, the defensive lineman when they played in Miami one year. That was like the only time he got beat. Like he was just like this guy's just like he's so clean. Awesome
very,
player.
very, very impressive. Now this is where the most shocking pick of the draft was made, and I made the bold claim that the Seahawks won the draft the minute that this pick was made. Ty Simpson, quarterback from Alabama, he's going to be a Ram at 13, and it's not a good sign when even your head coach gives it a 2 thumbs meh. Vega Ione, always butcher his name, and I shouldn't because he's from Graham, Washington, guard out of Penn State. This is my favorite player to watch. I just find him fascinating.
It's on brand for you, but I like it. I respect it.
Well, look, as a former offensive lineman, no one has their eyes on the big sexties more than me. And I'll tell you right now, his ability to move like a dancing bear, it's so freaking impressive. When you're big and tall like that, you grow so fast. Usually those guys, they look like Bambi on ice. They can't move. That's not what this kid is. I think that's a great pick for the Ravens. Ruben Bain at number 15, got to see him at the Cotton Bowl this year. Was very impressed with everything that him and Akeem Mesidor did. And then obviously Kenyon Sadiq to the Jets at 16. Big Oregon fan over here. Big fan of Sadiq the Freak. Any player you want to highlight?
I'll go brief on Simpson. I guess the Rams did a really good job of hiding their intentions. Kind of reminds me of the year the Broncos took Bo Nix. I'm like, I don't know about Bo Nix. And I'm like, oh, shoot, Sean Payton got him. Now I'm like, I don't know about Ty Simpson. Shoot, Sean McVay got him. It'll probably work.
Right. I'm hoping that he turns out to be a bust, but that's just because I am biased. We're halfway through going through the first round of the NFL draft. Hit that thumbs up button because we don't have nearly enough likes on today's video. Blake Miller, offensive tackle from Clemson. He goes at 17 to the Lions. They needed an offensive tackle. I like that pick there, especially if they can develop him. Caleb Banks, another shocker here, D lineman from Florida, ends up going to the Minnesota Vikings. Excited to see what he ends up doing with Minnesota. I do think that's a big boomer bust there. Monroe Freeling, offensive tackle from Georgia to the Panthers, and Mekhi Lemon, even though he was on the phone with the Pittsburgh Steelers, he's still going to Pennsylvania, but he's not going to Pittsburgh. He's going to Philadelphia.
I'll be quick on the Mekhi Lemon part of what happened with the Mekhi Lemon thing. Nick Harris over at Star Telegram had some good insight. Cowboys had called Philadelphia, and it seems like they got wind of like what was going to happen with the Steelers pick, and like, hey, you want Mekhi? Come get him. 2-4 was the offer. Trader Howie pulls it off again.
Unbelievable.
Hopefully this works out better for Pittsburgh. It took Maxie Hanachor at 21. Then the last time I remember them specifically getting sniped years ago was they were going to take William Jackson, the corner from Houston. Cincinnati took him, and they kind of panic-picked and took Artie Burns. Hopefully this one works better for Pittsburgh in the end.
Yeah, I'll tell you that right now. I do like I like the growth potential there for Ihanachor. Because remember, in COVID, when you picked up baking or gardening or whatever weird hobby that you now enjoy and love, disc golf, he decided to pick up football, and now he's the 21st player taken in the 2026 NFL Draft. Akeem Mesidor, he goes to the Chargers at 22. I love this pick for the Chargers, and I'm going to wax poetic about him a little bit here. The ability for him to get off the corner and just bend and not lose any speed, it's an offensive lineman's worst nightmare. I like guys who are fast that can't bend, because if I get my hands on him, he doesn't have the strength to beat me. I like guys who are strong but not fast, because I'm just going to go toe-to-toe with him. I hate guys who are strong and quick off the edge. Great leverage. I understand that 25 is too old for most NFL GMs and Leonardo DiCaprio, but that is something to talk about there. We're rapid-firing through here. Dylan Thieneman at 25 to the Bears. Keelan Rutledge, 26, ends up going to the Texans guard. A little bit of a reach, in my personal opinion. Chris Johnson, cornerback from San Diego State, goes to the Dolphins.
Love him.
All right, let's talk about him a little bit more. Caleb Lomu, obviously, he ended up going to the Patriots. Let's talk about Chris Johnson a little bit more.
I think he was under the radar for a long time because he's playing at a smaller school, but he didn't get beat at San Diego State. 42% completion percentage, was 185 yards. It's not that different than what Mansour Lane was doing. Obviously, different level of competition there. There had been some buzz I don't know how good he's going to test, and then he went out and ran a 4.4 flat, and it's okay, well, that answers that question. And then every year there's a guy or two from the podium at the comment. I go, I love this kid. And Johnson, the way he's able to communicate what they were doing, what the football asks he had of him, clearly high football IQ, just instantly obvious there.
I wanted him in Seattle. I was hoping he'd fall to 32. Didn't quite get there. Peter Woods, defensive lineman from Clemson at 29 to the Chiefs. Omar Cooper Jr. goes to the Jets at 30. Jets trade back in to the first round to go and get him, wide receiver from Indiana. Keldrick Falk, edge rusher from Auburn. He gets taken by the Titans at pick number 31 there. Very interesting guy who has a very high ceiling production, not necessarily 100% on par with necessarily where he was taken. And then Jadarian Price, he ends up being the second Notre Dame running back taken in this draft, the second running back taken, and the second running back taken in the first round. He goes to the Seattle Seahawks. For my team personally, that is a pick that, look, if it's made at 50, I love it. He's got great vision. You're running a zone scheme. You need a running back that's going to be able to see where the hole opens up, where it's going to be, delivering offensive linemen to guys on the first, second, and third level of the defense. These are all things he can do. It's just hard to justify a running back taken so early. And you're hearing a lot of Rashad Penny comparisons. I don't know that that's entirely fair. It's just a running back that got taken early.
Some of you will know my profile picture on Twitter is from the Rashad Penny pick. Was my instant reaction when it popped up, because I'm like, what are you doing? That makes no sense. And I was right.
You were right. You know what? Egg on my fist. Speaking of someone who is always right, shout out to my guy, Christian Malley with a 5 super chat. Hello to everyone from Germany, as usual. Finally, my Packers will be on the clock tonight and still not understanding the Rams pick. That makes, 2 of us. Tom, does it make 3 of us?
I understand it now. I think it's they think Ty Simpson can be really good, and they're not going to be drafting this early again for a while. So take the quarterback now, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't love it.
I feel like if McVay had a better reaction, I'd be more fired up for it. If you want to be a part of the program today, just like my guy Christian, all you got to do, you send in a 5 super chat. That's going to get you a part of our raffle today. You want us to talk about your team, you send in that 10, and Tom and I will wax poetic about your team for quite a while. Every 50 subscribers, we're doing a Bean Boozled challenge, so that means when 50 subscribers come in, if I lose in rock, paper, or scissors, I will be handing in my resignation effective immediately. Not a big fan of the Bean Boozled challenge.
They put wet dog on here.
No, I'm telling you right now, the one that's the worst,
Burnt rubber?
It is Old Bandage.
Old Bandage is not great.
Absolutely horrific. If you are a part of our raffle today, you have an opportunity to come away with a Chat Sports shirt and a Chat Sports hat. It's super nice and cool. We got the bundle going. I'm telling you right now, I love my Chat Sports merch that I own. The special lady friend, she loves hers as well. And unfortunately for me, she does love a couple of mine that I don't get to have anymore. The hoodies, they're no longer.
That's how it goes sometimes. Of note, bonus items for me. $50 I'll do a shot. $100 we'll do a beer bong. First one will make it an RBV bong.
An RBB bong. What's an RBB bong?
RBV, Red Bull vodka.
Ah!
You just got to crank it up in the morning.
RBV.
In the evening.
Well, I'll tell you this over on Seahawks as well, because we'll get that rolling in a minute. I'll just match. Whatever you're doing, I'll match if Seahawks does it that way. Help us be the number one stream when it comes to the second round of the NFL draft. No one else is covering the draft like we are. All you have to do, you like the video, you help share the video out on social media, you subscribe if you haven't been subscribed yet, and you comment all night long. Guess what? First of all, you're helping us grow the community that we have here at Chat Sports. But more importantly, you're letting our bosses know that we need to do more of these types of streams. We love doing them. I love when Tom and the rest of the Cincinnati crew come down to Dallas, hang out with us. We get a little more FaceTime instead of doing stuff, on FaceTime. We get to hang out. We get to do more of these streams. So come on in, hit the like, share the video, subscribe, and comment all night long. It helps us keep these things free. Right now, I'm going to take a break because I'm sure you've heard me talking way, way too much. And producer Jack, he's going to pick someone that is spamming their favorite team right now in the comment section for Tom and I to wax poetic about. Jack's going to give it about 10 to 15 seconds.
You got to be nice to Jack, too, in the chat.
I was going to say, I'll let Tom do this one.
I'll do it.
Because it's his first one on Maine for the draft. So I'm going to let Tom do this one.
I won't look then. I'll give it like another 15 seconds. There's always the natural delay from YouTube going live. So I'll give it 15 seconds. I'll look down and I'll shout the very first one I see. How about that?
I love that. I will tell you what, Chat Sports, having only been here for about 8 months, some of the best, no, I'm wrong, the best fans when it comes to YouTube and this platform.
Right.
Love
I'm going to look down right now. First one I see is the Bills.
Ooh.
So we'll do the Bills. We'll do this several times throughout the live stream, which is also good because they haven't done anything in actual picks. They've been reacquiring all the extra draft capital they gave away earlier. So I am very excited to see what route they go. I do wonder if they were going to take Chris Johnson, and that's why the Dolphins jumped up, took Johnson, and the Bills moved down again because they sent 26 and 91 for 28-69. Nice in the chat. And 191. And then they moved down with the Patriots again, the little AFC East trade, getting 125 as well. And then they moved down again, which, if you had done a mock draft going into this of the Bills trade down 3 times, the response would have been, can you be realistic, please?
Right.
No one's going to trade down 3 times. Sending 69 again. So I'm sure Sam, you've had a lot of fun with. That's up to what, 3 or 4 now? 3 times that pick's been traded.
369's nice.
So 9 picks now after they had a little bit lighter capital. Now they're back in it. There's a lot of corners left on the board. I think that could be an area. A lot of edges out there as well, and maybe they look for some interior line help. But Denzel Boston would be super fun in Buffalo. But with DJ Moore now, I'm not as convinced they're going to go down that path.
It kind of feels like, to a degree, that Bean is trying to make sure that people give him credit for being maybe not the dumbest GM in the National Football League anymore. It feels like when he made some of the big-time trades that he made in the offseason, or some of the moves or lack of moves, it has been a little bit to the detriment of his football IQ to the general public. I would love to see them take an edge rusher here with the amount of edge rushers that are still left on the board. We're going to do another shout out or two in just a moment, but before we do that, Tom, tell me about your chubbies.
Yeah, they help make today's show possible. Warmer weather is here. That means sun's out, thighs out. It's chubby season. Whether you're playing around a golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, or visiting an actual garden, Chubbies has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. The Chubbies iconic original stretch shorts have the stretchiest fabric for ultimate flexibility while maintaining a perfectly tailored fit. Pair the original stretch shorts with Chubby's lineup of Friday shirts, and now you're cooking with gas. With ultra soft, light, and breathable fabric, these shirts are ready to go, whether kicking back, turning up, or chilling out. And with pool weather set to return, check out the Chubby's classic lined swim collection. It's the best in men's swimwear. Chubby shorts are proof that when you get shorts right the first time, they never really go out of style. With over 2.6 million customers, Chubby's clearly knows how to keep thighs happy and vibes high. Whether you're getting dressed for a workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubby's has you covered. For a limited time, 20% off your order with our code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. That's code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubbies.
Tell you what, dude, I have a Chubbies polo. I freaking love it. Make sure you're down below.
Can we clip that where it says, Will says, I have a Chubby?
I have multiple. I have no issue with letting the people know about my Chubbies. Make sure you're down below in the comment section shouting out your favorite team. Jack, would you like to take the reins on this one, or would you like Tom to do it again? Would you like me to do it again?
I'll do this one.
All right. Jack is going to be taking the reins. You want to hear a breakdown from our NFL draft expert, Tom Downey, on your team. Make sure you give them that shout out down below. I'll tell you what. There's a couple of moves that have been very interesting. A couple of picks that have been very interesting to me, Tom. I would very much hope that one of these teams ends up randomly getting
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I see the Browns.
Okay.
The Browns. Actually, this kind of does fall into a team for me that I was interested in. Not maybe necessarily the top team, but definitely someone that I want to talk about here with the Cleveland Browns, right? We know that they had to make some moves. There's a lot of roster holes here. They needed a wide receiver. They got a wide receiver. What are your thoughts on Casey Concepcion?
I'm actually a very big fan of him. I don't want to be mean to Marcel Reed, but I felt like a lot of the times he was not putting his receivers in a particularly good spot to have success. I wrote down, this is what I think people wanted Malachi Corley to be. I was not nearly as high on Corley because I didn't see enough like actual real route running stuff. Because he's got a heavy slot usage over his career, but he had more outside stuff this year. And he kind of became more of than a kind of pure gadgety guy he was at times at NC State to, okay, now he's more of like a short area route runner, but he does more yak creation than we saw on a consistent basis for the Pack. So I actually had Malachi Corley as a running back because like I don't think he's a good enough route runner. I think Casey Concepcion is. I had written down like Omar Cooper could be a great fit for the Browns. Concepcion I think is a really good fit as well. The hands have to be a little bit better. Times he's the old I'm going to jump to catch the ball. I don't like that because that leads to too many issues there.
Right.
I think there is upside for returns. He hasn't really done it yet, but I think the potential is there. He had, non-return ST value. He had 30 punt returns for 500 yards and 2 scores most of this year. So he can help you on special teams. I had an early second-round grade on him. He was my number 5 receiver, 23rd overall. So almost 1-to-1 in the end.
Yeah, that ends up not being too bad. The other thing that I think that the Browns are doing here that it is smart, whether it's Shedeur Sanders or not, I don't know how you give Deshaun Watson an opportunity to be a starter again, but apparently they might give him a crack at it. You want to make sure that you do what? You get a strong offensive line, specifically a strong offensive tackle, whether it's on the right or left. At this point, I'm not a big believer in the blind side because in my personal opinion, if your read is left, guess what? Your blind side isn't left because you're looking effing left. Funny how that works, right? So when I look at what they needed to do, they needed offensive line help. They got offensive line help. They needed a wide receiver for their quarterback. They got a wide receiver for their quarterback. So I actually don't believe that it was the worst decision here of all time. Now, here's the fun thing. For those of you who are hanging out with us over on NFL Daily, we're going to reset here really quick. You're going to see an intro play again. And then we are going to be joined on a simulcast with Seahawks and with our Cowboys channels here. Jack, are we ready to go, sir? Welcome, everybody, into NFL Daily, Seahawks Today, or the Cowboys Report. We, of course, are presented by Prize Picks. I am Will Ortner. He's the great Tom Downey. And today we are going to be talking about the second day of the NFL Draft. We've got the second and third rounds here for you. We are going to be live for every single pick. And the reason why you come in and hang out with us is because we are going to be ahead of the TVs. Tom, how are you feeling? I know it's not exactly Christmas Day for you, but it's pretty darn close.
It kind of is close to Christmas Day for me, especially with Cowboys landing Caleb Downs, which I'm sure many of you on our Cowboys Report channel are still quite excited about at this time. So we are going to simulcast on all 3 channels. So as the supers come in, we'll get to them as well. Be patient with us. There's quite a bit going on. And of course, we're going to focus on the picks themselves because I always hate how you get to, the actual draft itself and they spend 30 minutes interviewing the first-round pick, and it's day 3. It's like, I want to know about this random linebacker I've never heard of. Like, that's why I do the draft notes the way I do the draft notes. So we'll have plenty of fun for day 2, guys.
Very excited. We're going to quickly run through the first 16 picks or so on the board. Fernando Mendoza, biggest non-secret of the draft. He goes number 1 to the Raiders. David Bailey, edge rusher from Texas Tech, ends up going to the Jets. Jeremiah Love, running back from Notre Dame. He's an Arizona Cardinal. Carnell Tate, wide receiver from Ohio State. First one off the board going to the Titans. Definitely going to help out Cam Ward there. Arvell Reese, edge rusher / kind of sounds like he's going to be more of a will linebacker. He's going to go to the New York Giants. Mansour Delane, Mansour. I get it wrong every time.
I got it that time.
He is the cornerback from LSU. He's now a Kansas City Chief. Sonny Styles, linebacker from Ohio State. He is a Commander. Dan Quinn gets his guy there. Jordan Tyson. He goes at number 8, wide receiver from ASU. Spencer Fano, fantastic offensive tackle from Utah. First of the 2 tackles from Utah to go in that first round. Francis Maui Noah, he ends up going to the New York Giants. Offensive tackle from Miami, not worried about his back issues there, already willing to die for Jackson Dart. Caleb Downs at 11, safety from Ohio State, goes to the Cowboys. Tom's pretty fired up about it. You can just see from his smiling face. Caden Proctor, offensive tackle from Alabama. He has decided, he doesn't really get to decide. He was drafted by the Miami Dolphins. He is going to
You're going to make a South Beach joke.
Yeah, well, we chilled out there. Ty Simpson, the most interesting pick of the draft with the Rams. He is the quarterback from Alabama at 13, going to go to the Rams, someone that they thought he might end up being taken later on. Ione Vega, he is going to get taken by the Ravens. I think that is a fantastic steal. Reuben Bain Jr. at 15, edge rusher from Miami. I loved watching him play. Kenyon Sadiq, another guy I loved watching play, tight end from Oregon over to the Jets. As we fire through those guys, there's going to be some names that you notice did not get called. Tom, who is your best available?
Jermon McCoy, much like Will Johnson last year, I submitted the big board and then kind of got final word like, he's probably not going to go in round 1 because of the knee concern. So McCoy ends up being there at number 1 for me. I'm curious how much longer he falls. Higher than most on D'Angelo Ponds. I'm a sucker for the undersized corner who just competes his ass off and got that honey badger attitude to him. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, the safeties, they slid both Downs and Thieneman earlier in this draft. Colton Hood, the quarterback out of Tennessee, could be the first corner taken, by the way, among the Tennessee corners, I should say. Cassius Howe, undersized arm length, but disruptive pass rusher. TJ Parker, kind of the opposite, more of a bully ball pass rusher. Loves the long arm. Just wish he had a bit more plan beyond, I'm going to run right into your chest and power through you there. Denzel Boston, top receiver left on the board for me. Don't think he'll last very long. Caden McDonald out of Ohio State. Don't think he'll last very long either. I'd be a little surprised if he got past maybe in particular the Raiders pick in round 2.
Love that. If you are watching us on the Cowboys Report, you're watching us on Seahawks Today, or you're watching us on NFL Daily, get down below in that comment section and shout out your city. We're going to be giving some shout outs across all 3 channels. I got my guy Redmond Reaper and Jeff Pointer hanging out. Duke Hawks, good to see you. A lot of Seahawk fans right now, they are clamoring. They want Caden McDonald. I have a hard time seeing him being on the board for us. I don't like our response there by the great Tom Downey. We got people hanging out in Mill Creek watching it. What you know about Mill Creek, Tom?
I got nothing for you guys. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was waiting for you to be like, there's a creek and there's a mill on it. That's essentially what I got for you. It's a rich city. Who's hanging out over on the Cowboys?
We got Garland, Tulsa, Waco, Reno, Pearl, Mississippi, Tuscaloosa, Austin, Texas, Gwinner, North Dakota. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Galesburg, Illinois, Salinas, California. On the Chat Sports simulcast, Webb City, Winnipeg, Canada. Shelley's showing up again. Dorchester, Toms River, New Jersey. Tucson, Indy, Laos, Vegas, Boston, San Antonio, got a Toledo, Ohio in there, Beaver Creek, Ohio, Yuma, New Orleans, Buffalo, Denton, Charlotte, El Paso, Knoxville. It's nationwide, even countrywide. We had Germany in there earlier. Got Canada in there too. It's always fun. Always fun.
It's an international program that we've got going on. I've been told I'm no longer allowed to make fun of Mill Creek. I'm now only allowed to make fun of Everett. I'll make sure that I do that as well. And we got people hanging out from us in the Couve. William Cook, good to see you, sir. Great first name. Shout out to you. You've left. Hello. Don't eat my burrito.
Auto push
William
pull got
is
him.
back. Downs is the real deal. Listen to his press conference. He will be a leader of the defense. Tom.
Yeah, this is coming in from our Cowboys Report channel. We will do the raffles, by the way, guys, tomorrow for day 3. $10 still gets you in. $50 I'll do a shot. $100 I'll do a beer bong or an RBV bong to get us going. We'll do all the raffles again tomorrow for you guys. Still give you some up. What's up? All right, Sam said he'll do some for the NFL Daily crowd, too.
Love it.
Yeah, big fan of Caleb Downs. Fantastic pick there. Excited to have him. So, William, you're the first entry for the Saturday raffle, by the way. But my burrito, we got to give a second-round pick for the Cowboys. If you send a 3 and 2 4s, you can maybe get into the mid to late parts. Stephen Jones did say that that's maybe not the path they're going to choose to go, and they're gonna try to be patient because they like trading down a lot more than they like trading up. So that's how it goes.
That is fantastic. Now this is over on our main. CJ D. Young III says, "Ooh, my favorites, Bean Boozled."
I'm gonna do one for the 20-piece for CJ.
You're gonna do one for
CJ.
CJ. I'll tell you right now, I will not unless I'm forced to. Much like a shot. Brett Stevens says,
I am undefeated. Just so you can tell, I'm not cheating.
Will give us a
Berry
scouting
blue
report on Tom Downey. I'll tell you right now, great build, excellent hair, better than what I've got going on. He's got good athleticism. I can tell by the way that he's standing. He's got
athletic?
His feet are pointed straight ahead. And now,
yes,
those
thank
of you. See, those
that's
of
a
you,
good. That's a good point.
It's very smart. Well, here's the deal. If you have not had this conversation yet, you want your toes pointed straight ahead forward. It helps eliminate some unnecessary body movement.
You want to be pigeon-toed.
Forward.
You want to be pigeon-toed.
Right. It helps build up a little bit of that posterior chain to give you a nice little giddy up and go there. Now, depending on the position, I think that Tom might be a little bit
some weight.
undersized. Or gain. We might introduce you to buffets, buddy. We'll let you know what a fullback eats like. I'm telling you right now, I don't want to get in an Oklahoma drill with the great Tom Downey. Yoda Jenkins. Hi, Tom. Hi, Will. By the way, Raiders. Yoda, good to see you, buddy. A real one of Chat Sports. I'm assuming that's over on our main channel. Appreciate, NFL Daily. We got to get our names correct over here. We're working on it in the Ortner household. Shout out to everyone who's hanging out with us, whether you're on our Cowboys Report, you're on Seahawks Today, or NFL Daily. Make sure that you hit that thumbs up button on our videos. If you want to get in for the raffle that we are doing over on our NFL Daily channel, you can send in a 5 that gets you a part of the raffle. 10, we'll talk about your team, and you'll be in the raffle. Every 50 subscribers, we're doing a Bean Boozled. Jack, where did we start the day at so that the people can know?
I made it very easy.
Ooh,
we started at 433,100.
Oh, so we got 12. Okay.
Perfect.
So we're at 12.
Okay.
Perfect.
So 433,150, someone will do a Bean Boozled jelly bean.
Makes it nice and easy. Well, and it'll probably be my turn since Tom he took over for that.
I can go
one.
back to back. I'm feeling cocky because I got the best flavor off the front again.
I was gonna say, anytime you can get that light blue, you got to feel pretty darn
good.
good.
There's a lot of light blues in there, though.
The minute that you don't get that light blue, well, then it I'll be honest,
Scary
it
season.
gets a little bit dangerous. If you haven't subscribed to any of the channels that you are watching us, make sure that you run those sub numbers up. Keep subscribing. You are gonna get the best coverage, in my opinion, on YouTube.
We're going to be live for every single pick tomorrow as well. That's when the sickos come out. I can guarantee you most of the people that were live last night and even a lot of the people that will be live tonight will not be live tomorrow, but we will be for every single pick. So subscribe. Don't miss out. Every pick of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Yes. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. All right, let's kind of go through some of this. Oh, Xander, I appreciate it. We'll make sure that we get you up on the screen in a second.
Coming in?
So are we going through here, Jack? Just a quick clarifying question. I did. It's my guy, Xander. We'll make sure that we give a shout-out to Xander. And then,
Okay. Break down some of the juicy news before things get going.
That's right. We got some tweets from some NFL insiders. There's one that's that's barking right now on my screen. I know we don't have it yet.
Sam actually built it for us.
Oh, it is already built.
Some of us like
barking.
the People's Insider. But
I was going to say, there is a
some of us
dog
don't.
that's barking, but it did come from Jordan Schultz. Xander, good to see you. Let's go Hawks. I'm late, but I'm here. How are you doing? First of all, you're not late, sir. Whenever you are here, that means you are right on time. I'm doing great. Very excited. Get to hang out with the great Tom Downey and Jack Lauderay for the entire second and third round. So very excited to be here. Speaking of exciting things, Jordan Schultz. I know the Schultz name means absolutely dog-ass in Seattle, but it is important to note that
I forgot about that for a second.
Yeah, you got there. We hate Howard.
That one.
Boo Howard. Jordan, he's saying that the 49ers are very open to moving back. They're targeting several players that don't necessarily need to be picked at 33. Who could they be targeting?
I would like to point out that I have never in my life of doing this seen a team that picking at 33 wasn't super open to moving back. Every year it's like, send us your offers. Who wants to make the big trade? And it happens once every 3, maybe 4 years, somewhere in that ballpark. So,
Right.
But at some point when the Niners are like, you sleep on it, you go, but we can get this guy. I think they were maybe targeting offensive line. That board kind of went on a quick run there.
Right.
They could go Denzel Boston right off the bat here, have some fun with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I understand why you signed Mike Evans. Were you banking on him being healthy? Like, the San Francisco 49ers are known for just falling apart at the seams every single year due to injury, and then you grab, well, one of the more injured guys in the National Football League. Now, they do have some needs with some top-tier players that are still on the board.
Lots of edges.
Are they going to be able to get a deal done, or do you think they're going to end up having to go with a Cassius Howell or a TJ Parker right off the get?
I think they can get a deal done. It's do they get the deal that's good enough for them? That's
Sure.
That's how it always is. Like everyone, if the Cardinals wanted to trade down 2 spots and pick up a 5th round pick, like someone would have done that with them. But is it a good enough deal for them in the end?
100%. Next tweet from Jordan Schultz actually could get Seahawk fans' sports pants a little bit tight. The Giants are engaging in trade conversations.
That's fine.
Right. What? I am not allowed to talk about
I
my
was
sports
threatening
pants?
to take my pants off if the Cowboys took Caleb Downs. It's fine. It's fine.
Kayvon Thibodeau is possibly being shot by the Giants. Saints are among the teams showing the most interest. Now, that is not going to make Seahawks fans excited. Don't want Kayvon Thibodeau to go to New Orleans because we want him ending up in Seattle. If a deal happens,
his name is Thibodeau. It's perfect for Nola.
Well, that is true. Sports pants being tight. I will say this. If Thibodeau does end up down there and a deal does end up happening tonight, do we see it being a bulk of 2026 picks, or are we looking at potentially for the first time in a while seeing 2027 picks being
Giants don't have a third. Now, what I had gathered at the Combine was the rough value was late 3rd, early 4th for Thibs.
Yep.
Giants are asking for a 1 or an early 2. So how does that blend and balance? I do think edge would make a lot of sense for New Orleans to go out and get somebody because they have Brian Brzee, who's kind of a hybrid role, but is more interior guy. Carl Granderson, Chase Young, and a little bit thin behind that, especially given Young's injury history. So I actually really like the fit of Kayvon down in New Orleans. And for the Giants, you're going to blitz Arvor Easley some of the time. You already have Abdul Carter. You have Brian Burns. That's not great asset management. So if they can flip it, whether it's for a 2nd or 3rd or some combination of those picks in the end, I do like that idea for both sides involved.
Right. It definitely feels like there's a log jam at that edge position with the Giants. Kayvon Thibodeau, obviously he is a Duck, so I do have a little bit of a bias towards him. But I like Thibodeau. He's got the bones of being a great edge rusher. It just feels like he hasn't really been able to put it all together.
A little banged up recent years, too.
Yeah.
And not a good defense.
And I also have this theory of, the older that you get, the more injured you get. So if you're injured young, that's not going to end up going to good things for you in the long run. Shout out to Chad Rye and my guy Green Pepper. Let's go to the next tweet from Jordan Schultz. Sounds like the Browns, Steelers, Saints, and Dolphins are among teams interested in moving up. Could we see any one of these teams moving up to that pick number 33? I think we're going to have to wait. Only time will tell for us. But what interest do you think these teams have in common? Is it a specific player, position group, Or is it just they need more players?
I could see the Steelers coming up for a wide receiver. That would stand out to me. Saints, I think edge, because there are several edges left. I think 10 second-round grades or better. We're down to 4 of those now in that grouping. They have 4 guys in my top 40, by the way. Browns, how could they be looking at? Sneaky pick of like a corner or an edge. You know, we get some more depth there. Maybe they go defense, going offense
If they go
earlier.
edge, does that make Myles Garrett being traded more likely?
I think they want somebody else no matter what. I have been on the single biggest reason of why you would do that contract adjustment is to trade him after June 1st. Right. I don't know if they're going to.
It's open. It's on the table.
But it kept it open both this year and next year and future years. So like but had they not done it, there was zero chance because they would have paid all of the money this year for him.
Right.
And the new team gets him for the vet minimum. So it was just never going to happen. I could see a double dip on offensive line or receiver too. Maybe that's more of a day 3 pick there. But I think edge, receiver, corner, and D line will see some runs today because D line's got Cade McDonald, Christian Miller. And if Lee Hunter is as high, I think some people think he could be, he could also go in the top 45 picks.
I like Lee Hunter. I got to see him a lot in the Orange Bowl, obviously keeping my eyes on the Ducks. I'll tell you what, him and Bailey stood out to me. Not to poo-poo Rodriguez. I did expect a little bit more from him. Schultz also had this to say: expect a strong wide receiver run well into the 3rd round. It's viewed as one of the deeper positions, and there's still a good chunk of talented players on the board.
I had 17 guys in my top 100 at wide receiver.
Well, let's go through your top available wide receivers.
Denzel Boston, for me, top available player. I did have him behind Omar Cooper and KC Concepcion. Chris Bell's got the medical stuff, but the talent of when he gets drafted, it's the highlight everyone's going to post of him taking the slant and he's gone. It's great play. I am a bigger Ted Hurst fan than most people. The profile, the above the rim ability, the athletic traits, the production, all of it was awesome. It's level of competition concerns more than anything else. Jeremy Bernard he's not the sexiest receiver. He's not as big and athletic as Ted Hurst or Chris Bell, but he's just a good football player. He's going to slot in. I forget who comped him. I remember, I think maybe it was Dane Brugge. I forget who it was. Mohamed Sanu comp. And I'm like, I like that one a lot. Just kind of plugging him in there as the number 2, number 3 receiver, and New England trades a 2nd-round pick for him in 10 years. Sorry, Jack.
I am going to have my.
I made a Patriots joke at your
I'm going to have my support D2 hat on. I love Ted Hurst, and I get it. Player. Like there is a level of competition concern, but when you're coming out of the great Valdosta State for your first couple of years, you got to be a pretty darn good football player. And then let's also not forget the fact that when he was over at Georgia State this last season, he was essentially a third of their passing offense. That's how many yards he ended up getting.
One note, Timothy Church says Malachi Fields better than all those guys. He was my next receiver, actually. So we're not that far off in the end.
Ooh, I love that. We're going to go into more of the guys who are available, maybe even talk about a couple of picks that have come up. But I do need to let you know that today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is America's #1 sports pick app and is the best place to win cash while watching sports. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in with our friends at Prize Picks. And you know what? The app, it's really easy to use. To qualify for a Prize Picks lineup, just pick 2 to 6 players and select more or less on stat projections, including points, rebounds, assists, three-pointers, hits, home runs, strikeouts, and several other stats across all kinds of sports. With the new social feeds feature, you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. That, of course, includes me. You follow me on Prize Picks and get the picks before they even get posted on the show. We have a lineup for the football action that would be going throughout the entire season. Fernando Mendoza, less on regular season games started. Jeremiah Love, less on his rushing yards. Jordan Tyson, more on his receiving yards for the year. New user offer. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks. That clickable link to download the app is in the comments and description of our videos. Let's go back to Schultz. He's got something cooking here that I hate, but I also kind of love. I don't think there's a reason why a team should be interested in taking Carson Beck at any point today. I could see taking a flyer on him tomorrow. Why are the Arizona Cardinals looking to potentially take Carson Beck today. Why in the world, Tom, would they make this move and convince me that it's a good move for them?
I will say the specific wording from Schultz was other teams are monitoring. And that info can sometimes get a little wonky because the Cardinals aren't going to tell anybody what they're actually going to do there. There's a lot of buzz that Carson Beck's going to be quarterback 3. He was good at notching the ball over in 2023 and then turned it over a lot in 2024. Does sound like he matured at Miami. But there was not great vibes on like how he handled himself at Georgia. And I have seen him throw his teammates under the bus way too many times. I watched him in Miami. I watched him say, yeah, the receiver ran the wrong route on one pick. And, I just run the plays that are called and losses against SMU. Like, that's not quarterback stuff.
No.
Like, that stuff worries me.
No, it's not good. The other thing that worries me is just flat out his arm doesn't really seem to have the zip it had before the injury.
The surgery, yep.
Now, while there's a lot of things that you can't really quantify, right, with a quarterback when it comes to leadership and things like that, and those are always going to be scary for a player like Carson Beck because he does have those leadership issues. To me, dude, if you can't make the effing throws, I'm not taking you. And he got hidden at Miami because Mario Cristobal does one thing really well. He runs the damn ball, and he gets offensive linemen like Francis Maui-Noah that want to die for other people on the field. Like, I think Francis Maui-Noah isn't kidding. Like, his ideal death is dying on the field because that was my ideal death at one point. And so when you have offensive linemen like that, it makes your life easier because you're able to stand tall in the pocket. And I just don't know that Carson Beck's going to get that same type of protection when he is in the National Football League. Sounds like we got 3 guys that are going to come off the board fastest coming to us from Matt Miller, Denzel Boston, Cade McDonald, Carson effing Beck. I hope the Cardinals make this dumb choice.
I'll cheer for him. I'm never going to cheer against the kid.
I don't know that I'll
Unless,
cheer for him.
they do a lot of bad stuff off the field. That's a different conversation.
I was going to say, I'll cheer for the other 2. I don't know that I'll cheer for Carson Beck. I certainly will cheer for Hannah Cavender. She's my queen. Next to the special lady friend, of course, L.A. Crash Dog, Will Tom. What up, boys? So excited for day 2 after getting our QB, saveawarrior.org for veterans and first responders struggling. Semper Fi. Shout out to L.A. Crash Dog. Got the opportunity to meet him in Vegas with Sammy. I apologize. Got to meet him in San Francisco with Sammy. Great time. Really enjoyed my time with L.A. Crash Dog. Let's talk a little bit quickly about the quarterback. What can Mendoza bring to that Vegas roster?
I think he's going to be really good for them. I think they got a pretty good plan in place. I actually like the idea of not having to throw him into the fire unless he earns it super quickly with the presence of Kirk Cousins in there. I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be an awesome quarterback for the Raiders. I think they got their eyes on maybe Cade McDonald, and I think an ideal combo for the Raiders today, I think. I think you guys might like this too. Cade McDonald, Zachariah Branch. The Zachariah Branch merchandise for the Raiders is it just writes itself. It's Cliff Branch's nephew, by the way. I think he's actually would be a really good fit for like what Mendoza does well, and I think he's more of like he's Zachariah Branch. He's a short catch guy. It'd be a really fun fit for them.
For sure. I would really like that. Philly drafted a wide receiver. This coming to us from my guy, Nick, 47. Philly drafted a wide receiver with a slower 40 than M-Law. Clown.
I do like Mekhi Lemon a lot.
I like him too. Now, I'm biased. West Coast Will. That's when I pop up a lot. But I'll tell you this. Got to watch him a lot at USC. The great Pat Wilbur, man close to me in my life, Grandpa, he loves USC. And I've been locked in every single Christmas getting a USC T-shirt talking about the football program over there. I think that Mekhi Lemon is a fantastic wide receiver, and I don't necessarily think that the 40 time is indicative of the success that he can have in the National Football League. Great route runner, gets open, catches the football. Sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
Oh, Sam, you're back on that.
Sam hates Lincoln Riley. Sean Schultz, what's going on? What is the percentage we're going to trade for Jordan Brooks from Miami? I believe this is you.
Yes, Cowboys. My gut is that Cowboys make a linebacker trade after the draft. We were kind of about that a lot going into the draft. Like, I feel like the lesson that they learned here is, well, don't reach on a position. Just go trade for somebody after the draft, and they can do the George Pickens thing, like which they worked out great last year for them. So I think that's certainly worth monitoring. Maybe post-draft, though.
I was going to say, speaking of things worth monitoring, we got a great deal alert going on right now. That's how they do a transition in the business. If you go over to our Chat Sports .com link that we're putting right now in the chat. It's going to be $49. You spend that, you're going to get $10 off. Now, it can be any of our gear, right, Producer Jack? This is site-wide.
Site-wide sale tonight, chatsports.shop. I put that link in our NFL Daily chat if you guys want to throw that in your streams as well. It's for everything. We've got Married Into This merch, which we'll talk about in a second. We've got our regular Chat Sports merch. If you're a fan of the Cowboys Report, all of the Cowboys Report merch is a part of this. We got the Air Pickens, the Downs to Dallas shirt, which has been flying off the shelves.
I love it.
That's part of the deal that we've got going. If you're a Seahawks fan, we've got all the championship gear. We've also got the Mob Mentality shirts. If you're a Jets fan, we got this awesome new design. But Bailey and the Jets.
So cool.
We've got this one. All site-wide. If you spend $49, that's like 2 shirts. If you buy like 2 shirts,
hoodie, hat,
a hoodie, hat, whatever.
And almost 2 anything on the site.
It's like 2 of anything, basically. I don't want to say that for a fact, but you're gonna spend that $49, but you're gonna get $10 off. It's a fantastic deal. Chatsports.shop. That link's in the chat of our main NFL Daily chat, and then you guys put it in your chats as well.
In the Cowboys Report chat. I will also make note the Married Into This merch, which Cowboys Report has as well, is 25% off all night long with Mother's Day coming up just around the corner. Of note, you can combine the 25% off Married Into This merchandise with another item and get the $10 off too. So
that is true. Yep.
You can double dip. We are allowing that. No BS terms, whatever.
And if you're not a Cowboys fan, we have multiple teams with this Married Into This. We have Cleveland, we have Pittsburgh, we have New York Football Giants, we have Philly, we've got Chicago, we've got Dallas, and we've got Minnesota. So if you're watching on our main NFL Daily stream, if you're a fan of any of those teams, 25% off this Married Into This merch. We've got shirts and we've got sweatshirts. They're very comfortable. I can attest. We have some of them here at the Chat Sports offices. So those are our deals today. 25% off Married Into This merch, and then site-wide, if you spend $49, you get $10 off. I think those are great deals we got rolling on today. Chatsports.shop takes you to our site, and you can look at all of the awesome gear that we have.
Yep, I'll tell you this right now. Love all of my T-shirts. Hug the arms nice, leave the belly nice and loose. I put that link down below in my chat. I know Tom and Jack did that in theirs as well. Go take advantage of that deal because these deals do not come around often. Let's talk about the number 1 overall pick in this draft, Fernando Mendoza. Obviously had a fantastic year over at Indiana. Now, real ones know he was originally a Cal Golden Bear, and he had some success there, although I would probably blame Justin Wilcox for the lack of more success that he could have had in that program, although they don't do the best when it comes to their NIL. What are your thoughts, Tom, right now on Mendoza and what next year looks like for him? Are we going to see him play a couple of games
at
all?
I'd be pretty stunned if he didn't play at some point, just because as the season gets out of hand, if that's the case, unless Kirk Cousins goes superhuman and he ends up starting, like you would put him in, get him some reps, get that ball rolling into 2027. Oh, he led Indiana to a Heisman Trophy and a perfect season national championship. Like that doesn't happen in football. Hasn't really time for basketball either in Indiana. He's not like this elite level athlete, but he can move. I mean, you saw it in the CFP run. He did some stuff there. He's got, I think, maybe because it's like the way his body is framed. Like he doesn't look like he's 236 and almost 6'5", but he is. Yeah. He actually does have the prototypical size. Like I don't know if it's like the shoulder pads or the way the face mask is. Like I think the assumption has been like, oh, he's like 6'2", maybe. Like he doesn't look like he's nearly as big as some of the like Josh Allen builds. Right. He's not that different though, body like actual mass wise. He's accurate. The arm is more than good enough. I think the best thing I saw from Fernando Mendoza in what was a very RPO style offense, but when it was third down, when it was the red zone, when they had to do like real offense stuff, he always stepped up and made the play. Like he consistently was like 3rd and 7, I got this, it's fine. And that's the stuff that's going to translate super well to the NFL.
Talk the Rams fans off of maybe shaving their heads for some unknown reason or known reason when it comes to Ty Simpson. He's a good quarterback, but not a lot of starts.
All right, I'm going to do it without mentioning the fact that Sean McVay is a quarterback beyond that first note. The first 9 games this season, I don't know if there was actually a better quarterback in college football, and that includes Mendoza. He was at 67% completion rate, 21 touchdowns through the air, 2 on the ground, 1 interception, 8.3 yards per attempt, 87 yards on the ground. He was dealing. Even the loss against FSU, that was not Simpson's fault. He was playing very well. What happened was all of the injuries. He was not, especially after that Halloween LSU game, he wasn't nearly as good. He had a bulging disc in his back, D-I-S-C, relax guys, bursitis in his elbow. He had a reaction to the medication he was taking for the injuries. He was on a soup and crackers diet for the Auburn and SEC title game. It's not good if you're a football player. And then in the Rose Bowl, he fractured his rib on the big hit. He dropped down to 195 pounds at the time. Just really slight when you're 6'1", and I think going to be closer to like 211 in that area. Coach's kid, he grew up. His dad, Jason, has been the UT Martin coach for nearly 20 years now, actually. He made a bunch of high-level throws. I think there's some solid processing. Ryan Williams and company forgot to catch the ball this year. First 9 games, yeah, shoot, he would have been picked number 2 by the Jets. He would have been Simpson-Mendoza conversations. Just the last 6 games were really bad because he was not healthy.
Yeah, well, not all of that is on him, which I think you pointed out well. I think Brett Venables figured out how to beat that offensive line at Alabama.
Blitz.
And, once you figured that out, there were some problems. Let us know down below in whatever chat you are hanging out in. Will Simpson be a franchise quarterback? Type Y for yes, type N for no. I'm going to take a wild guess here that when I look down in my Seahawks Today chat, which I don't want to do just quite yet.
Be all no's.
I'm going to see a lot of no's. I think that is going to be pretty fair, and they're starting to roll in right now. Make sure that your voice is heard. What does it look like, though, over with let's start with NFL Daily right now. Is that a lot of N's in the chat? We've seen a lot of Y's in the chat.
I'm incredibly disappointed with our chat.
Sad.
600 people watching, and not a single person has answered this question.
That's crazy. Possible that they don't know where the Y or the N is on their keyboard?
I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt. There we go. The real AXCT is going with yes.
There we go.
Well, here they come. BT Clark with an N for no. Shelly with an N for no.
There you go.
Oh, no. The real AXCT said, just kidding, no.
Hit you with the okie doke. I love it. I got Steve and Chad, and I love Pickle saying no. We did get one Y, although Leo has instantly changed his N. He said Y, then he said no. What's it going on over there at Cowboys?
Mostly ends. Yeses from Thunder Guy. Bam Bam Gain says yes eventually, which I do think time would be good for him. Thunder Guy's got a yes. JPT, yes. Web design, yes, but maybe from Randy, and no's from Jag and Lawrence and Noah and Robert and Jose, and plenty of no's on that one. Remember, guys, we are simulcasting today since the Cowboys are on the clock until pick number 92. Simulcasting on the Cowboys Report, on NFL Daily by Chat Sports, and on Seahawks Today as well. We'll have some fun throughout day 2.
That is right. If you want to be a part of the program, we did make a deal. Tom said that if there is a 50 over on Cowboys, and I agreed to match on the Seahawks, we were going to do a shot, right?
Shots for 50,
shot.
Hundreds for a beer bong. And if 50s or 100s come in on the Chat Sports stream as well, I will do those too.
I'll match with you.
If we get a $100 super chat on Maine, NFL Daily, because I know we've got some Raiders fans in here. I see.
Lord, I almost forgot. I saw Lord Buddy.
Bear's in here.
That's spooky season.
LA Crash Dogs in here. There are people in here that I know are down to have a good time. Producer Jack, who is sitting in the producer chair pressing the button. If we get a $100 super chat, by the time that countdown ends, I will do a beer bong. But
Jack can
if
do a
we
beer bong?
don't, but if we don't, if that clock hits 0, I'm not.
Okay.
Not doing
There
it.
you go. That's fair.
But I will give you 24 and a half minutes. A $100 super chat. I see Rebel Montana in the chat. I know he likes to have some fun too. So
first beer bong for me will be an RBV bong, by the way, which is Red Bull vodka bong.
Ooh, I do like that because
I dyed it red because it's fun.
Ooh, there you go. I was gonna say we've got a day today. I'm gonna be honest with you. It is a long day. We'd rather be here than anywhere else. But we're also going to be here tomorrow as well. That, of course, is why you subscribe to our channels. Ooh, let's talk about the like rate. Jack, he's real tight with the suits. That's why I call him a polo, because he's not a head suit. Moose was calling you a quarter zip. Tom is definitely a polo quarter zip kind of guy.
Yeah.
Those are guys who are above me here at Chat Sports. They're not quite full-on suits, but they are above us. And they are telling me right now that our like rate is not good enough, whether it's on NFL Daily, if it's on Seahawks Today. I see it right now. It's not good enough on Seahawks Today. And I'm sure it's the same over on the Cowboys Report.
Yeah,
Hit that like button. We got to get to 50% on that like rate. It's super easy, doesn't cost a dime. Plus, it lets us know, it lets the bosses know that we need to be live and do more of these things. Seahawks, we were up in the air if we were going to get to be live today. In fact, I didn't find out that we were going to be live until very early in the morning, and that was only possible because the people of Seahawks Today came in and hit that thumbs up button. They did a great job with our stream yesterday. My guy Jerry Brooks obviously leading the charge there. So if you hit that thumbs up button, it helps let us be live more often than not. Let's see if we can get to that 50%. What are we doing over on the NFL Daily, Jack? Are we getting close?
We're at 157. I'm updating it as we go. We should get to at least 200. We got to get to 200. Can we get to 200 right now? There's 647 people watching. If everyone liked it right now, we would crush our like total. We would crush what we're looking for.
We get to how many are we at on Seahawks here right now?
We're about 50%.
What's the actual number, though?
32.
Okay. If we get to 400 on Seahawks, Cowboys, and Chat Sports, I will do a free shot.
Ooh, there you go.
400 across the board. You got it until it's 20 on the clock, though.
Ooh, there you go.
So how many are you up to?
We're at 250 on Cowboys.
We're at 174.
I think we're real. I
was going to say, we're like.
I should have done 500.
Actually, we're there.
It's 500 then, because I can't do math.
Okay, because I was going to say, we're already over 400.
I can't do math. Wow, that's really bad of me. That's embarrassing. 500 then.
That's okay. We are football people, not math people. We've never claimed to be good at algebra. Thank you guys to everyone who's hung out with us today, hitting that thumbs up button. Let's talk about the guy who's on the screen right now. And I know he won't be on there for a long time, but Spencer Fano, I do find
20 likes away.
His choice
I'm report now.
and the choice of the Cleveland Browns to take him very interesting here, because I feel like most people, and maybe I'm wrong, Tom, you can correct me.
Couples on Cowboys now.
That Francis Maui Noah would have been the first person.
Yeah, I think it was who was going to take him. Like,
Gotcha.
I don't think Maui Noah fits that great with Cleveland. Like, with what they want to do on offense and what the spot they were going to try to fill, I think Fano fits better there.
So let's go into more detail on that. Is that a positioning reasoning?
Yeah.
Is that because they're more of a gap to a zone? What are we talking?
I think Maui Noah is more of that power lineman, which I think does fit more in the gap style. I think he's athletic enough to do enough zone, but I think he's also a right side player. Like I think he's a right tackle or a right guard. Fano has played left tackle in the past. I think you could try him out there. The arm length is a slight concern for both guys. I do think Fano's a little bit quicker footed as well. So I do think helps if you're going to try to move him to the left side. Not that it's as impactful as maybe it used to be. I still think it matters a little bit. Also, Sam, I forgot to grab a shot glass. If you could do that for me, because I promised I'd do it. Because we got one. We got to 500 likes total. So I will do it.
There you go. Appreciate. You know what? I'll join you with that. We're a team in this one today, Tom. And if not, I've got this guy here. I know how to work a solo cup. I went to Central Washington. That's right. All right. I'm assuming
Cowboys. Yep. J-Buzz. My daughter was born last night at 7 p.m. Her middle name is Reese. On the night Reese fell, causing us to get downs, she will be our Super Bowl charm this year.
Shout out.
Congratulations, J-Buzz. Many of you guys are in the Cowboys live chat. Throw some congratulations his way. Troy Daniels, once again here for mod duties. I appreciate that, Troy. Thank you very much. Bot duties. Shouldn't be as bad this time around. So, smooth. Dallas has done a great job on drafting and trades. Let's go, Cowboys. I am a fan of what they have done so far. And then I'll just shout out Connor as well with the $2 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend.
Ooh, NFL Daily. Tom, how do you analyze each player for the draft?
Good
Let's
question.
Get into your process.
So I got giant page of draft notes that I will never publish because I am way too mean, and also I don't write in good. Sam gets to see them, and he has a fun time with it. But first thing I do is I grab all their stats. I plug them in there. I typically wait till after the end of the year to put the stats in there. I've got a pretty good access to most of the college football 22. It is the black market out there. Pay for it a little bit, but it's fine. So we have some fun with that one. Try to get to as much as possible. And I think what also matters, even if you're not like doing it from a film perspective, like I think you should watch college football too. Like I think if you come in and you're not really like paying attention to what's going on, there's a lot of context that you miss, and it ends up being too traits driven. So tons of film watching, a bunch of different advanced stats as well. And I do like the athletic testing too. So RAS scores are valuable to me as well. So it's a lot of hours on after work that end up going into this one. So quite a bit of fun as well.
Yeah. Ooh, fun.
All right, in the live chats on Cowboys Report, on Seahawks Today, and on the Chat Sports live stream, we're going to put it in the chats for all of them. We want you guys to go to the Prize Picks tweet that is in there, and we want you to comment Chat Sports on it. We're gonna show Prize Picks how good we are and how good you guys are as well, and why we're valuable partners for them. So help us out by showing us some love on Prize Picks. Go comment Chat Sports. Reply to it, I guess maybe is the proper terminology there. Reply to Chat Sports on the tweet. It is in the Cowboys Report live stream. Jack just put it in there on NFL Daily, and Will's put it on Seahawks Today.
It is.
And
go spam that Chat Sports.
We're giving them a reason why.
That's
as well.
right. And here's the best part. Because 2 people at random will win an item from our merch store. So if you go in and you're on Twitter, you're on X, whatever you want to call it, comment Chat Sports. All you got to do, you click that link. It's in all of our comment sections. Take you right where you need to go. You comment that Chat Sports. One, it lets Prize Picks know that we are a valuable partner that they want to continue to hang out with and be excited about our new partnership. But also, it's just kind of funny if we crash their system.
I am going to set up, while we're doing this, I am going to get set up Michael Walden coming through again on the Cowboys Report. So it's
Ooh.
beer bong time.
Ooh.
$100 super chat. So
Cowboys
No rush.
I want to give some shout-outs real quick of people I already see. I see Guy the Jedi. I see Tyman the Buckeye. I see Luis. I see Spencer Smith. I see MJ, Mr. Hydrate. I see Manuel. I see Thunderwing. Let me refresh.
By the way,
I see Clifton. I see Lieutenant Dan. I see Victor, Jason Phillips, Oz. I see Stan.
Shout out to Chris.
Jacob E., Carl Jones, Caleb Thornton, Tanner, DeAndre, Casey, all spam and Chat Sports. Keep going on in there. We are going to get 2 random people are going to get a merch a merch item. And I will say, we're doing this across Chat Sports.
Yeah, all our different live streams.
So if you really want to up your chances, go comment multiple times. Go comment multiple times. My dad's commenting Chat Sports in the live chat. Good job, Dad.
Yeah, well, we got a couple people in our chat as well over on Seahawks that are commenting Chat Sports. We appreciate it. Thank you, Trigger. Thank you to Light Shadow Onyx, Jermaine, Steve. Hopefully you also did it on that tweet as well, because the only way to get the opportunity to be a part of that raffle is to make sure that you're doing that on the tweet. Appreciate all of you. Jerry, also appreciate you for sharing our latest video. Well, my guy Tom is getting ready for his RVB bong.
By the way, Michael, email me, Tom, at chatsports.com, because you won the raffle yesterday. So email me, Tom, at chatsports.com. He won the raffle. Yeah.
Michael, shout out to you. Cowboys getting it rocking and rolling early with the 100 there. Tom,
here we go.
Let's see it, dude. Let's see it. Sir, look at Tom go. Wow. That's a father right there.
And
good
as
job,
always,
man.
gotta rip it. People just comment burp when I start doing it because I do it every time.
I'm glad
it's
that
the
we
carbonation.
I'm glad we're in an enclosed studio.
So a lot of people in the NFL Daily Chat are doing fantastic, just spamming Chat Sports in the NFL Daily Chat.
Appreciate you guys.
Which we appreciate, but I will say that is not how you get in on the chance to get a merch item.
Seahawks.
You've got to click the link that I have posted. Go to that Twitter post for Prize Picks, our awesome sponsor, and you need to comment Chat Sports under that post. I will shout out Robert Bruce, though. He said, how about a shout out? Shout out to Robert Bruce.
Shout out to Robert Bruce.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, we are 13 and a half minutes away from the draft starting. Seahawks. Hey, everyone's starting to get off of work over in the PNW. You know why? Because, well, it's 3:45 over there.
Imagine going to work during the NFL draft. Could not be me.
Well,
I guess technically
you work the entire draft, sir.
Technically, yeah. Good
That's
point.
right. That's
point.
right. Seahawks, we're starting to pop up. If you're new into the stream, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. And if you're over on Cowboys or over on our main NFL Daily, don't say main, William, you should hit that thumbs up button as well. Adam Schefter kind of dropped a little bit of a bomb there, although Tom kind of poo-pooed it earlier, that the 49ers are you know what, guys? Bombs come in all shapes and sizes. Why does this sound like a conversation I've had with a couple of extra girlfriends? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Special lady friend. Poor girl. 49ers are having talks of trying to trade out of pick number 33. Who could potentially be a team to keep an eye on here, Tom?
This tweet from Schefter is the ultimate, like, hey, Adam, can you send this out because we're not getting good enough offers? Like, that's what this is. The 49ers would like the rest of the NFL to know that the offers aren't good enough, but we're still interested. Like, that's what that is. Transparent as all get out. So maybe they're going to start, next is they're going to start sending out, like, hey, we're going to take this guy maybe, or this guy. This is the Cardinals all month long. We're going to take this guy, this guy, this guy. It's annoying. Can't stand it.
I'll be very interested to see what ends up happening at 33. Personally, for me, I think it would be easy for the 49ers to stay there. We've got the upcoming picks. In fact, if we could go back real quick, I do want to give a quick rundown. 33, 49ers, they got there because of their trade with the Jets. Cardinals at 34, so back-to-back NFC West teams. The Bills, are they finally going to make their first pick? And then, of course, the Raiders over at 36. So an interesting crew for the first couple of picks. Giants at 37, Texans at 38, Browns at 39, 40 is the Kansas City Chiefs. Where could we see Jermon McCoy land next? 41, we've got the Bengals. 42 is the Saints. Dolphins at 43, Jets via the Dallas Cowboys.
Quinn and Williams trade.
Yes, there you go. 45, you've got the Ravens, Bucks at 46, Colts at 47, and Falcons at 48. Now, those are kind of the big crews that are going through the upcoming.
A couple of those teams finally getting a pick, by the way. I think it was a quarter of the NFL did not make a pick in round one. Well, after last year, it was every team had a round one pick.
Well, to be fair to a couple of them, some of them chose not to have a pick.
Yes. And it was not a bad thing. It definitely worked out for them, but just unusual.
I think in this draft, it's not necessarily a bad thing to get a bunch of picks and then just start picking, a couple different players in positions of need, and then whoever turns out, that will be great. To everyone who went into the replies on that tweet, I'm going to put it back in my comment section. I know that Tom and Jack will do the same thing on their ends. If you click that tweet, that link that's in there, it's going to take you to the tweet. You comment Chat Sports. You have 5 minutes until our winners are announced. So I want to make sure that we give everyone an opportunity to do that.
I just want to say real quick, shout out to Robert Bruce, who is awesome. He's like, oh, wow, now you tell me. I put Chat Sports in chat 20 times. Robert, if you look at the screen.
Robert's your guy, though.
Robert is my guy, but I don't want him to get mad at me for false information because it says on the way and spam Chat Sports on the Prize Picks tweet. I love you, Robert. I love you, Robert. I love you. I love you, Robert.
I love Robert.
It's okay. I love
Robert's
Robert
always
as well.
here. He's always here.
Yeah, no, Robert's great. Better than Richard.
Yeah, so we're gonna pick two winners here in a second. It's not gonna be guaranteed that's gonna be someone in any of these chats. We are doing this company wide, so everyone that's live right now has people spamming it in the Prize Picks tweet. I just threw it in our NFL Daily chat one more time. If you go click the link to that tweet and you respond Chat Sports under that tweet, if you reply to that tweet with Chat Sports, 2 people that reply with Chat Sports are going to win a merch item of their choosing from the Chat Sports merch store.
Link is in the chat as well, guys. So click it, comment Chat Sports, gets you entered to win. The bosses behind the scenes will run that.
I'll give some shout-outs right now. I see my mom is getting in on the action. She's doing
Rigged.
Chat Sports. Yeah, if it's rigged. I see Marshall Green and Nick Roloff and Harrison Graham and Jeffrey Cooperstein. I see Lord Buddy Bear, Time and the Buckeye. I see R bidding. I see Troy doing it a few times. I see Benny. I see Buddha. Jesse, Tucker J, ACB, Milrose Block. That's a Seahawks. That's he said Chat Sports Seahawks.
Shout out.
I see Michael Sky, see L. Davis, more Time and the Buckeye, Lieutenant Dan, Tiger Metal, Daniel, Jason, Kenneth. Time Man's doing it right. He has replied a bunch. He's replied a bunch of times.
Time Man gets it.
Clifton, Raymond, I see Peter, Guy the Jedi, I see Steve. We have a lot of people have replied. 282 replies. Now, it wasn't just us. There were replies under this tweet beforehand, but a majority of them are from us.
Which
Appreciate you guys. You're awesome.
I love that. That's why we have the best real ones in the business.
Wesley said, "Oh yeah, some mom action."
Who said some mom action? I disavow that.
Wesley in the chat.
I disavow that. We don't talk about moms and Seahawks today.
Mama, lot of Ray's awesome.
All
Right, final calls on this one. For the Prize Picks tweet that is linked in the chat, go comment on that tweet. Once you comment, as many times as you want, multiple entries for the, as many as you get, potentially, for the Chat Sports Gear Rifle. 2 winners will be announced here in a little bit as well, with under 7 minutes to go until the NFL Draft finally resumes. Niners next up on the clock.
I want you to make a bold prediction right now, Tom. Who's first taken off the board at 33? Who's the first one? Let's pretend
Okay, how about
49ers stay. Let's pretend they stay.
How about Chase Basantis? Because we've not mentioned him at all yet.
You think Basantis goes this early?
I think I look at the offensive line group and I go, there's Caleb Tiernan at tackle, and I got him in the third. He'll probably go in the second. Interior offensive line wise, I got Prignon. I got Basantis. I think Basantis fits a little bit better for Shanahan, although I have Prignon over him. And then it's Jennings, Dunker, and Jalen Farmer. If you're going to take an offensive lineman early, I think you have to do it early or the run's going to go. I don't think they would take Caden McDonald, but I do think that he's going to not last very long. I don't think they need a corner. Denzel Boston would be fun. It could be insert choice of edges, like TJ Parker would make a lot of sense too. So I'll go Basantis or Parker. Knowing it's really hard to get round 2 picks right.
I like that. I will say this about Basantis. I do think that him or Pregnon, you can't really go wrong with. Either or type of situation here. That's a good interior offensive lineman.
I like Prignon a lot.
If that's the way you're going to go. I love to hear that because guess what? He's
You're
an
a
Oregon
duck.
guy.
I know,
so
he's a
that
duck.
means he's one of my guys.
He's a duck.
Shout out your favorite prospect right now. I'm going to let Jack go into our NFL Daily. Find someone that's spamming their favorite prospect, and we'll go and talk about them. It can be someone that has been taken. It can be someone that hasn't been taken. I'm taking all comers at this point. And so whoever ends up, don't make that weird.
Also, we are 5 minutes away from my deal of doing a beer bong for $100 super chat to be over. So
There you go.
$100
on NFL Daily.
Yes.
On NFL Daily.
Michael's did not count on the Cowboys report side. But
Right.
$100, I'll do beer bongs as well. That comes on NFL Daily or Cowboys report. And $50 I'll do shots. That's NFL Daily or Cowboys Report.
So the only person to put any sort of prospect was Freddie P. Shout out to Freddie P. Said Jacob Rodriguez, who's actually someone I'm very intrigued by as well. So we'll talk about Jacob Rodriguez real quick.
Everyone's favorite linebacker this year, it feels like, outside of Sonny Styles. Everyone loves Jacob Rodriguez because he's the former quarterback at Virginia. Was a walk-on at one point, I believe. Transfers in. No, he was a scholarship guy. And then I think he walked on to Tech. That's right. Because he wasn't on scholarship to begin his career at Tech. There were too many spots, and he had to wait for a couple months there. Was a gadgety guy as a quarterback for Virginia. Transfers to Texas Tech, becomes a linebacker. Ended up having an incredible season. 128 tackles, 11 TFLs, 4 interceptions, 6 pass breakups, 7 forced fumbles. Also had 2 rushing touchdowns this year. He was the only FBS player with an offensive player and a defensive player, or offensive touchdown and defensive touchdown this year, I should say. 19 career forced turnovers. Just has a knack for being in the right spot at the right time. Jason Witten, Collegiate Man of the Year award winner as well. He's a little bit undersized, and he's just a shade over 6'1". He's 231. He's got sub 31-inch arms. The testing that he did, I think, was a shocker to a lot of different people. It was fantastic. 4.57 40-yard dash, sub 7 3-cone. All of these numbers here, the testing is exactly what you would love to have there. Isn't a great thumper. If you want the throwback, late 90s linebacker that's just going to come downhill, throw the body around, and drill people, that's not Jacob Rodriguez's game. But he is athletic. I think he's a great chase player, instinctual player as well. Did allow the most yards in coverage at linebacker this year, but also got targeted the most and had a bunch of interceptions. So it kind of ends up being a decent balancing act there in the end. So Chubby's time there, Sam. We'll do that here and then get to the picks in about 3-ish minutes. Chubby's also helped make today's show possible. Warmer weather is here, and that means sun's out, thighs out. It's Chubby season. Whether you're playing a round of golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, or visiting some friends, or an actual garden even, Chubby's has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. Chubby's iconic original stretch shorts have the stretchiest fabric for ultimate flexibility while maintaining a perfectly tailored fit. Pair the original stretch shorts with Chubby's lineup of Friday shirts and I cook them with gas. With ultra soft, light, and breathable fabric, these shirts are ready to go. Whether you're kicking back, turning up, or chilling out, and with pool weather set to return, check out Chubby's classic lined swim collection, the best in men's swimwear. Chubby shorts are proof that when you get shorts right the first time, they never really go out of style. With over 2.6 million customers, Chubby's clearly knows how to keep thighs happy and vibes high. Whether you're getting dressed for a work day, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubby's has you covered. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving you guys 20% off your order with code CHATSPORTS over at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. That's code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubby's.
If you are fired up right now for the 2026 NFL Draft Day 2 to get back underway, spam those goes down below in the chat. I want to give shout-outs on Seahawks. Tom wants to give shout-outs over on Cowboys. And Jack wants to give shout-outs over on our NFL Daily channel. Shout-out to Trigger and my guy Andrew Hansen, Michael808, Green Pepper Productions. Spam those goes as many times as you can, like Tyler, like Light Shadow Onyx, like my guy GPP. How's it going over on Cowboys, Tom?
We got Antonio, Andrew D, or Troy, actually, I should say. Andrew, different Andrew, by the way. John, Kevin, Deutsch. We're going to get all those in. By the way, most comments or one I pick, we'll do a free raffle entry for the raffle on Sunday. We'll get caught up on supers as well when there's time. The draft's coming up. We're going to focus in on the draft here. We'll focus on the picks. We're simulcasting on 3 channels, Chat Sports, Seahawks Today, and the Cowboys Report. Keep spamming your goes. We got 15 seconds left. We will announce the winners in a little bit here, but we got 10 seconds here until day 2 of the NFL Draft officially gets going, and the 49ers are on the clock. It's all coming up right now.
NFL NFL Daily. Seahawks Today and the Cowboys Report are presented by Prize Picks. I am Will Ortner. He is the great-looking Tom Downey. And we are live for day 2 of the NFL Draft. We've got the second and the third round all going today. Very excited to be here. We are going to be live for every single pick, and a lot of times we end up being ahead of the TV broadcast. That is why you are here joining us. Tom, you're so giddy right now. I can tell.
I love the draft.
What you
It's
guys
so much
don't
fun.
notice is right now below the screen, he is jumping up and down like a little schoolgirl.
When the Cowboys picked CeeDee Lamb, I was literally jumping up and down.
I love that. It's like a kid on Christmas. Fantastic first round of the draft. We're going to quickly kind of cycle through the first couple of picks or so. Fernando Mendoza, he ends up going to the Raiders. David Bailey, edge of Texas Tech. Jets. Jeremiah Love, Arizona Cardinals reached on a running back. Carnell Tate, wide receiver for the Ohio State University, goes to the Titans. Arvell Reese, edge, Ohio State. Probably going to play Will linebacker, which is interesting. New York Giants. Mansour Delane, did I get it right that time? Cornerback, LSU. He goes to the Chiefs. Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State. He is going to go to the Commanders. Jordan Tyson, he is going to go to the Saints, wide receiver from ASU. Spencer Fano, he's going at number 9, last guy in the top 10. Offensive tackle, Utah. Francis Maui Noah, he's going to go to the Giants, offensive tackle from Miami. Caleb Downs, Tom Downey's favorite player in this draft. Safety from the Ohio State University, going to go to the Dallas Cowboys. We've also got Ty Simpson, biggest reach of the draft. He's going to go to the Rams. Vega Ione, he is going to go to the Baltimore Ravens. Penn State guard Reuben Bain, he ends up being tackled by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, is going to the New York Jets. And quickly, I see him. He's on the screen right now. No, you're not booing me. No, you're not booing Tom Downey. You're booing Roger Goodell. Get those boos down in the chat. Boo, boo, boo.
Everyone likes booing Goodell. I thought that was like liposuction Andy Reid up there for a second with the way it looked. That was unnatural. So boo in the comments section. It's always fun to do and troll Roger Goodell. And he always brings out his army of local players so that they don't boo him nearly as much. I find it highly frustrating. So boos in the chat with the 49ers on the clock here for the beginning of round 2.
No, it's a veteran move by Goodell. Find young people, find old veterans, or find people who are sick and bring them out with you so you don't end up getting booed. Shout out to everyone who's hanging out with us right now. Keep spamming those boos, but if you get a little bit tired, you can hit that thumbs up button as well. Day 2 of the draft is getting ready to get underway. The San Francisco 49ers did not make a pick in the first round. Doesn't sound like they want to make the first pick of the second round either. Looks like Adam Schefter is reporting that they are trying to trade out of pick number 33. Tom says, yeah, no duh.
Yes, but they're going to make the pick.
You think so?
Per Jordan Schultz on that one. It happens every year. There's so much interest. Look at all this interest too. Hey, we're not getting the offers we want to. Actually, we're gonna go ahead and make the pick. So, shocker on that front. It's like it happens once every 4 years at most. That pick ends up getting dealt. So, 49ers, or it was actually per Schefter, I believe it was. Niners planning to stick and pick at number 33 overall. So. They're on the clock now. We'll see who they end up picking at that top spot. Announcement of the winners real quick from the raffle.
Yep.
Cowboys report winner Shane Amick actually won one of the gear entries. So the Chat Sports account is going to DM you, Shane, so stay tuned for that one. Mr. Hydrate, I think, is a Broncos viewer. So you will also win. We'll do some other fun games tonight as well. We'll have some fun.
That is right.
Yeah, thank you.
Jerry, we can get some craziness, and we'll get your super chat up. You know what, Jerry? First person that sends in that 50, I'll do that Merbanga for the people. Let's go through your best available, Tom, because this is, while we have some craziness, we are a draft show today. Let's look at the first 4 guys you have on the board. 3 of them are cornerbacks. All four are in the defensive side of the football. Jermon McCoy, D'Angelo Pons, both corners. Emmanuel McNeil, Warren, safety, and then Colton Hood, another corner. Which one of these guys do you see coming off the board sooner rather than later?
I'm going to go Colton Hood because corners go early and Pons is small. I'll try to mention, like, Tom, you have these guys super high. Why are they available? Medical for McCoy. I just like Pons more. He's small. Team state small people. Emmanuel McNeil, Warren. Safeties always slide. That's how it goes. I think Colton Hood, I thought he could have snuck in the back end of round one. If the board had fallen differently, he very well may have been a Cowboy when it was all said and done.
Yeah, I find this interesting. Like, you came into this draft, I feel like even almost into you putting out your final big board. And it's not just that Jermon McCoy would be the first cornerback taken off the board from the Tennessee Volunteers, that he could end up being the first cornerback taken off the board in general. And now we're having a conversation of, well, actually, does Colton Hood end up jumping above him? We've got 5 through 8 here. Cassius Howell, TJ Parker, Denzel Boston, Caden McDonald. Now, I thought both Howell and Parker would have actually come off the board
Thought they had a chance,
in that first round. Do they have to wait until the 40s before they hear their name?
Maybe Howell because of arm length, but I don't think so.
Interesting. I think they will come off the board as well. Xander! Seahawks today. Good to see you. Which host at Chat Sports lost it the most yesterday? Either Marshall
Durham.
Green or Jack Sperry. Jack Sperry was not happy.
Durham's got to shave his head for the Rams.
Everyone acts like
He
being
lost
bald.
the most.
Everyone acts like being bald is a punishment. In fact, I love being bald. That's why I wear my hat. Jerry, good to see you. Can we get some craziness today? Jerry, if you're hanging out with us, I'm sure that there will always be some craziness. Tom, I'm going to give it over to you and your crazies.
Cowboys rapid fire with the Niners on the clock here. Jensen, my reaction to downs upset my parents too loud. That's just called being passionate. The more we know. Funniest thing is Harbaugh saying we're not trading Kayvon, and then today Schultz saying they're open to trading him. Does he help Dallas at all or nah? I don't think they're going to pursue a Thibodeau trade. I think New Orleans has been a very popular team mentioned on that one there. Eric, Tom, been watching for the last 6 years. Go Cowboys. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate you, my friend. Old Bean, hey, Tom, what would it take for us to move up into the second round? We are simulcasting a Cowboys-specific question here. You could package 2 4s and a 3 and get close to it, or at least like in the middle part, early mid, or late mid, I should say. I don't know if that's going to be their approach. I think they're going to exercise patience today. Mighty Ant, the exact same question. You package your 2 early 4s and your 3, you can jump up into the mid-late 50s. I don't know if that's going to be their strategy, though. C1, Kobe Durant's got to give up that number 2 for downs. I agree. 18 is a bad look on him. Hope possible Torian York, that's the Texas A&M linebacker on day 3. I have a gut feeling Dallas won't take a linebacker at 92. That's what the board looks like there. I like York a lot. He might not get drafted because he is so small. We saw it with Ivan Pace, and he's not even as athletic as Pace was, but he's super instinctual. That's how he was a day 1 starter at A&M. Terry Harps, Tom, the Giants were so mad last night with our downs pick. To trade up for a linebacker now with our 3 4s. Maybe a slight jump up could start to make some sense. But I don't know about a big early, like, giving up 3 picks to move up there in the end. Ooh. And kind of more for you, I think, too, Will.
Much respect, but the craziest night at Central Washington doesn't compare to the calmest night at the University of Kansas. Yes, Central Washington, shout out to my guy, Mitzel Perk 30. You can thank us for the nerfing of 4 Locos.
It's you guys?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's actually probably for the best. Like
I disagree.
I don't know, man.
Look,
19-year-olds should not be getting their hands on that stuff.
Well, no.
As I do an RBV bong.
I was gonna say, we don't have a lot of claims to fame, and at Central Washington, it's the TAV, and we nerf 4 Locos. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but also shout out to Central Washington. On the clock right now, you got the San Francisco 49ers certainly taking their time. Definitely feels like they are trying to see if they can, at the very last minute, get a deal, although it does sound like they are going to make the pick per Adam Schefter. Right now, they've moved down a couple times, didn't take anyone in the first round. Offensive tackle, edge, and interior offensive line, all positions that they could go. Tom, you said earlier you could see this being a spot where a Chase Bisontis ended up coming off the board. is there an offensive tackle here that you think could go, or has that run already happened?
I think that run happened late round one, and maybe there were some of the guys the Niners wanted that they got sniped on there. I think T.J. Parker could also make some sense.
T.J. Parker, big, strong, physical kid.
Another edge rusher I think fits pretty well with that typical Niners profile off the side. I got a lot of highly rated defensive linemen. I don't know if they'd revisit that after spending 2 early picks last year. Bunch of corners I like. I'm not going to be mad if they go corner, but again, they also invested in that a little bit last year, so...
Right.
Does kind of sound like there are several guys the Niners like. I'm very curious which one they like the most. And I do think we'll get an early run on corner and an early run on interior defensive linemen. Guys like Christian Miller, Caden McDonald, I don't think are going to last very long.
Well, I'll be interested to see. I do think that with the amount of players that are on the board on that defensive side, I feel like maybe to a degree we have potentially overvalued a little bit that cornerback room, at least the way that people are not really going after them right now. Maybe it's not an overvaluing. It's just that the run hasn't started just quite yet. The pick is in, and it's not defense. It's Dejon Stribling, wide receiver from Ole Miss. Let's have a conversation, Tom, because I see your face, I see producer Jack's face, I see producer Sam's face. They are all smiling. That makes me excited that this pick sucks.
I wrote down sleeper, but I had him in the 4th round.
You had him in the 4th round. So what does that mean? Sleeper as in he gets taken in the 3rd?
Means I like him if you take him in the 4th round. He'd be a sleeper upside pick, not 33 overall.
Wow.
Let me go positive first. Let me go positive.
You don't have to.
Great, good frame, super athletic. Showed more yak after catch this year, transferring from Oklahoma State to Ole Miss this past year. 12 forced missed tackles, actually really good production at level, 7.3 yards after catch. Did more short, quick routes this year. My issue here is the profile and the usage doesn't align. He's 6'2", 207, and he ran a 4.36. That screams, oh my God, this guy's a vertical threat. He's going to be so good downfield, and he wasn't used downfield. He's not good enough in contested catches for the size that he should be. I wasn't really convinced the testing speed matched the same way on the vertical speed. He was used a lot on hitch and go routes, were 57% of his routes. So he was the vertical route tree profile, but it was a lot of short stuff, and that may have just been the offense for Ole Miss, and maybe Shanahan can better maximize him. He wasn't used downfield enough for Ole Miss the way I think he should be used there. He does block his ass off, though, and that's a Shanahan type of receiver.
Well, everybody knows that when you draft wide receiver, you look for their run blocking ability first. That's always the big thing there. Look, I think that this is a shocking pick. I also think that this might be a draft, and it's because of the lack of depth, I guess you could say, or maybe the lack of top-end talent, combination of both, where we're going to see picks that jump off the board where we go,
weird picks.
What the F was that? When we look at a guy like Stribling, he's a good wide receiver, but he's someone that could be taken later on. Well, it's also important to note that with a Kyle Shanahan style of offense, in the play-action pass game, they do like to go deep. And so maybe there's a potential that he just wasn't used the correct way over at Ole Miss. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. I've been told right now in my ear that their pick is in as well, so they're already firing through very quickly.
Good.
Let's take a quick guess, unless you've already seen.
I saw, so I'm not gonna.
All right. Well, then I'll just let you know. Chase Besantis, not at 33. He comes
one off.
At
I was one
34. You were so close. Let me know about this big ugly from Texas A&M.
There'd been some buzz he could sneak into the round 1 range. My number 2 guard left right behind Emmanuel Pignam, but one spot overall, so 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I like this pick for Arizona. Go build out your offensive line, protect your new running back and your quarterback long term. Multi-year starter, mostly at left guard, has actually done some right guard and right tackle. I think he's better in zone blocking than he is gap, which I think is what you'll see a lot of in Arizona with LaFleur. Good frame. He's 6'5", 314. The length's not very good. You can even kind of see in the photo, I don't think his hands are hanging down there very far.
No.
31 and 3/4 inch arms. 32 at the pro day if you feel better about that one there. Moves very well at his size. No one did all the drills at the combine this year. 6 people did. Did all the drills, the bench, the agilities, the testing, all of it. Besantis was one of them. Big concern for me why I wasn't as high. He gets himself into trouble with the length. He will lunge and overextend, and it happens. He's a penalty boy, I think, is part of that too. 16 flags over the past 2 years. But adding offensive line for Arizona, I think, makes a ton of sense for them. This is my favorite pick so far from Arizona because of it. You needed to get some hog mollies up there.
No, for sure.
I'm sure you love it too.
Well, look, I love anytime you go after an offensive lineman. It's also a pick here, in my personal opinion, where the Arizona Cardinals can't do anything wrong. Now, there are pros and cons to being absolutely horrific. The pro is that anybody you draft is in a position of need. I mean, even the Jeremiah Love pick, which I might not have loved at 3, guess what? You still need a really good running back and an explosive play threat, and he is that. So right now with the Cardinals, anytime you can get any player that's going to add to instantly being a starter for your team, you got to do that. I like Besantis. I like Pregnon a little more, but that's also my biases. Hit that subscribe button whether you are on Seahawks Today, NFL Daily, or if you are on our Cowboys Report channel. We're going to have you covered on all the news on your favorite teams in the National Football League. We are 3 away from a Bean Boozle. My worst nightmare is potentially...
I'll do the first one again.
You don't have to. You already did it. You already.
The funny part is no matter what you pick, you end up getting the bad one. I end up getting the good one now. Somehow.
Yeah, because
some
apparently you just have a horseshoe stuck up your you-know-what. And I just get absolutely hosed. Terrified there. Hit that subscribe button. Let's get all the way to that 150 number, especially while the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Let's see. Can we get to 150 before the Buffalo Bills pick is in? It's just 2 more. If you are new here to us, all you got to do, hit that subscribe button. Helps us grow our channels, and you're going to be covered on the NFL, NBA, college football, MLB, and all kinds of other things. Boom!
Right. Do you want it or do you want me to do it?
I'll do it. You did the last one. Here, you flick it since you apparently
okay.
have all the luck. Yeah, flick it, please. Producer Sam really liked that one. Ooh,
pomegranate or old bandage?
Pomegranate or old bandage.
You can pick the red one, though.
Literally the one that I said is the worst.
You hate old bandage.
It's the worst, and I will throw up. It is the worst, and I will throw up. All right, the pick is in, and I'm going to toss it over to Tom so he can wax poetic about this edge.
Good or bad?
Oh, God damn it.
You got another bad one. Yeah,
my boss just said I have to swallow the bean. All right, let's talk about T.J. Parker because he's going to Buffalo.
Great pick by Buffalo here. Parker, 35th overall here to the Buffalo Bills. I didn't love what I saw this year. This goes for, I think, almost every single Clemson player where it just wasn't as good this past season. But he turns 22 in September. He's going to be an instant impact piece as a run defender. He's very good in that area. His favorite thing to do is he's going to use his long arm, the move in both the actual long arms because they're 33-plus inches, and run right down your chest and bowl over you as much as possible and pressure the quarterback that way. And if you stop that, it's not as good. It's not quite as efficient, and he needs to develop some more moves there. Kind of reminds me a bit of George Karlaftis coming out. Karlaftis tested a bit better than Parker actually tested very well on top of that. But Bills wanted some more edge rushing help. They got a bunch of picks here. Big fan of this one by the Buffalo Bills. Big fan of it.
I like him actually at the edge. I like him a lot more than I like that stupid effing jelly bean.
Top 30 player for me still.
He's someone, too, that he can, as he gets more comfortable with what he is going to be in the National Football League, he can get better. A lot of room to grow there. We got a trade coming in. Hearing this already. Details are coming up here on the board. But the Houston Texans, they are going to trade away pick number 38 and 91. That's going to go to the Las Vegas Raiders, excuse me. The Raiders are going to trade away pick number 36 and 117. So that means the Texans are now on the clock at pick 36. Raiders will move back into
I had thought the Raiders were going to take Cade McDonald here, but I wonder if Houston's going to take Cade McDonald here. I think DT makes a lot of sense for Houston.
Well, and isn't he someone, or at least that position group, that interior D-line has been linked to the Texans because of D'Amico?
Yeah, that's fair.
I was going to say, I feel like I think at one point I saw Amari Washington linked over to them before he announced that he was going
I
back
thought
to
he
the
was going to be a
University of
first-round
Oregon.
pick at he turned pro. He might have been DT1 this year.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. The Oregon football team, they've put themselves in a boom or bust situation. They brought everyone and their mothers back. So that is what it is. Enough talking about the Ducks. Let's rehash this so it is a little bit more clear. The Raiders have traded out of pick number 36. They are going to have the 38th and 91st pick in the NFL draft. The Houston Texans, they now are on the clock with pick number 36, and they are going to have pick 117 in the 4th round. And just like that, the pick is in. And you know what? Go get this guy a lottery ticket. Tom Downey called it. It is Caden McDonald out of the Ohio State University. A fantastic interior defensive lineman, but don't just take my word from it. Take our expert's word from it.
Was actually my number 1 interior defensive lineman this year. Only turned 21 in March. You don't normally see a run-stopping defensive tackle have 65 tackles over the course of a season. Huge part of the Ohio State defense. Plug-and-play nose guard right now. I think the question why he didn't go earlier is he more than a two-down player? 14 pressures all season long. Really only 1 year of play and production. He was buried behind that really good Ohio State defensive line from last year. The comp is maybe 2 on the nose, but I think it's spot on. Remember Tyleik Williams from last year. OSU run-stopping defensive tackle. McDonald was that guy this year. Didn't do much testing. He's also 326 pounds. Like, how good is he really going to end up testing in the end? But I think a great fit for Houston. Plug-and-play nose guard. Love that selection for the Texans. Huge fan of it.
He is someone that Seahawks fans very much wanted on their team and on their roster. Very interesting pick here, but I think when you see a defensive mind like D'Amico Ryans where he says, yeah, I want a defensive guy, you're just like, oh, that's going to
Yeah, you can do it.
That's going to be 100%. It's like if Mike McDonald took a defensive guy. It is like if Robert Saleh took a defensive guy. Look, I know that Robert Saleh didn't have the most success in New York. Hey, guess what? Their defense was pretty damn good. So very interesting pick there, but I think it's more so of how good will he be is the interest as opposed to what will end up happening. We're going to run quickly through those super chats. By the way, I want to make this clear on Seahawks. We are going to discount it for the rest of the second round. You send in a 50, we're going to get that beer bong going for you. Grant Masters sent this in. Is this one of yours?
This is mine, yeah.
I will let you take over.
I've been watching. It's called LVE's pick. That was years ago. Yeah, LVE. I think I got Taco, LVE, and a couple others right all in a row back when Jason Garrett was talking a lot to everybody about what the pick was going to be. It called LV's pick. Appreciate the grind for all these years. We appreciate Tom. Thank you, Grant. Reminder of the Cowboys report. Super chat menu here really quickly. Then we'll go through the NFL Daily one as well. $10 into our raffle. That will be on Saturday. We are also doing $50 for a shot. Got the red vodka once again. And $100 for a beer bong. I did the one RBV bong. I'm feeling a little thirsty, though. Super chat menu for us here on Chat Sports. $5, you're into the Chat Sports gear raffle. $10, we'll talk about your team as well. If there's a 50 or 100 on NFL Daily, I will do the beer bong as well. What's up, Sam? No, by the way, the Texans were worried the Giants picking at number 37, which I think makes a lot of sense. After the Dexter Lawrence trade, we're going to take Caden McDonald. So the Texans jump up in front of New York to secure their guy, which makes me wonder if the Raiders are targeting someone that the Giants aren't going to take. Could they be looking offensive line potentially?
Yeah, or, I mean, at some point, your best available, they're all guys that I think were mocked in pretty much every first round.
Or a good amount of them.
Going into the draft. To see them kind of be in the position that they are in right now is a bit shocking to me personally. You would think eventually one of these corners between Hood, Pons, and McCoy, or even this safety, Manuel McNeil-Warren, would come off the board. Now, we've been talking about the rumors. Good to see that Kayvon Thibodeau posts on his social media like a 16-year-old girl, because this is on Thibodeau's story. It is Paul Walker, Fast 6, I believe.
I don't
maybe
remember.
Fast
Jack, which one was it?
That's not Fast 5. Sorry,
Fast Furious
Fast 7.
I knew Jack. I knew Jack was going to know
Walker.
it immediately.
Paul Walker saying goodbye. So there have been rumors. Yeah, you do it until I see you again. I think that's kind of a lame thing, but whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone. That's what it means.
Kayvon Thibodeau is being rumored right now from Jordan Schultz that the Giants are engaging in trade talks with the Saints. From what that post was, makes me think that he will be on the move. Pick is in, and we have a Tennessee corner off the board going to the New York Giants. It is Colton Hood, though, not Jermod McCoy. So that really makes me think that the McCoy knee injuries are a problem. But let's not downplay Hood because he's a damn good corner.
Yeah, number 5 corner for me in this year's class, behind McCoy, Delane, and Johnson who've gone, and D'Angelo Ponce, who I'm just higher on him because I like these small guys in the end. Hood coming off a huge season for Tennessee. Transferred in from Colorado. Never actually played with Jermod McCoy, by the way. Just turned 21 back in February. I think he's an outside corner. NFL.com comped with Carlton Davis. He's smaller. Hood is actually sub 6 foot. But like the play style, the physicality, the run support, the press coverage stuff he can do, he very much fits in that area. Throwback Carlos Rogers athletic comp. Remember him years ago at Auburn? Good run support player. I think he's physical and man. He's fluid in coverage. Did go to 3 schools in 3 years. 10 years ago, it would have been a big, big red flag. Not as big of a deal now in the NIL era. I think he just needs more reps. He hasn't played enough yet, and I think more reps. There's a plenty of upside here. I like this pick quite a bit by the Giants. So far, outside of Niners, like all the picks. Things are going well.
I was going to say, I like Colton Hood a lot, someone who was mocked to the Seattle Seahawks quite a bit over at pick 32. I think that he's a fantastic corner, someone that I think we've seen the success. Yes, he's bounced around, but he came into Tennessee, played in the SEC. Now, I get it, it's not the Big Ten, but it's a pretty darn good college football conference. And he did exceptional there. Very impressed with him and all that he had.
Quick note, Kai Trimble threw in a $50 super chat on the Cowboys Report. Asked for a beer bong. It's 50 for a shot, 100 for a beer bong. So I can either do the shot, Kai, or you or someone else can match the 50 and I'll do a beer bong.
Or Kai, you can come over to Seahawks. I'll do the beer bong for it, but you got to do it on Seahawks.
So that's the deal. I'll leave it open. Minimum, we'll do the shot for you. And you're into the raffle as well, Kai. Thank you very much, my friend.
Yes, sir. Giants. They've already had 3 picks, although it is only pick 37 that has been done through. Arvell, Reese, Francis, Maui Noah, and Colton Hood are all going to be Giants. We're going to talk more about what's going on here in the draft, but I got to let you know that today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is America's #1 sports pick app and is the best place to win cash while watching sports. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in with our friends at Prize Picks. And I'll tell you this, the app, super easy to use. To qualify for a Prize Picks lineup, pick 2 to 6 players and select more or less on stat projections, including points, rebounds, assists, three-pointers, and several others across all sports. If you're more of a baseball guy or gal, you can choose stats such as hits, home runs, and strikeouts. With the new social feeds feature, you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. That includes me and my guy, producer Searles. You follow us on Prize Picks and get the picks before they even get posted on the show. I have a lineup going on for the football action throughout the entire season. Fernando Mendoza less on regular season games started. Jeremiah Love less on his rushing yards for the season. And Jordan Tyson more for his receiving yards on the year. New user offer. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks. The clickable link to download the app is in the comments and description of today's video. All right, let's go quickly through the picks that have been made so far on today's program. Jerry!
50?
I should have known.
There we go.
I should have known.
Ortner will get it squared away to
That's right.
Dazon Stribling out of Ole Miss to the 49ers, the wide receiver. Chase Basantis, the guard, out of A&M to Arizona. TJ Parker, Clemson edge to Buffalo. Cade McDonald, part of a trade up with the Houston Texans at 36. Colton Hood, which we broke down earlier, not yet announced by the major networks. We're always ahead. That's why you guys subscribe, right? Yeah, of course. Colton Hood at 37 overall to the Tennessee Titans. The Raiders on the clock right now as we wait to see what that pick will end up being here. We didn't get to that Grant one earlier, by the way, Jack, so we're good on that. Super. K-Dog, I'll go rapid fire. How historical does Dallas do in the fourth? There's some good hits there. Some misses. Biotish and Ferguson were really good picks for you, by the way, in the fourth round, recent memory. Kai Trimble had the 50. He said, let's beer bong. 50 is a shot. If someone, Kai or otherwise, matches the 50, we'll upgrade it to the beer bong. Otherwise, I will do the shot. I know the chat won't let me forget. He says trade Pickens to get some picks. I would rather keep him for now, and you can get a linebacker or someone else there in the not too distant future. Maybe get one in the third round or whatever. But appreciate that, Kai. The chat did not like the comment, but hey, he teaches their own. 215. You think we or have heard any rumors about Dallas trading up? Maybe a little bit in the third. I wouldn't expect a giant jump up necessarily, though. So appreciate that. 215. And the last one, I think, was Nick the Magnificent, a $5 super chat. Sorry, Nick 47. Dallas get one of the better linebackers, 92. Trade for a vet linebacker after the draft. This will be the best offseason in 10 to 15 years. We got a long wait, Cowboys fans. So the Cowboys are on the clock. The Raiders pick is in at number 38 overall. We'll bring on Jerry Brooks's $50 super chat, though.
Jerry! Bang! Sir, I got the Murbanga for you. Who would be a solid cornerback or edge to target at the end of round 2? I think the longer and longer that this goes on, Jerry, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Tom, I think that Brandon Cisse becomes more and more of a possibility.
I think so.
I really think that Cisse becomes more and more of a possibility, and he is someone that has definitely been very much linked to the Seattle Seahawks. If you're in the Seahawks Today chat, by the way, make sure that you're paying attention because we got something really cool that's coming your way. Tom, I'm going to toss it back over to you because I got to make sure that I give my due back.
Ribbon on NFL Daily, Greg. Love you guys. Thank you for your awesome coverage. Love you too, Greg. We appreciate you here on the simulcast, the TriCast, actually. Cowboys Report, Seahawks Today, and NFL Daily. The Raiders pick is in. Traden Stukes, the corner, safety, nickel, can kind of do it all. Very fun player out of Arizona. Been a little bit of buzz. He could be a sneaky late round 1 pick. I'm a big fan of his game. He ended up checking in at 48 overall for me. Second round grade, and at that point you're, splitting hairs of which flavor of ice cream you like a little bit more. Massive jump in production. This is very much a coach's kid or coach's guy in like the best way possible. He is older, turns 25 in September. Former walk-on. I had written down sleeper on the combine, and that ended up not being the case anymore. Moved to nickel this past year. Raiders fans, if you just want to get excited, just go watch the highlights. Nobody had, I think, a better interception highlight reel this year than Traden Stukes. There were some in just full-on extension diving interceptions of like, that's awesome football right there. Former walk-on, 3-time captain, which always goes over pretty well. I thought he was going to be a sleeper, not anymore. L'Jarius Sneed, athletic comp, which again fits that like, is he a corner? Is he a safety? Is he a nickel in the end? Older player, again, 6 years at Arizona, but I think a fun fit for the Raiders as they build that defense and overhaul things there. Very good player. I'm curious where they play him. If it's nickel, if it's safety, is it going to be, on the outside? But he's a very fun player.
I wanted him to end up in Seattle. Now, some of this could be late draft hype, right? It could be a lot of push towards the end of the draft where you get really excited about a player. But the fact that he has the versatility that it kind of feels like you need to have nowadays in those defensive back rooms where you can be a safety. You can be a corner. You can be a nickel. You can be someone that jumps into the linebacker box, depending on what is being asked. That's something that Traden Stukes can provide. I actually think that the Las Vegas Raiders are smashing this draft. Pick number 39 is in as well. I want to make sure that we do not fall behind like everyone else is falling behind on the lamestream media versions of this draft. Denzel Boston, Washington wide receiver. He is going to go to the Cleveland Browns. Wow, they're really saying all of our wide receivers suck if they're going to go and get Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. Now, I really like everything that he was able to do at UW. Led that team, helped make life a lot easier for Damon Williams, who people forget as good as he was and as much talent as he had, still a younger quarterback, able to have a lot of success because he had his binna, right? My brother, when he was a kid, he had a blanket. He couldn't say blanket, he said binna, and he'd carry his binna with him wherever he went. If he was going to spend the night at someone else's house, had to have his binna with him. Quarterbacks, they need their binna, that safety valve. That was Denzel Boston. Am I off here, Tom?
No, I think he's a very reliable receiver. 2 drops this year for 3.1%, was 3 for 4.5% back in 2024. I think there is some big slot upside. I don't know if he's going to do that much with KC Concepcion now in Cleveland as well, but Judy and Boston on the outside. There's your X, there's your Z, there's your Y. You have all three, or not Y, the slot. You have all your normal options there. I think the athletic comp may be best. Cortland Sutton, like that type of player. I wrote down a very, very poor man's Puka Nacua. It was like the play style there. I think creates just enough separation. I don't see it, not terrible after the catch, but not as dynamic necessarily. I really like double dipping for Cleveland. Concepcion and Boston were 2 of my top 6 wide receivers. You get a top 2 offensive lineman in Spencer Fano. You trade down. I like what the Browns are doing. I like these picks quite a bit here by Cleveland. I am a fan.
Is this them going all in on Shador? Is this the Cleveland Browns saying, let's build a wide receiver room that can have the most success for him?
Shador or Source Running, sure.
I was going to say that's my next question. If it doesn't work with these two, is that their way of saying it's not Shador, we move on?
You're giving the quarterback a chance to have success. That's what you should be doing, whether that's Shador or somebody else in the future. You add a tackle, you spend a bunch of players on the money on the offensive line. You add Jerry Jeudy, you add 2 receivers now. I like that quite a bit.
Excellent. Speaking of things that you are going to like quite a bit, right now in our comment sections, we are all putting in our merch. All you have to do, you can go in and be a part of this deal. If you end up spending $49, you are going to get $10 off. So essentially it is like what? You end up buying 2 t-shirts, a t-shirt and a hoodie, a t-shirt and a hat. Don't want to guarantee that, but any of the merch over at the chatsports.com /merch store, you can go in and grab that. Thank you. chatsports.com/shop. I have the Seahawks merch in
chatsports.shop, by the way.
Thank you.
Links in the comments, though. That's easiest.
So we got that in the chat for you.
But wait, Will.
What's up?
I have a surprise.
Oh, boy.
Oh, you dropped it.
We did. We have a new T-shirt available. That's why I got a little quiet. And maybe that's why my read might not have been the best there. But we, over on our Seahawks Today channel, have now just launched our Price is Right T-shirt for the new running back that's coming into Seattle. Go and grab yours today. You click that link. It will take you right where you need to go. You can grab that T-shirt.
$5 off right now.
It's also $5 off right now. Hustle up. Go and grab it while you can. We just launched it. Show the support to the channel. By the way, I will be giving shout-outs. I can see when we go and purchase those. If you grab your Price is Right shirt, I'll make sure you get
chatsports.com/price. That's all you got to type in. It's going to take you right to the shirt. $5 off, limited time tonight. So if you are on Seahawks Today, or if you're in NFL Daily, or you're in the Cowboys Report and you like it, chatsports.com/price. Get on in there right now.
Some Notre Dame fans in there.
$5 off right now on sale. Go get it. It looks sweet. I love it. It looks awesome.
Yeah, our crew here did a fantastic job with it. I think it's unbelievable. I can't wait to get mine myself. The pick is in right now for the Kansas City Chiefs, and then we'll fire off pretty quickly because I think that edge rusher chase is starting to go right now. Our Mason Thomas from Oklahoma, he is going to be a Kansas City Chief. Sam's happy, although he went to the Chiefs, who maybe he's not as big of a fan of there. I'm a big fan of our Mason Thomas. If you're wondering what the R stands for, nothing. It's R. That's all it stands for. Explosive off the ball. He's got really good bend. This is, I think, a great fit for KC. Karlaftis is the bigger bodied edge, the power guy. The comp is too easy, but you're hoping for Nick Bonita, right? Because they went to Oklahoma. All right, it's the same. Fun fact, our Mason Thomas, I think, wanted to go to Florida. His dad was college teammates with Emmitt Smith, and Florida never actually offered him.
I do wonder if he's going to be playable enough on rundowns, but at least as that DPR, that designated pass rusher, there's a lot of juice, a lot of athletic ability. The motor is high, the acceleration, the twitch, you name it, he's got it. Not that dissimilar to very kind of similar builds and play styles there. Cassius Howell is the pick by the Bengals at number 41 overall. His R. Mason Thomas checked in at 31 5/8 inch arms. Cassius Howell has a little bit smaller arm length on that front. Not particularly good arm length there. Good pass rush juice as well. His is 30 1/4, which is not something you see very often. Unique Ngakoue player comp here. Play style, the builds are kind of similar as well. Pass rush juice is there. I don't know if he's going to be a run defender for you. He might just be a situational pass rusher. Favorite series in college football this year? Utah State. 3 plays, 3 sacks by Cassius Howell. Which, oh, that's crazy. That does not happen. Normally there's a run play involved, but 3 straight dropbacks by Utah State on the same drive. 3 of them were sacks.
His sack numbers are off the charts. Now, I still believe that with a guy that is that athletic, that he has the ability, in my opinion, to learn how to be a good run defender. I understand he's got small arms. There are ways to use him in certain schemes where I think he can at least be more serviceable, right? But very impressed with everything that Howell has been doing. I had him actually mocked to Seahawks in one of my drafts. And so very disappointed to see him come off the board. Also expect here to see that edge rusher run really start. I want to give a shout out to Toby J and my guy Jerry B. Shout out to both of you. Love you guys. Already went in and grabbed the Price is Right t-shirt. Appreciate both of you. If you want to go and get those are down below in our comment section. Speaking of our comment section, we want to ask you that's okay. Awesome. Shout out your favorite team down below in the comment section. Let us know who you love in Seahawks. I better see a lot of Seahawks over in Cowboys. I know my guy Tom better see a lot of Cowboys. And over into NFL Daily, I'll be very interested in what we have to see over there.
And get your comments in. I did have to close out of the chat sports one because it was slowing down my computer a lot there, just FYI. So I don't have the chat pulled up right now. My bad, guys. It was not happy with me, the computer. I got too many draft tabs up in the background, I suppose. So shout out to your team in the comments section. If you're on Seahawks today, obviously Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
If you're on Cowboys Report, obviously plenty of Cowboys as well. We will get caught up on Super Chats across the board. We are focused more on the picks here as well. Scott and Food actually shouted out the Mavs. Food Review did, which I find that's a fun answer there. That's a fun answer on that one. DC for L, Cowboys, Kurtz, and more. Shout out your favorite team in the comments section of today's show.
Yeah, getting a lot of Seahawks from my guy Pop Toes, Brandon, Jeff, Ricky, and Bunny as well. I also do not have the NFL Daily. Josh, shout out to you. Jack, do you have NFL Daily?
I'll go and reset and pull it up here then.
There.
I'll reset
Tom. No worries. No worries at all. Pick number 42 is in for the New Orleans Saints. We'll pivot over to there, and we'll get back to shout-outs here in just a moment. Cassius Howell, he ends up coming off the board. Defensive lineman for Georgia, Kirby Smart. Ooh, excuse me. I was looking at the wrong one.
You saw the one that got flipped. Yeah,
well, hey, you know what? We have a little bit of Ron Burgundy there for us. Excuse me. Christian Miller, Georgia defensive lineman. Let's talk about him.
Not surprised he's off the board here fairly early. This is a run-stopping defensive tackle out of Georgia. I'm curious what weight he's going to end up playing at. There was that's some fluctuation, not in a bad way on that front. If he's going to be at 321, he was up to 328 at his pro day, by the way. I think he was listed more in like the 315s. Doesn't look that heavy in a good way, by the way. Mm-hmm. 10 pounds heavier than his listed weight. That tells me he's going to play more nose guard. I don't see a lot of great pass rush juice. I feel like he's more of a run clogger, run defender. The pass rush plan isn't there. Did have 5 pressures versus Texas. Of his 19 this year, those offensive lines at Texas were not very good this past season, frankly. You ask him to be he can play 3-tech and play 1-tech and clog the lane as a run defender. He did so much dirty work at Georgia. He brings that to a defense. He was number 40 overall on my board. He's off here at pick 42. My best available defensive tackle left as well.
Yeah, definitely someone that I believe when you look at a guy that size and you find out he's 321, doesn't that guy look like he can add more weight? Doesn't that look like a guy like good weight? You know what I mean? You look at the picture, that's not a fat defensive lineman, and that's also not a guy who is maxed out on his muscle mass, in my personal opinion. He's a big, strong, physical kid, but there is room to grow for him. And in the right system, I do believe that he could grow in New Orleans. Is New Orleans going to be the right spot for him? I don't know. Now on the clock, we do have the Miami Dolphins at pick number 43. A couple of different options that they could go with here for Miami. They're also the type of organization that has made it very clear what they want to do and what they need to do, and that is
get players who are good.
Well, tear it down to the studs and then get players who are good. They've already torn it down to the studs. Guys who are best available, still seeing that top 3 that we've talked about now for the better part of day 2. Jermon McCoy, D'Angelo Pons, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Jack wants to make a prediction here?
Ooh.
Oh, that'd be a lot of fun. I like that one.
Ooh.
I like that one.
I like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren as well. I think that is a good call there, Jack. Appreciate it. While we're waiting for that Dolphins pick to come in, if you're having a good time, go down below in the comment section and hit the thumbs up button, because that like button is usually right next to the comments depending on where you have it. It's super easy to do. You just hit that thumbs up button. We're trying to get to 100 right now on Seahawks. I know NFL Daily, that number's probably skyrocketing, Jack.
Well, we'll see. My goal right now in this like push while we're waiting for pick number 43 is 500 likes. We're at 312, but we have almost 1,700 people watching the live. So if less than 200 people like it, we're at 500. I want to get to 500 likes on our NFL Daily stream right now. Let's go.
Like the video on Cowboys. Oh!
Yeah, Tom, I'm going to just sit back and let you go on this one.
We have a trade for the Dallas Cowboys. D. Winters is headed to the Dallas Cowboys. No details yet. D. Winters is headed to the Dallas Cowboys. So they do go out and get a vet linebacker here. They do go out and get a vet linebacker. D. Winters is headed to the Dallas Cowboys, the TCU linebacker. So they have their veteran. We're waiting on the details there. Winters to Dallas. We thrown him out there as a possibility. We thrown it out there as a possibility.
What are your initial thoughts on this? I know that you're probably swirling a little bit right now. Obviously, you had said earlier today that you thought the Cowboys were going to go after a linebacker at one point. You did think that it would be after the draft. They have now made the decision to go and make the trade for D. Winters. Do you like this? Is this the right move here for the Cowboys to make this trade to get D. Winters? I know it's not fair to ask until the
can I see what the compensation is?
So is there a chance? What's the crash out potential here?
I think a 3 would be a lot. They have multiple 4s, so that would make some sense. I could see a future pick as well, because Niners have extra capital, I guess, now with some couple trade downs. But I think Winters is a good football player. I think this is a helpful piece. So I think, if I recall correctly, they've been involved with him, like doing some of the green dot stuff in the past. So once the details come in on the D. Winters trade, we'll go more in depth on it. Don't know what it is, but D. Winters is a Cowboy. Everyone's favorite linebackers off the board too, Will.
That is true. Pick number 43 is in. The Miami Dolphins have went out and got Jacob Rodriguez. I think this is an excellent pick for them. They're getting a guy who can run that defense very efficiently, in my opinion. He is going to grow into being a great linebacker. Convince me why I am right.
I think he's super impactful. He's consistently around the football. Bunch of interceptions, bunch of takeaways, bunch of forced fumbles. any athletic ability questions were answered at the combine. I don't think he's going to be a true thumper downhill guy, but he is very, very athletic, by the way. So Brett was slacking me, so whatever the plan is, just let me know.
Yep. No worries. The more and more that I look at a guy like Jacob Rodriguez, the more and more that I think that this is a smart decision and a smart pick here by the Dolphins, because they need a lot of guys who can be leaders. They need a lot of guys who
Fifth-round
can be
pick for D.
good
Winters,
players.
by the way. Sorry.
Fifth-round pick for D. Winters, according to Ian Rappaport. That's a good deal there, I think.
That's reasonable. Don't know what year it is, by the way. Worth mentioning that.
Probably
I would assume this year. But.
Yeah, I was going to say if it's 27, might change everything else. Tom, I know that you're going to be jumping over and doing a Cowboys video where you're going into greater detail on this. So why don't I just ask you a quick final thought on it? Initial one-word reaction.
You needed a veteran linebacker. I wondered if they were going to do it post-draft, but they did do it pre-draft there. So, Sam Planis, I'm going to step off. We're going to go full live on Cowboys here, solo. Okay, we'll double check. We will have a full breakdown for you on the D. Winters trade for the Dallas Cowboys. If you're watching on Maine and the Seahawks today, or on Chat Sports and Seahawks today, Will's got you covered. More details. D. Winters, Cowboys do something in the second round here coming up on the Cowboys Report, so just be patient, please, and thank you.
It's just us now, and we're talking about another trade over here on the NFL draft. This one, Lions, they are going to move up to pick number 44. The New York Jets, they are moving back after pick 44. They just traded they received a second-round pick from the Lions, and they also got a fourth round. So pick number 50 is their second-round pick now, and they're getting an extra fourth-round pick at 128. Jets, very similar plan to the Miami Dolphins. They need a lot of help. They need a lot of good players. Tom, you're so close to sneaking out underneath me. We saw your butt. When I look at this trade here from the Jets, I think it makes a lot of sense. You want to move back. You want to give yourself as many opportunities as possible to get as many good players as possible. Downey's best available, Jermon McCoy, D'Angelo Ponce, Emmanuel McNeil, Warren, and C.J. Allen are all up and available. I would expect the Lions to go after a offensive lineman or D lineman. Where are they going?
You want me to give a prediction? You want me to give a prediction?
Yeah, do the Will Order prediction.
I think they're going to go after an edge. That's what I think they need. Ooh. And I think that just using my crystal ball, I think they're going to go after a Michigan man in Derek Moore.
This is a big deal. Derek Moore staying in Michigan. What is this, an hour drive, Ann Arbor to Detroit? Derek Moore, a lot of Seahawks fans are going to be upset. We were hoping that he would still be on the board and still be available for the Seahawks to get at pick number 64. He's not going to be there, taken by the Detroit Lions. You're getting an edge rusher that can play the run just as well as he can play the pass. This is very disappointing for Seahawk fans because they were unable to get him. Moore, I think, adds perfectly into what they want to do in Detroit. Be strong, physical, and they are going to be aggressive in that edge rusher room. And I've also seen a lot of success for the Lions and Michigan edge rushers a la Aiden Hutchinson. I like this move to go and get Derek Moore by the Lions. I was hoping that he'd be available later on, but unfortunately, he is not going to be available later on for the Seattle Seahawks. Good at getting after the quarterback, someone that grew as he got more and more reps at the college level. Definitely someone that I think is going to bring a lot of success to Detroit. For those of you who are just joining us, obviously Tom had to step out with the D. Winters trade on Cowboys. It's going to be a lot of me. It's going to be a lot of producer Jack. Yes. If you're over on the Cowboys Report and you're still hanging out with us, Tom will be right back. So do not go anywhere unless you go to Seahawks Today. Then that's cool. Or NFL Daily. But just stay at Cowboys Report because Tom is going to be back soon. Let's quickly run through the last couple of picks because it's been a bit hectic here for us on the channel. So last couple of picks. Let's start at 37. New York Giants. They went and got Colton Hood, the quarterback out of Tennessee. Jermod McCoy still on the board. Trayden Stukes, cornerback, safety, nickel, all of the above from Arizona. He goes to the Raiders. Denzel Boston, wide receiver from Washington. He's going to go to the Cleveland Browns. R. Mason Thomas comes off the board, much to Sam's delight. He is going to be joining. I ended up missing that. I apologize. Is he a Chief? He's a Chief. Cassius Howell, he's going to go to the Bengals. Christian Miller, defensive lineman from Georgia to the New Orleans Saints. Jacob Rodriguez, great call there. Linebacker from Texas Tech, he's going to join the Miami Dolphins. And Derek Moore just came off the board at pick number 44, edge rusher for the Detroit Lions from Michigan previously. Pop Toes, shout out to you. Appreciate you. Thank you for being in the building. Sorry I'm late, Will. 12s are the best. JS, we trust. Go Hawks. No reason to say sorry. We appreciate you being here. Let's see. Who else is next? The Buzzkin. Shout out to you, sir. This was from Downey, or to Downey, excuse me. Downey, do you think that Price was just as big of a waste of a pick as Penny with bigger talent on the board at position of bigger need? I'm going to take this because Tom obviously had to jump off. I don't think that it was necessarily a waste. In fact, I'm so excited about that pick. We are now selling these great T-shirts. Price is ... Price is right. Go grab yours. No worries. NFL Daily, Charlie G. Shout out to you, man. That is pretty sweet, dude. I like that. I like that, sir. Shout out to you. That's right. Seahawks fans, if you have not had an opportunity to go and grab this great T-shirt, I'm putting that link down below in the comment section right now. Price is ... Fantastic T-shirt. I love the design. I think you're going to love it as well. Go and grab yours today. If you grab yours like my guy Jerry B, you go and grab yours just like my guy Toby J. I'll make sure that I give you a shout out on the show today, and you'll get a shout out in a future video.
That is chatsports.com/price. That's all you got to type in. You put it in your chat as well? The link in the chat?
Sir.
There you go. And we're also running sales on our Chat Sports store. If you spend $49, you get $10 off. Pretty awesome deal, if I do say so myself. So you could, if you're a Seahawks fan, get one of these Price is Right shirts. You could also get a Mob Mentality shirt as well. And if you bundle it all together, you might get $10 off on top of the $5 off of the Price is Right. I mean, these are all incredibly awesome deals. Also, we have another deal married into this merch. Mother's Day's coming up. If your mom married into this or your significant other has married into this and you've got a kid of your own, 25% off married into this merch. We've got stuff for Cleveland, Pittsburgh, New York Giants, Philly. We've got the Chicago. We've got Dallas, and we've got Minnesota. Those are the teams we have married into this. That's all going to be at chatsports.com/married, and then chatsports.shop is what you need to go to for the spend $49, get $10 off.
These are all great deals. Definitely go and jump on this if you can. Now, we do have a couple of picks that are in. Very excited, although a lot of Seahawks fans are not going to be excited. We're going to go back-to-back Missouri players, not to give it away, but let's start first with Zion Young because the Baltimore Ravens got their edge. Yes, they traded for Max Crosby. Yes, they backed out of trading for Max Crosby. Yes, they signed Trey Hendrickson. Now they're drafting Zion Young, someone that obviously had been kind of linked to the Seattle Seahawks. He's big, he's strong, he's physical, great at going after the run as well as getting after the pass. 52 pressures is freaking stupid to have. I'm telling you right now, the fact that he's getting 52 pressures is absolutely stupid. Now, he doesn't have great counters, but that's not shocking from a young defensive edge rusher. These are the things that you can continue to improve upon as you get older and older. I think that he's going to do some big-time work with the Baltimore Ravens. I also think that he could very easily learn from Trey Hendrickson when it comes to being a better edge rusher. Wow, oh wow, we got all kinds of breaking news for the Cowboys. I hope that's from Mike Garafolo. Not a move, but they will. It'll have something to do with their schedule. Let's talk next about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because I said back-to-back Mizzou. They went in and they got Josiah Trotter, a very old school, more of a thumper style of middle linebacker, but definitely someone that doesn't let people get away from him once he's got his arms around them. I've been very impressed with all of the tape that I've been able to watch with Trotter. The only issue is that at times he is not the best coverage guy. That is something that you don't typically see a player get drafted high with that as a knock in today's NFL. When you look at today's NFL, it's largely built on guys who are a little bit slimmer at that linebacker position, that Mike position, guys who are able to run with a tight end, guys who are able to run with a slot wide receiver if they need to be. Trotter kind of bucks this trend. Will he be able to stay on the field for this Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense on third down? We'll see. Still saying right now, you got a very, very talented, a very, very skilled middle linebacker. The three guys who have been on the top of Tom Downey's best available big board, Jermod McCoy, D'Angelo Ponce, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, they have not come off the board yet. It now makes me wonder, are they going to be available later on in this draft? Could they fall into the 50s? Could they fall into the 60s? How bad is Jermod McCoy's knee? Because I think that is very clear bugaboo right now. Sam. Perfect. Is there anything that I need to do on my end other than count down and say goodbye? Perfect. Cannot wait. For those of you that are wondering, Tom will be with you shortly over on the Cowboys Report. I promise I'll let you know when we're going to toss you back over to him. He's getting prepared, and he's going to be hanging out with AP, so you can hang out with AP as well. Go down below in the comment section right now. Let me know who your best available player is. Obviously, we know that Tom Downey believes it's Jermod McCoy. I agree with Tom. I think it's a little bit crazy that Jermod McCoy has not been snagged yet. So, who do you think is the best available? Because you may disagree with us as we wait now for that next pick to come in. Ooh, Boskin says McCoy. I couldn't agree more with you. Now it's very clear, how injured is that knee? How bad is that knee? Brandon says he likes Garrett Nussmeier. Now, it's a bit bold, but maybe you're buying into the cyst was a bigger deal than maybe you expected.
Where's all my people on NFL Daily? We have 1,400 people watching. I got all out Broncos here saying Beck. Narvin's Lewis is also going with Carson Beck as the best player available. So we got some Carson Beck stands in here. Going with Carson Beck. Where are we at, though? How are we feeling?
I want nothing to do with Carson Beck. All right, we are on pick 47.
Trade.
And we have a trade.
Mullins is going with Jackus from Illinois. We got Pregnon from Ronnie.
Ooh, Emmanuel Pregnon. I love him out of Oregon.
We
have a trade alert. We're going to get that up on the screen here. The Colts, they were supposed to have pick number 47. They no longer have pick 47. They are making a trade with the Steelers. So the Colts, they are going to move back in this draft. Steelers are moving up. Are they going for their wide receiver here? Steelers clearly need to get some weapons for whoever is the quarterback. Is it going to be Will Hard? Is it going to be Aaron Rodgers? Right now, the Steelers have moved up, and we have the trade details ready for you. Hey, Jack.
Hey.
I'm sorry. Can we get that guy off, please?
That's a good call. There you go. That is changing.
All right. I want to make sure that the people can see my six-pack abs.
Yeah, for sure.
Steelers, they have moved up in the draft. They are going to be now on the clock at pick number 47. They also get a 7th-round pick number 249 from the Indianapolis Colts. The Colts are moving back in the draft to pick number 53. They are going to gain a 4th-round pick at 135, and then essentially they're doing that pick swap, moving up just a little bit for that 7th-round pick at 237. Interesting trade here. Steelers, they are moving up. The faithful over there in Pittsburgh, they are restless right now. The terrible towels are waving. Who are they going to go in and get?
They got to go wide receiver here. There's no way. They wanted Malachi Lemon. Mackay, excuse me. Sorry. They wanted Lemon yesterday, and got absolutely jumped by the Philadelphia Eagles. Oh, and the pick is in.
Wow. This is a great selection here. Jeremy Bernard, Alabama wide receiver. I like this move by them. He is an athletic wide receiver that is great after the catch, has a high yards per average catch, great at getting into the end zone. Another guy who had a lot of success early on in the season at Alabama as teams kind of figured out that offensive line. Certainly, they kind of moved back a little bit there. He's someone who's not going to be a great deep threat, not great at contested catches, but a great way to fix your contested catches issues is just by simply catching the football and by getting open to where you don't have to make contested catches. Had a good year so far, and definitely someone that's going to be important to keep your eye on. All right, so I want to let the Cowboys Report faithful know that very quickly we are going to sign you off of the main so that you can be with the great Tom Downey. And we are going to do that here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. For the NFL Daily people, we are happy to see y'all. The Seahawks Today people, we of course are happy to see you. I'm not going anywhere. You're going to get a lot of Will Ortner today. Thank you to the Cowboys Report, folks. It was good to hang out with you and good to see you, but you are obviously going to get gone. We're going through the draft right now. Last 3 picks, Zion Young, edge rusher from Missouri, Josiah Trotter, linebacker from Missouri, and now Jeremy Bernard, wide receiver from Alabama. Whatever channel you are watching us on, whether it's simulcasted on Seahawks Today or you're on NFL Daily with Chat Sports, hit that subscribe button. Help us run those numbers up. We're trying to grow as fast as humanly possible. Plus, if you subscribe to our channels, you're going to be covered on the Seahawks and you're going to be covered on the NFL, and you don't want to miss out on any of the news there. Interesting. Jeremy Fowler, he had this to say, essentially, that the Steelers are very excited to get receiver Jeremy Bernard, but they felt like they had to move up for the Rams. I have it, so I am Gucci. Yep, I hear you. I hear you. So we're going to get to the Atlanta Falcons pick here in just a moment because that pick is in. But I do need to let you know about a fine sponsor of today's program, and that is Chubby's. Fellas, springtime is here, and you know what that means. It's time to let those thighs breathe. Whether you're playing around a golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, or visiting an actual garden, Chubby's has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. Bright polos that demand attention? Check. Killer shorts that show off those beautiful thighs? Double check. Chubby's original shorts provide that classic look with a fresh vibe and a modern fit. They're designed for comfort, built for stretch, and designed to give you thigh-high confidence. Experience unmatched comfort and style with Chubby's iconic original stretch shorts. Depending on how much thigh you're looking to show, Chubby's makes them in 4-inch, 5.5-inch, and 7-inch inseams. These shorts have the stretchiest fabric for the ultimate flexibility while maintaining a perfectly tailored fit. Whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubby's has you covered. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving our viewers 20% off your order with our code CHATSPORTS at chubbysshorts.com. That's code CHATSPORTS at chubbysshorts.com. Support our show and tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubby's. And wow, what a fascinating pick here from the Atlanta Falcons. Because, one, A.J. Terrell was already over there. They're going to get both Terrell brothers. I'm putting that Chubby's link in the Seahawks chat for y'all. Avian Terrell comes off the board. Fantastic cornerback from Clemson. Someone that I was hoping that would end up in Seattle. He ended up falling past pick number 32. Didn't end up being taken by Seahawks at 32. Not going to fall to them at 64. Very fluid player, great hips, quick swivel. Definitely a player that could play in the nickel, but also very good on the outside as well. Definitely is a little bit on the smaller end, so that's going to be something to pay attention to. But a very good pick, I believe, there by the Atlanta Falcons. I really like both Terrell brothers. I really like Avian Terrell. I was hoping that Avian Terrell would have ended up in Seattle. That is the very first pick. For the Atlanta Falcons there. So Ian Rappaport had an interesting take today that I do want to talk about here. It looks like it's going to be a while before we see any quarterbacks come off the board. There were rumors that Carson Beck could potentially be coming off the board quickly. I don't know if Garrett Nussmeier had gotten to that point, but the rumors were that there were going to be quarterbacks taken in the early day today. Doesn't look like it's going to happen necessarily, at least according to Rappaport. Could be waiting until the third round. Right now, according to our NFL draft expert, Tom Downey, Garrett Nussmeier, Drew Aller, Taylon Green, and Cole Payton are the top quarterbacks on the board. I personally believe that it's a little rich for my blood to go in and draft a quarterback here, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is rich for anyone else's blood. Potentially a team that believes they need a quarterback and aren't afraid to take that risk, well, maybe they want to go and take that pick right now. Obviously, the Minnesota Vikings are on the board right now. I have a hard time seeing them go and make that move, but that is definitely a potential there as well. Yeah, that's awesome. They're just hugging each other. Love that. Been a while since I got to give a shout out over on the Seahawks, so I want to make sure that I put that Price Is t-shirt link back in the chat. Go and grab yours today. I get alerted when you go and grab one of those t-shirts, so make sure that you go in and grab that right now if you can. And I will give you a shout out on the show today, but also we're going to have a shout out that we can give later on. And if you're over at NFL Daily and you say, hey, I think that t-shirt is freaking sweet, all you got to do, chatsports.com/price. You can go grab yours as well. It's a fire shirt, Green Pepper. If you haven't grabbed yours, grab yours right now. Great deal. I think it's a great t-shirt. Plus, we use some of the best fabrics here as well. Trade alert. The Minnesota Vikings will not be making the 49th pick. The Carolina Panthers, they are moving up to go and make that pick for the Vikings. Mike Garafolo, he's the one who has gotten us the details on this trade. He has the Panthers trading up to pick number 49. Oh, excuse me. I have this backwards. He has the Minnesota Vikings trading down. They are going to trade. Thank you. I'm looking at anyways. The Minnesota Vikings, they are trading. I had it right the first time. Down to pick number 51. They are also going to get an extra 6th-round pick at 196. The Carolina Panthers have traded up to pick number 49. And on the 5th round side of things, they are also going to get one as well. They are going to get pick 159 there. Interesting trade. Carolina Panthers, could they be moving up to go and try and get one of these corners? Very interested to see what they could be doing. Could they go and get a safety? They had been linked to Dylan Thieneman. Jack, do you think there's a potential for that?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see here. They obviously are seeing someone that they think is not going to make it down to them. So I think it's going to be interesting to watch and see what happens here. These trades are so fickle, because they can happen so quickly, and it's just, I'm intrigued, is what I'll say. I'm very, very intrigued.
Right. Very, very interested to see what the move is going to be here. I'd be shocked if it's not Emmanuel McNeil Warren. It just seems like
I feel like McNeil Warren was talked about so much to go in the first round,
right?
And it just would make sense,
right? All right. So the Carolina Panthers, they are on the clock. Their pick is in. Where are they going to go? And a curveball is thrown. We're talking about Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Well, that's not exactly where they are going to go. They are going to go defense, though, but they're going to go with an interior defensive lineman, someone that we had potentially had linked to the Seattle Seahawks. If you're an Oregon Duck fan, you were able to see this man in person, and Lee Hunter is off the board, interior defensive lineman from Texas Tech. He is a fascinating player, someone that's not necessarily great at getting after the passer. It's also not necessarily what you want in someone at that interior defensive line. Great at stopping the run, someone who does a good job of really clogging up the middle. He is a hell raiser. Now, he is a little bit of a smaller defensive lineman, but when you are a smaller defensive lineman, that allows you to get underneath the pads of opposing players. He does move rather quickly side to side. He is not just some fat, tubby piece of goo. He is someone that is going to be able to make plays for this team. And it's clear the trenches are a big deal for the Panthers. They selected Monroe Freeling early in round 1. They're now selecting Lee Hunter in round 2. I like the trenches play here. I really like the trenches play here. If you like the pick, go down below in the comment section and hit that thumbs up button. We're trying to get over to 100 likes on Seahawks. Hit that thumbs up button. If you're over on NFL Daily, we're trying to get to what? Probably 1,000 likes. Pretty darn close to that. Go over there and hit that thumbs up button as well. Hit that thumbs up button. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fun day today. Obviously a little bit hectic. Obviously a little bit different. After you hit that thumbs up button, you're already down there. You might as well shout out your favorite team, hoping to see a lot of Seahawks people in there. Let's run another deal on Seahawks, by the way, or on NFL Daily. I'll do it on either. If we get a 50 cent in on either channel, I will do a beer bong. While you're shouting out your favorite team, a lot of Seahawk fans right now they're split. There's a lot of price arguments going on. We're not even to the point where we can shout out the Seahawks because we are very split on how we feel about Jadarian Price.
All right, let's shout out your favorite teams, and we will talk about the first one we see. I'm looking at NFL Daily. I would assume, Will, that everyone's typing Seahawks over on Seahawks today.
Lots of 12s.
So we're going to take one from NFL Daily. So if you are on NFL Daily right now, spam your team, and we will talk about them. Let's go. Let's get them in. I'm going to give it 5. I'll give it 15 seconds. Let's get them in. Come on now.
Yes.
I'm going to give it. We just got 400 likes on NFL Daily as well, so thank you all so much. Keep them coming. All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I see the New England Patriots. That's my favorite team. I see the Patriots.
Ooh, you want to talk about the Patriots?
Yeah, I mean,
Let's talk about the Patriots. I'm interested
So-
because
Talk about the Patriots coach.
I don't know if I want to do that. But
I don't know. People really don't like Josh McDaniels. That's clearly something
so
that is an issue.
wide receiver is a big need. I think we all assume that that's going to be A.J. Brown. They tackled one of their needs last night in offense by bringing in Caleb Lumu from Utah, who I was very bullish on. Thought that was a really great pick. And when is their next pick? They have 9 picks remaining, 2 on day 2. Let me take a look real quick. I don't know off the top of my head when they pick next. They pick at number... Need to get to the right graphic here.
Ooh, Matt Gray. We'll get you on the screen here in just a moment.
They pick at number 63, so they're 13 picks away. It's going to be interesting to see what they do here. Wide receiver is something that I don't know if that's necessarily, again, I don't know if that's necessarily the biggest need right now, because I think we all assume that A.J. Brown's going to be a Patriot at some point.
Right.
I would look for edge or linebacker. I think defense is probably something they need to look for. Or maybe they retool the offensive line even more, because that was something we saw in the Super Bowl this past year against your Seattle Seahawks, is that they could not block to save their lives. No. So that's going to be something interesting to see. But the pick is in for the New York Jets, and it is D'Angelo Pons. Let's talk about D'Angelo Pons headed to the Jets, one of Tom's biggest remaining best available players.
Yes, so I like D'Angelo Pons. In fact, I really wanted him to end up in Seattle. So much so that I was hoping, of course, that the Seahawks would let him fall to them, or he would end up falling to the Seahawks. Not necessarily a let thing happen here. He is an undersized player, but that does not mean that he would not have success in the National Football League. In fact, I think that he's going to have a lot more success than people realize, because he is really good right now at playing in the slot. And it feels like when you look at the National Football League and the way defenses are going, you need to have guys that can play a couple of different positions. You need a couple of different guys that aren't afraid to play in the slot, but that can also play on they can also play, in my personal opinion, in a couple of different spots on the inside, outside, nickel, dime, outside cornerback, inside, wherever they need to be. And Pons is that type of player. I like this move personally from the New York Jets. What is the player comp? Oh, Aaron Glenn grabbed Aaron Glenn.
I said this last night, and I'm going to say this again. I think that the Jets have had one of the best drafts so far, in my personal opinion. I'm very bullish on what the Jets have done so far. We can take a look at their picks here in a second. Don't have one of the graphics I'm looking for here.
I'll say this, though, to be fair to the Jets, while they're having a good draft, 100%, is it also fair to say that the Jets, they kind of had to, if they didn't end up having a good draft, then they really failed, because all they have are holes. They don't have a true blue, hey, there's no issues here. You can just, like the Seahawks, right? Seattle has running back. Seattle has corner. Seattle, if they draft players in those positions, they are going to be okay. They are going to have some success. If they don't draft players in those positions, well, then Seattle might not have as much success as you may want. The New York Jets, they can almost shoot fish in a barrel here, because whoever they pick is going to be a player that they need, because they are so freaking weak. Oh, that's okay. We're working on some behind-the-scenes stuff here. Yes, and I definitely appreciate that, sir. Definitely. I got it. All right. It's going to be a long draft day today, but we are going to be here with you the entire time. On the clock right now are the Minnesota Vikings. They are trying to make their pick, and it is in. Jake Golday, the linebacker from Cincinnati, another middle linebacker, is off the board.
We're going through a little bit of a linebacker run here. You had Rodriguez to the Dolphins a few picks ago, and it's really like a trenches run right now. Outside of D'Angelo Pons, you saw Lee Hunter go off the board, Josiah Trotter, Zion Young, Derek Moore. You're starting to see teams turn into the front seven as far as where they want to bolster their roster, which makes sense given a lot of those guys have that second-round talent but are just kind of on the edge, right, of that true round one status.
Right. Well, I also wonder, too, when you look at a guy like Golday, first of all, I like him, right? When you're going to get an interior linebacker, you need someone that has played quite a bit. It's the quarterback of your defense. You need someone that is going to be able to quarterback and get the guys in the right positions possible. So I want a guy who's been around a little bit. What I worry about is we've now seen Trotter and Golday go off the board, and neither is great at coverage.
Yeah, and I think that you're getting the same thing just generally as like traits linebackers. That's kind of the same thing that you get with Trotter, traits, athletic, but the processing, right, is where they're still a step behind, the instincts, and that usually kind of shows itself most when they're getting picked on in coverage, whether it's by tight ends up the seam or, shifty slot receivers that can just find ways to create space against those guys. I like Golday. He's a good player, and the numbers on screen are pretty impressive. Mm-hmm. Him and Ivan Pace is an interesting kind of duo in the middle of that defense. They've been kind of looking for an impact player in those trenches. Jalen Redmond, a nice young defensive lineman for him. But beyond that, I think it's interesting to see a young player like him maybe step in, earn a starting job right from the jump, and produce on this Brian Flores defense.
Very true. Right now on the board are the Green Bay Packers. Their pick is in as well. Again, we might see an unprecedented fall for the second year in a row. And I guess I shouldn't say unprecedented because that means it's never happened before. And the Shedeur Sanders fall last year, literally happened last year. But Jermod McCoy is continuing to drop. Now, the difference between him and Sanders is that obviously there weren't any injury issues with Sanders. There are injury issues with McCoy. But as McCoy continues to fall back and fall back and fall back, the question has to continue to get asked. How bad is his physical? How bad is his knee injury? What is the breakdown on this? Are we at a point now when he gets taken simply because you just can't pass up on that value?
That's where it gets tricky, right? Because I think the deeper you get in the draft, obviously, once you get to like days 2 and 3, but day 2 in particular, I feel like you really start to see some of the differences in how different organizations evaluate players. Obviously, schemes play a factor, but just general, analytics factored in, team preference. How do they, prioritize certain positions over others within that offensive or that defensive scheme? So This is where you start to see teams get not picky, but just go for their guys, so to speak.
Yes, because we're seeing a lot of guys that are high up on not just Tom Downey's best available draft board, but on a lot of others as well that are not getting taken.
Yeah.
Because the latest pick from the Green Bay Packers is going to piss off a lot of Seahawks.
There's really not that much of a difference between Josiah Trotter and Jake Golday. Like, you're really going down to who you like more in that, not in that moment, but the lead up to.
Right. Who fits you more? Brandon Cisse off the board. He is a Green Bay Packer. A lot of Seahawks fans are upset. Well, because I think South Carolina, I don't know what's going on in that defensive back room, but there have been 3 guys in the last 2 years, Nicky Manwari, Brandon Cisse is the other one, and then Jalen Kilgore, who we'll talk about in a minute. They are unbelievably athletic. They are great when it comes to their coverage. They're also big and strong enough to play into the run. Now, Cisse is more of a corner, but at the same time, you can use him in the nickel like the Seahawks use Nicky Manwari. You can even, if you really wanted to, use him on the line of scrimmage. Like, you're getting to a point now where cornerbacks and safeties are these hybrids where they can play just as well in the slot as they can play out on the outside, and they're not afraid to tackle. We used to have a saying when it came to cornerbacks, right? When it came to do we make them in our count for our run schemes, we do not account for them in run schemes because there is no reason. They are not going to put their body on the line to try and make a tackle. That's not the case anymore. And Brandon Cisse is a great example of that.
And he's a young player. I think if I remember correctly, still only 20 years old, turns 21 before the start of the season. But this is, I don't want to say a project, but certainly a guy who has some developing to do. But boy, there's some tantalizing upside if he develops properly. And I think the Packers have done a good job in recent years with guys like Jair Alexander, Keyshawn Nixon, another one that comes to mind, late round guy, initially started as their return specialist. Right. This is an interesting pick. I'm a fan.
Yes, I'm a big fan of him as well. Speaking of things I'm a fan of, today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is America's #1 sports pick app and is the best place to win cash while watching sports. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in with our friends at Prize Picks. And I'll tell you this, the app is really easy to use. To qualify for a Prize Picks lineup, pick 2 to 6 players and select more or less on stat projections, including points, rebounds, assists, three-pointers, hits, home runs, strikeouts, and several other stats across all sports. With a new social feeds feature, you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. That includes myself, of course. You follow me on Prize Picks and get the picks before they even get posted on the show. I have a lineup for the football action that's going to be going on next season. Fernando Mendoza, less on his regular season games started. Jeremiah Love, less on his rush yards. And Jordan Tyson, more on his receiving yards. New user offer. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks. Clickable link to download the app is in the comments and description of today's video. Matt Gray! Boom! What's going on, sir? Bryce is a good pick. Would have been nice to trade down and still get him, but that's okay. I like who we have, but couldn't see them starting week 1. Sad to see Zion Young get taken, but in John Schneider, we trust. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, sir! Yes, I couldn't agree more. I would have loved to trade back and get Jadarian Price. Unfortunately, the Seahawks were not able to do that. I like the pick that you have there. Jerry Brooks, is McCoy a Riley Mills? A guy who is a first-round talent who drops because of injury. If talent is there, take him. Let him get healthy. You got to be comfortable with knee getting right through it. Jerry, I completely agree with you, sir. I think that at this point, take McCoy. And if his knee doesn't end up working, that's okay. Seattle can afford to take that risk. Charlie G, shout out my boy Alex, that GED, my boy. Love that. Shout out to you. Congratulations on getting your GED. Christian Malley, what's good, brother? First reaction to the pick of my Packers. It's a good pick. He very much likes Brandon Cisse. I like Brandon Cisse. I just don't like that we were, unfortunately, not the ones to get him. Shout out to everyone. If you want to be featured on the show today, you send in that super chat. Remember, I am doing a Merbonga for every 50 that gets sent in. If you're over on our Chat Sports main channel, every 50 subs, we are doing a Bean Boozle. You send in that 5, that gets you in the raffle. You send in a 10, we're going to talk about your team. If you send in that 5 or that 10 getting into the raffle, you are going to get some Chat Sports gear. Very cool there. Definitely something that you want. The pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts. Enough dilly-dallying. William C.J. Allen. He is officially leaving Georgia, and he is going to be in Indianapolis. Colt has maybe the biggest chain I have ever seen. Shout out to him. Another linebacker off the board. Had a successful year at Georgia, although I definitely believe that there are some people that are going to be disappointed, himself included, with the season that Georgia had because, well, they didn't end up with a national title. Gets a lot of tackles, really good instincts, not afraid to put his body on the line. Very tough, obviously, playing through a torn meniscus, had surgery, played 13 days later. Great against the run, something that you're going to have to be able to bring to whatever team you're coming to. And the Colts, they need to just continue to shore up that defense. I like it. I like it a lot. We're getting a lot of yelling because picks are already flying in. Eli Stowers, second tight end off the board. He's going to be a Philadelphia Eagle from Denton, Texas. Shout out to Denton, someplace that I have visited quite a bit. My guy Vanderbilt Matt's going to be very excited for this. Guy who came in as a quarterback, transitioned over to tight end. Definitely more of a Travis Kelce type of tight end. Not going to really want to put his hand in the dirt. But someone that could go into Philadelphia and really learn and take over, being kind of that Benna that we've talked about for Hurts, especially if A.J. Brown is going to be on the move. I like Stowers a lot. Very athletic. Doesn't have a ton of drops. Definitely growing into everything that he wants to be. Now, I know a lot of you Chargers Now fans were worried that I was going to have to step off. No. Because a trade has came in. General Manager Joe Ortiz, he is giving up pick number 55, and in return, he is gaining picks 63, 131, and 202 from the New England Patriots. The Patriots, they are moving up for pick 55. That is all that they get. Those of you who watch Chargers Now know that that is one of the teams that I cover here at Chat Sports, and I've made it very, very clear that the Chargers want more picks. They want to trade back, and this is exactly what General Manager Joe Ortiz has wanted to do. A lot of excitement going on with the Patriots right now. Interested to see what they believe they are going to get. Jack, as the New England Patriot fan in the building.
What's that excitement you're talking about? I don't know what
I heard it from effing 4 studios down.
Yeah, we know who that was.
We know who it is, and I'm excited about it too. It is Gabe. It's Jackus, correct?
Oh, that's a good.
Yes.
Gabe Jackus. Or Jackus?
Jackus?
That is a really good pick. I was hoping he'd get to Seattle too.
I am a big fan of this pick. We are going to talk about him in a second. But what did I tell you when we talked about the Patriots? I thought they'd go defense. I thought they'd either look at edge or they'd look at linebacker. And Gabe Jackus is a linebacker, not a linebacker. He's literally an edge. Literally an edge. Literally the opposite.
No, you guys are edging. Shout out Mike Vrabel.
Nailed it.
Relax, guys. All right, here we go. We got the graphics. Gabe Jackus is headed to the New England Patriots. I'm pretty bullish about this pick. Not just about this pick, but about their draft so far. They obviously, we talked about, got Caleb Lumu in the first round, and they get Gabe Jackus here in round number 2. Good burst.
You should be
really
very
good
excited
stuff.
about
He's got really good power. Got to, have a more refined plan, but if he can maximize his talent, this is potentially an incredibly lethal pass rushing option for the Patriots, which they need. So I'm very excited for this pick.
He's replacing Caleb on Chason. Correct me if I'm wrong, correct? Because Caleb on Chason is no longer there. I like this pick here. When you look at the Big Ten, you have to remember that while maybe the SEC has the biggest bodies, I would make the argument the trench play is the best in the Big Ten, especially at the upper tier, which I would say Illinois was a part of that upper tier. And Jackus, man, he was unbelievable at getting into the backfield and making big plays. I really like Gabe Jackus, and I was hoping that he was going to fall to Seattle, an edge position that they need. I think that you're going to be excited. Now, he doesn't always have the best plan. Guess what? A lot of young guys don't have the best plans. Think about you when you were 20, 21, 22. You didn't always have the best plans. You just said, hey, what works, and I'm going to do that, whether that was in school, whether that was at work, whether that was in your personal life or whatever. It's the same thing when it comes to edge rushers. I like Jackus a lot for you, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the Big Ten. It's proven to be the best conference in college football. And Illinois, while we don't talk about them very often, were pretty damn good this year.
Very good.
And he was one of the reasons why 11 sacks in the Big Ten you're facing some pretty damn good offensive lines. So very impressive. I'm very bullish on this pick for the Patriots. I really, really enjoyed it. And I think the Patriots have had a great draft. We're also about to bring Cowboys back in. While we are getting ready for that, while you are watching us here on NFL Daily or Seahawks Today, shout out your favorite team. We're going to play this game again, one of my favorite games that we play here at
Can
Chat
I play
Sports.
it this time?
What's up?
Yes, you can.
All right, I'm going to play it here in a sec. I'll let Will go first.
Sam's going to play this time.
All right. Well, Jack, you're going to pick the team because I got Seahawks up, and something tells me that the Seahawks Today faithful are going to be shouting out the Seahawks down below in the chat. And I'd love to talk about the Seahawks. I'll sit up here and talk about the Seahawks all damn day. But something tells me that would not be the best viewing experience. Cowboys report. Welcome back in. I apologize. I did a poor job of letting everybody know that they would be coming back in right immediately there. Tom Downey will join me here soon.
Yeah, we miss him over here.
Yes. Well, I think the people have gotten a little bit too much of Will Ortner. And sometimes that does happen, and that is okay. What I will say, make sure you're spamming your favorite team. Jack, if you have the opportunity to.
Well, Sam wanted to play. I'm going to let Sam.
Yeah.
I'm going to let Sam.
That's right.
I'm going to let Sam
please?
pick.
I got ahead of myself.
I'm going off the NFL Daily stream,
Thank
so if you guys are watching on our main Chat Sports channel, start spamming the chat right now. I promise you don't see me on screen, but I'm not looking at the screen. My eyes are
I
covered
can
up.
vouch. His eyes are closed. I can vouch.
Hold on.
Oh, we got to trade. We got to trade.
Ooh, big one.
All right. I'm going to pick in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, well, dude, you're looking at Seahawks. Oh!
49ers, sorry. 49ers.
49ers. We're going to talk about the 49ers, but we also got a pretty significant trade as well.
It finally happened.
Jonathan Grenard being traded to the Philadelphia Eagles, ladies and gentlemen. But while we get those graphics ready, let's talk about the 49ers for a second.
Yes. All right. So let's talk about the 49ers. The 49ers, they need offensive line help. They need defensive line help. And they need a tight end. Now, they didn't go with any of these choices. Of course, going with Dejon Stribling, the fantastic Ole Miss wide receiver. Very good player. But again, felt like a reach, right? At 33, definitely didn't feel like he was necessarily the choice there, the pick there. It felt like you could have either gotten a better wide receiver or you could have really addressed the interior of the offensive line, going and getting someone by the name of, Chase Besantis or Emmanuel Pregnon, or even going after some of the different edge rushers there. Now, as a Seattle Seahawks fan, I'm definitely okay with that call. But it is important to note that the 49ers, they did acquire a lot of draft capital. Trade alert, by the way, we're going to get all that up on the screen, but if you're just now joining us, or maybe you had the sound down, we have the news in for you. Jonathan Grenard, someone that had been linked to a couple of different teams, but really felt like it was going to be the Eagles after the latest Adam Schefter report. Jonathan Grenard is going to the Philadelphia Eagles. And the Minnesota Vikings are going to receive a 2026 third-round pick, so the 98th overall pick in this year's draft, and a 2027 third-round pick. That is a gigantic deal, in my personal opinion, because the 2027 draft is obviously more sexy to a lot of these teams. A lot of teams in the National Football League are trying to make sure that they get more 2027 picks. So the fact that they were able to go and get a third in 2027 is a much bigger deal than I think people are going to realize. Yeah. Also, Grenard, he agreed to a 4-year, $100 million
I think that's the real kicker right there. This is their Jalen Phillips replacement, essentially. Yep. Because this is the exact contract, if I remember correctly. Tom, maybe prove me wrong. It may have been 4 years, 102, or maybe it was 120.
Phillips was $30 million per year.
Okay, so it's 4 years, 120. So essentially, they're getting a cheaper version of that. Now, he signed with Carolina in free agency. It's well known that this Eagles defense, at least in its model under Christian Parker, thrived heavily on two things: versatile players in the defensive backfield and getting after the quarterback. So adding Jonathan Grenard is a necessary move, I think, for Philly, especially with now Nolan Smith's future down the line a year from now. Also something for them to focus on, as Tom Downey will be back in here shortly.
Oh, my God.
Oh, shit. What's up, Tom?
I hate this pick.
What's up, Tom? Well, let's talk about it. The Jacksonville Jaguars, this is their first pick, correct? Correct. The Jacksonville Jaguars, with their first pick, they went tight end
Nate
Borkacher?
Borkacher.
Nate
Borkacher. I'm all over the place here. He blocks good. I don't understand the love affair of like, let's spend premium picks. I'm just going to be mean now. Why are we spending top 60 picks on blocking?
He's your 15th overall tight end?
Yes. He's going to have a very long career as a tight end 3, tight end 2. You know how many catches he had this year?
How many?
19.
I was going to say I saw one in the end zone.
He's got 198. It was his only touchdown the past 2 years, by the way. That play on the highlight there. Did test well. He's a great blocker. I don't think he's going to be an elite pass catcher because he wasn't that in college. He had 417 career yards. Like, I get you can project it, and I get that a lot of coaches like him, and he's a great blocker, and I understand all of that. I feel like you're drafting a tight end 2 at pick 56 here. And yeah. I get the tight end market is really crazy now, but I don't like that at all.
Well, the other thing is like it feels like it was a 2 tight end draft.
Yeah, it was.
So, well, who's going to go up and get that
starting tight end? I think there's great tight end 2 and tight end 3s this year.
Okay, so then why not
wait?
Why not wait? Why not wait till the third
Why
round?
not just take Will Kazmarek from Ohio State like a round or 2 later if you're going to take a blocking tight end?
Right. Like, that makes a lot of sense to me. Now, maybe the argument here is that, well, they also agree that Marcel Reed isn't super fantastic.
Sure. He had 6 catches for 102 yards in 2024 at Nebraska. Former walk-on. He's going to spend, he might have a 10-year NFL career, frankly. He might play till he's already 25, by the way, in September. But, he might have a 10-year career as a blocking tight end, but, I think you're limiting your overall true impact upside in a way that I'm not a fan of.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting
Can
pick.
We
it's
come back
not
to
a
this a little
pick.
bit, actually? Do we need an hour, or can we come back to this next part?
It was not a pick that I was necessarily expecting there. Definitely a bit of a play out of left field. Awesome. Now, we are going to toss this over to Tom because he's going to tell me about his chubbies.
Chubbies also help make today's show possible. Warmer weather is here, and that means sun's out, thighs out, because it's chubby season. Whether you're playing around a golf with the fellows, hitting up a beer garden, or visiting an actual garden, Chubbies has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. The iconic original stretch shorts have the stretchiest fabric for ultimate flexibility while maintaining a perfectly tailored fit. Pair the original stretch shorts with Chubbies' lineup of Friday shirts and come with gas. With ultra soft, light, and breathable fabric, these shirts are ready to go. Whether you're kicking back, turning up, or chilling out. And with pool weather set to return, check out the Chubbies Classic Lined Swim Collection, the best in men's swimwear. Chubbies shorts are proof when you get them right the first time, they never really go out of style. For a limited time, Chubbies is giving our viewers 20% off your order with code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. That's 20% off your order with code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Instead, stand out with Chubbies. Whew, whirlwind.
Yeah, you've been flying around. How you doing over there? You okay?
I'm doing fine. I need a beer bong for $100. That's what I need right now.
Yeah, hey, we're doing them for 50 over on Seahawks.
Why don't that for free?
Why don't we do that together?
So what? I was shouting them out. I'll check here in a second. I think we got some of the fives. I'll pull it up here in a second.
No worries. By the way, the West Coast people, we're starting to get off.
If you just want to roll through them from the last one you had, just B-roll it, that's fine. Because we never actually showed them on Cowboys for the Supers.
You go.
Yeah, we just B-roll all the Super Chats here.
Sounds great. I'll let you go for it then, Tom, unless you need me to do anything before that.
Oh, we mentioned Nick47. Appreciate you. Nick47 does not like you, by the way.
Why doesn't he like me?
It's the simulcast. That's all it is.
What'd he say?
People just Cowboys. He says, stop yelling Jerry.
Kiss my butt.
Good back and forth. Ethan, we mentioned that one earlier. Ryder is into the raffle as well for the $10. Thank you. Pug Racers got D's Nuts winners. What he's calling them there.
Nice.
Nick is also mad again. Well, the Nick Will feud, the one we never knew was going to happen this week. It's fun. Thank you, Nick47. Appreciate that. Kai Trimble did not have to take care of dump. I had to go take care of the cut. That's what we had to do there. Chris Beast has had to watch Kenneth Murray. That's an upgrade. Jensen Clark, I think a third and fourth. Michael Baker, Jensen, we mentioned that one. D. Winters trade, maybe Kills Brooks. I think they asked a lot there. Furman Goat, Harold Perkins, I think fourth round, maybe late third, starts to make some sense. Sean Schultz, hey, happy to be here, my friend. Diego Hernandez, the trade as you sent 3 and 2 fours, you could maybe get in around 2. Dylan Castle, McCoy's medical was bad. Clearly, slide continues for him, by the way. Matt Temple, I feel about trading Miami, both fourths for Brooks. I don't know if Miami wants that. Nick Morissette says, Jerry's cooking. Jerry's cooking. Jordan King is Warren or Hill Jr. there since top of the third round to trade up. Maybe he means Emmanuel McNear Warren, by the way. Caleb Proctor, I have him in the fourth round, a D-line out of Southeast Louisiana. Studio Rubio, longtime listener. You're a legend. Appreciate that, Studio. Marcos, keep up the good work. Happy for you, my friend. Diego, best prospect. We get obtain a pick 90. Check in again at like pick 70. I'll have a better feel for you. Chromo, Allen did go off the board. Speed, medical concerns on that one. Doesn't like Cowboys might have taken him if they lost Malachi Lawrence, by the way. That might have been their pick. Straight up early third or late second to get McCoy. I'm not going up for him. It's not my mind there. Thank you, JW Chosen, for both of those super chats. Bradley, it must be a good trade because Niners fans aren't happy. Michael, I'll respond to your email after today's live show. If McCoy's at 92, I think you kind of think about it, but I don't know if he's going to be. Noob Skybot, Niners fans' friends are unhappy. McCoy at 112, you consider it at 92 or 112 if he's there. It's just I don't know if he's going to be there or how they feel if there's a better player, instant impact guy. It ends up becoming kind of like a all or nothing scenario of if he's on the board, you're taking him, but is he on your board? Sean Schultz, Winters, B+. And one word about the trade, progress. Thank you. The more we know this about the Eagles, how do they keep having picks to give? They trade well. Cowboys fan, top linebackers and corners. We'll check in the best available here in a little bit. That would come in next year. And then Cowboys fan 4, top linebackers, corners. We'll get to that. Sean, Tom is back. When is Will leaving? I'm sure the Seahawks fans are saying stuff like, why is Tom here? Yeah, so it's the Milton Williams comp pick. You're right.
No, the Seahawks Today people remember you from the old days.
From the old days.
And any Cowboys fans that have any issues, feel free to DM me. I'll let you know where my address is, and we can settle it later.
Name and address. You know the lore here. You know the lore. Say what? We have some picks.
First, we have a pick. Logan Jones, Remington Trophy winner. That's the nation's top center from Iowa. He is going to go to the Chicago Bears. I think if you're a Bears fan, you have to be fired up. You were in the Tyler Linderbaum sweepstakes, unable to get him in free agency. I like this pick a lot.
It's a schematic fit, too. It's a schematic fit. Mm-hmm. And for the centers, we're all like kind of pick your flavor of ice cream. And for what the Bears seemingly want to do with Ben Johnson, the athletic move center, Logan Jones does that pretty well. He didn't get beat in pass protection, but that Iowa offense also, it does hide you a little bit. It's not always like, we're where we should be. And
you got to be really bad at center when it comes to pass protection to where people are saying, well, we can't give this guy a contract. It's center. Half the time, those guys are just trying to lose slow anyway.
I did write down more athletic Austin Blythe, so I guess that's poor man's Tyler Linderbaum because they all went to Iowa.
I was going to say, at some point, I think if you just take an Iowa offensive lineman, I'm just going to go,
probably going to be solid.
Great pick.
I'm surprised he was the first Iowa offensive lineman taken, though. I thought Dunker was going to be the first one.
I would have thought Dunker as well, or Bo Stevens. Mm-hmm. We have a trade. Right now, the Cleveland Browns, they are moving up to pick number 58. They are on the clock, and their pick is in, actually. They traded a third and a fourth-round pick to the San Francisco 49ers, and they got back today's pick, and they have a pick for tomorrow. Pick is in. And finally, off the board, Emmanuel McNeil Warren. He was third or second on your best players available.
That's pick for the Browns?
Finally off the board.
Great pick. I love that one. I'm surprised he fell. I don't know if there was something behind the scenes that we didn't know about, or it's just safeties don't go early. We've seen that time and time again. I think that's a great pick for Cleveland. They did have room for one more safety. McNeil Warren, kind of the local kid. He went to Toledo. Could have transferred, could have left, and chose to stick around and not leave and be in the area, which I always respect when players do that there. I had a Jaquan Brisker athletic comp, and I think maybe it's because he's wearing a single-digit number or whatever. I think that works really well. 6 INTs, 7 forced fumbles. plays a little wild at times. Like I'm going to lay out the shoulder and drill you. And dialed up a little bit there. Did miss 5 games in 2024 with a shoulder injury, so maybe there could have been some red flags on that one. I think he's going to be better in the box more than anything else, though.
I wonder,
like a strong safety type.
I wonder if his version of the Jermod McCoy knee is the fact that he just played at Toledo, though, too. When you play in the MAC, look, not here to be a jerk, not here to attack anyone that played at the MAC. I played in the GNAC. No one cares about the GNAC, and no one's really good playing over at the GNAC that are still playing. Well, I guess Alex Kappa. But anyways, when you play at a lower level of competition, it worries teams from time to time.
It does.
So that could very easily be a reason why he ended up moving back in this draft. The Houston Texans are on the clock at 59, but before we even get to that pick, we do have a trade. The Tennessee Titans have traded with the Chicago Bears. They move up from pick number 69. Nice. It's traded again, Sam.
Fourth
time. We've 69'd 4 times.
I love it.
That is traded. And the 5th round pick, 144, that's going to go to the Chicago Bears from the Tennessee Titans. Titans are now at pick number 60. Texans selection is in. And as you pay no attention,
what happened?
I'm stalling for time.
I don't see it.
Who's the pick?
Sam said,
Tom,
quote, I'm going to hake it.
Let me be the first one to say
it's
it.
the Texans. It's the Texans. Is this going to be a shitty tight end again?
Texans pick is in.
No, I'm not going to guess. Just put it up and I'll look.
All right. I'll let you know when to look because I'm distracted.
They are laughing at me.
Oh.
It's somebody I hate. Oh, my God. Is it a special teamer?
He'll start on special teams.
Okay. Who is
well,
it? Can I look?
He's a wizard.
Can I look?
Marlon Klein from Michigan. Marlon Klein from Michigan.
I had him 8th tight end, not 15th tight end like Borkature.
Okay, so it could be a lot worse.
Higher.
And he's from Germany. That's a good thing. He's from Cologne, so he smells nice. These are all pros for Klein.
Great athlete, turns 24 in September, solid run blocker, did a bunch of inline work, so that fits what the Texans like to do on offense. Really good athlete. He's moved over from Germany before his sophomore year in high school. Did not know English, which to his credit, you cannot tell talking to him. Because I did talk to him at the combine. You would never know that English is not his first language. It's like, it's fluent, it's flawless. Even like the accent's gone too, pretty much. He acclimated quite well in a good way there. Before he kind of got banged up this year, I like some of the stuff I saw. I don't know, man. You're 6'6", 248, and you forced 1 career missed tackle, and you're 3 of 10 in contested catches. It's like, it's a big old ball of clay, but, second round trade up is a little aggressive for me there. I know Boss James is listening. It's fine.
Is this one of those picks, though, where if he's in the right system, he grows? Like, remember, A.J.
Barner. There's a lot of upside here.
I would say, because, just remember, Michigan tight end, A.J. Barner, he was selected originally. He's going to be a blocking tight end. I'd make the argument he's Seattle's #1 tight end, and I don't know if they do as well offensively without him. He's an integral piece, so much so that he's easily tight end 1 for Seattle, has a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Where was A.J. Barner taken? Where was A.J. Barner taken in the draft?
Oh, that's before my nerd time.
Sam? I think it was a 6th or 7th round.
6th or 7th
Take
round?
him there. Not in the top 60.
Fair enough. All right, let's talk about who the Titans selected. They went linebacker. Anthony Hill Jr. is officially off the board.
4th round.
Another guy from Denton, Texas. Shout out to Denton, Texas. A lot of guys getting drafted from there. Fantastic player for Texas. Obviously, probably leans a little bit too much on trusting his instincts, but does feel like his tackling improved year after year. He's long, got a lot of upside, good blitzer. What do you say, Tom?
I like the pick for Tennessee here. I think they need another inside linebacker. Hill was my best available. The athletic ability is awesome. Titans fans, I'm about to trigger you, so just be warned when I say it. The upside is as good as any linebacker in the class outside of maybe Sonny Styles. He's a freak athlete. He can run. He can chase. He can blitz. The instincts aren't where I need them to be. And you got the freak athlete who played at the team that used to be in the Big 12, and the instincts are great. And the athletic testing was also the comparison as well. I get Kenneth Murray vibes here. But Kenneth Murray was a first-round pick. And if you can develop the instincts, you're getting a 21-year-old potential superstar off-ball linebacker who I think does fit very well in a Robert Saleh defense. So I don't mind that pick at all. I think this is a good pick for Tennessee. That's why I had a second-round grade on him. But it's just a little bit there is some downside. And you're wondering why he didn't go in round 1. I had him 45 overall. So, again, I love the pick. It's an A-plus pick. Just some of the athletic traits are, I don't love the athletic traits are awesome, but the instincts can kind of be a little wishy-washy at times. I owe a beer bong, by the way, for the Cowboys report.
Oh, there you go.
100-piece.
I was going to say,
Alejandro Gomez.
We've only done one beer bong over on Seahawks today. A little thirsty. Hopefully we'll get there as well. 61 now. That is the pick. The Los Angeles Rams are on the clock. Let's quickly run through this while Tom gets ready with his beer bong. Today's picks: Dejon Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss to the 49ers. Chase Besantis, guard, A&M, Cardinals. TJ Parker, edge, Clemson, Bills. Caden McDonald, D-line, Ohio State. He's going to be a Texan. Colton Hood, he's going to go to the Giants. The more I look at that pick, the more I like it. Trayton Stukes, he's going to go to the Las Vegas Raiders. Denzel Boston, wide receiver, going to the Browns. R. Mason Thomas, he is going to be an edge rusher for the Chiefs. Cassius Howell, I like that pick a lot. Edge rusher, Texas A&M. He's going to the Bungles. Christian Miller, defensive line.
That's a slur.
Georgia.
We're not supposed to say slurs.
Oh, I'm sorry for saying Bungles. I'll never bungle that again. He is going to be a St. Miller, that is. Jacob Rodriguez goes to the Dolphins. Derek Moore, I like that pick a lot. Edge rusher, Michigan. He's a Lion staying in the great state of Michigan. Just visited Detroit for the first time. Loved it. Zion Young, edge rusher from Missouri. He's followed by another Missouri player, linebacker Josiah Trotter. Trotter goes to Tampa Bay. Young goes to Baltimore. Jeremy Bernard, wide receiver, Alabama. He's a Steeler. Avian Terrell joins his brother, going to be in Atlanta. Lee Hunter, he is a interior defensive lineman from Texas Tech. He's going to be a Panther. D'Angelo Pons to the New York Jets. Cornerback from Indiana. Jake Golday, linebacker, Cincy. He's going to be a Viking. Brandon Cisse, he went off the board to the Green Bay Packers, cornerback, South Carolina. C.J. Allen, linebacker, Georgia, going to be a Colt. Eli Stowers, tight end, Vandy. He is going to be with the Eagles. Gabe Jacques, edge from Illinois. Patriots trade up to go get him. He is going to be joining New England. Nate Borkcher, hopefully I was eating the ballpark for that. Borkacher? I barely know her. He's a tight end from Texas A&M. He is going to be a Jaguar. Logan Jones, he's going to be a center for the Bears. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren to the Browns. Safety, Toledo. Marlon Klein, tight end, Michigan. Texans, Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker with the Titans. And I need to get off the board because, Tom, let's hear it.
Beer bong time. Alejandro Gomez. I did want it. I always want a beer bong. $100, here we go.
Chug.
Spam those chugs in the chat. Let's go. Light work.
Ripped through that one. Ooh, there you go. There you go.
Thank you, Alejandro.
What a burp. Pick is in at 61. Yeah, I mean, everyone knew how deep this tight end draft was and that everyone was going to draft a tight end in the second round.
I thought it was going to be a third-round run or fourth-round run, not day 2.
Max Clare. Ohio State tight end. Coming off the board here, definitely someone who would be interesting in that 13 personnel formation that they like to use.
A lot of their tight ends are going to be free agents after this year beyond Terrence Ferguson. Purdue transferred to Ohio State this year. You know, the production didn't necessarily pop off the screen at OSU because I don't know if you know this, but they had the 4th overall pick this year at wide receiver.
Yeah.
And then next year they're going to have maybe the best player in college football, Jeremiah Smith. So a lot of the targets went over there. He was super productive at Purdue, though, when he was the offense. 51 catches, 685 yards. I think he added some weight this year at OSU. Maybe lost a little bit of speed. Some Jake Ferguson to his game. He's high school teammates with Brian Parker, the Duke offense lineman that should go somewhere here. late day 2, early day 3. Thought he was a better blocker this year for Ohio State. You saw the production at Purdue. I was hoping he's going to have a bigger breakout year and kind of maybe vault himself into the back end of round 1, but just didn't get as many upside. Might be more of a functional blocker, but I do like the pick here for the Rams. This is my best available tight end. So there's a run on him. Take the better one instead.
I got to see him at the Cotton Bowl. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say that he jumped off the screen to me because that's not true.
That wasn't the guy.
Messidor did, Reuben Bain did, and Fletcher did. That's really it. That being said, if you're going to have a lot of success, I'd be pretty darn excited to be over in L.A. with the Rams. We got a deal alert going on, by the way, over at our store, chatsports.shop. $49. You spend that, you're going to get $10 off. Essentially, that ends up being a T-shirt and a T-shirt, a T-shirt and a hoodie, a T-shirt and a hat. You spend $49 or more, you're going to get $10 off. We're going to put those links in all of our chats, but I am specifically going to hype up our new T-shirt in just a second. But I do kind of want to cede the floor here to you, Tom, just so you could play.
Chat Sports has tons of gear for you guys. We've got the Married Into This gear. We've got local team gear for so many of our channels. MarriedInThisChatSports.com/married. Simplest answer here, I figure, Producer Jack, is just head over. Links in the live chat, both on Seahawks Today, on the Cowboys Report, on Chat Sports. Chatsports.shop. All of our gear is available. The deal alert today is you spend $49, you get $10 off on any item. That does include the Downs to Dallas gear, which is discounted for today as well. So that price is going to go up after today. I believe the Jadarian Price shirt is also a discount. I think the Bailey and the Jets is also on sale. I cannot sing for shit. Yes. But links in the comments section. You can double dip, by the way, on the Married Into This gear. 25% off the Married Into This merch, and you can still get $10 off if you spend $50. So go check it out, see what you want. Links in the live chat across the board here. I might pin that. I'm going to pin that one in the live chat too, because that's going to be available for the remainder of today. So hop on in there. I deleted the pin comment like an idiot, but we're set up there. Trade, it looks like here. Is that right? Trade?
Oh, yes. We have another trade. The Bills are now on the board. They're going to be picking at number 62. Denver Broncos. I still don't believe we've seen them take a pick yet. They're going to trade back. They're moving to pick number 66, and they are going to gain an extra third-round pick at 66, and they are also going to have an extra 6th round at 182.
Moving out of round 2 there, so.
Yeah, I
Sam
forgot.
I just want to pick for my horses. I love horses so much. That is true. The Broncos did get the Jalen Waddle as part of it. So that is
good call.
That is fair. That's very fair. That's very fair. So
good call.
Bills at 62. We have the pick in here. I'll announce this one then because I know it's a trickier name than most people. So actually, I'll wait till it gets on screen.
I was gonna say I think I actually
I think
I
you got it.
say
you
his
think
name.
you got it? All right, take it away.
You might be able to convince me if I'm wrong, but this is cornerback from The Ohio State University, Davison Igbinosun.
He got it right. All right, nice job.
I know. Look,
I should have given you more credit.
Hawkinson accent does F me up from time or two, but I do know a little bit about this fine corner from The Ohio State University. I like his length. I don't like that he has to use 2 mouthpieces. That doesn't seem the most safe to me, but that's just kind of me there.
Vibes, swag, it's fine.
Oh, you're right. Young kids. What I will say about him is why I wanted him in Seattle. I had him mocked to Seattle a couple of times. He's a little bit of a bigger cornerback, and that's something that Seattle does not have. Now, I don't know that I would have loved him at pick 64, but I'll tell you right now, he is a guy that as he learns to use his feet more than just use his hands, he is going to improve. And if he had done that a little bit earlier, he would not be a day 2 guy.
Yeah, I think you're spot on because this is one of the most grabby players in college football you will see. He was better this year, but there are also plays like, we're not going to go this time. He had 12 penalties the year before this, down to 5 this year, 30 in his career because he just grabs. when he doesn't trust the feet. You're right. Doesn't trust the technique. Doesn't trust the footwork, and he goes, I gotta grab. Ignore the flags though, and he's awesome. 207 yards allowed this year, a couple INTs each of the past 2 seasons. If you're gonna do like some press man stuff, this guy fits it because he has almost 33-inch arms. That's offensive line length, not necessarily corner length out there. Trayvon Mullen, athletic comp. If you're gonna do something like that, old school Seahawks cover 3 stuff, like that's a really good fit for him as well. I think Jim Leonard, that's probably very much a Jim Leonard pick here for the Buffalo Bills. So solid one there by Buffalo. They've been wheeling and dealing tonight.
They have been.
Last 2 nights.
I will say this. I do feel like Bean over there has kind of earned his stripes again. There was a worry that he might have been a little bit not as football IQ as we were previously suggesting. If you want to shout out on the live show today, go down below in the comment section and spam your memes.
In sub-only mode on NFL Daily.
Sub-only chat.
So you have to subscribe to Chat Sports if you want to get on. Have not gained as many subs tonight.
We also might have to do this, Jack. We might have to say, can't say Jermod.
Could.
There's a lot of questions. Cowboys, I'll shout out the super chats here. HDT Young, JW Chosen twice, XYZZ Fast, Merjanic, all of them asking about Jermon McCoy. Still available. This is the dangerous part when a player's got real medical concerns. It's not the risk is now fine. It's that how early is even on your board, period. Like once they're off the board, they don't often get put back on it. And it becomes a bit of a dicey spot, and that's why guys fall. Some point, someone's going to do it, but this is a significant slide for Jermod McCoy, who is still available.
We are 18 subscribers away
from Bean Boozled.
All right. We've only done 1 tonight, or 2. We've done 2 tonight.
Yeah, we each did 1. I'm up next.
We are. What is that?
I can't. Don't ask me to do math. I'll give some shout outs.
I'm not gonna be the math guy.
17 away. 17 away.
Chargers pick is in.
I'm going to give a few shout-outs on NFL Daily real quick. Shout out to Robert Bruce. Shout out to Matthew. Shout out to William.
Ooh, great.
Shout out to Thee. Shout out to Solo. Shout out to Gerald, your local solar system. I see Steven. I see Mark. Shout out to you guys for spamming your me's in the chat. Mia, the sports girl. Shout out to you. Peyton. Let's go. Shout out to you guys. I see Charles typing his me's as well.
What we can do for the Seahawks, if you want to close your eyes once the pick is in so you don't get spoiled. And just
I'm down for that.
It's always a fun one.
I'm down for that.
I'll never forget we did that with Will Scott when we were Remember this, Sam? We did this on with Dolphins, and he was like begging for a tight end over and over again. We were in the 7th round, and they took Elijah Higgins, and I'm like, he's listed as a wide receiver. We're going to play him as a tight end because I knew that. I'm like, let him cook for a minute. Like, they're going to play him with tight end. He's like, oh, it's a great pick now. It's hilarious. It's all-timer from Will Scott.
I'm down for that. I'll make sure to close my eyes. Sean Merriman, by the way, giving the pick for the Chargers. Friend of the program, got to meet him at the Super Bowl. Very nice guy. His handler didn't like me very much. Jake Slaughter.
Well, what'd you do?
I asked if I could interview his person, and he said no, and so then I just went right to Sean Merriman and was like, can I interview you?
Well, there you go. Problem solved.
I'm not going to let – never mind.
Don't say that.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Jake Slaughter off the board for the Chargers center from the Florida Gators. Interesting choice here because the Chargers need interior offensive line help. I would have thought they would have just went with a traditional guard. Or, honestly, I would have thought that they would have waited a little bit later on. I don't hate this pick.
This screams Mike McDaniel. Slaughter, to me, is an athletic move, zone-heavy scheme in Florida. I was part of the offense under Billy Napier, 3-year starter. He was going to be not for everyone's. I don't think he's going to be like a gap blocker at all. But if you covet runs, zone blocking like Mike McDaniel does, this makes a lot of sense for you. A lot of the centers was like, what's your preferred fit and archetype and everything there. This screams Mike McDaniel gets his guy. Great athlete. I do worry about the anchor a little bit, but we saw Miami make that work with guys like Aaron Brewer, who I never thought had a very good anchor, and he was awesome this past year. So I like that pick quite a bit for the Chargers. I think that the schematic fit works super well.
Right. Well, here's what I will say as well. If he ends up not working at center, right? Because you already have Tyler Biotish. You bump him to guard, right? It's super easy. You just allow him to move freely along this offensive line, and sometimes it's a good thing. It's a better thing to have a guy that you say he can be a center. He's going to start at guard. If we don't think he can move into that, we'll end up changing somewhere else. Let's move over to the Seahawks because they are on the board as we end our picks here in the second round. We're not going to go anywhere as the NFL is live. We will be here. I will have to step off, of course, and do a video. I will be right back, just like Tom did with Cal. Oh, I will be live. Oh, I misunderstood that. I was under the impression that that was going to be a VOD. Just kidding. It'll be me and producer Searle hanging out with y'all, the people. Don't worry about that. Seattle. We need a cornerback, interior offensive line, or an edge. Personally, I think it's cornerback or edge here. I think if you go,
How would you feel about Pernod here?
I want McCoy.
You want to take the gamble? I like it.
I want to take the gamble. I'm a gambling man. I'm willing to take a gamble.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
I'm also going to close my eyes so I do not make that. I'm not going to leak my own pick. I want McCoy. I am okay with an edge. I'm okay with Abney as well.
This is fun. It's in, so don't look yet. We'll go to it. Do you guys want to go full screen with the player L3 for Will here and get him let him cook on the full reaction? So pick 64 is about to be in for the Seattle Seahawks. We'll let Will cook on the instant reaction. Then he'll step off. He'll go back solo live on Seahawks, and I'll take over for the beginning of the third round. So as soon as we're ready on this front, we'll make the pick here. Stand by. Round 2, pick 64. Will, take a look and react.
Bud Clark. Interesting. Actually, someone that I had on my targets video from this morning. You don't need a safety, but what does Mike McDonald like to do? He likes to get defensive players that aren't afraid to hit. He likes to get defensive players that are able to play a couple of different spots. I do think you could play him in the nickel if you needed to. I do think you could play him in the dime if you needed to. I am surprised he hasn't really been linked to Seattle, but I don't hate this pick here.
So Seahawks fans may be triggered by this. The first athletic comp, throwback Medea Williams, if anyone remembers that one, hats off to you guys. I had thought this player was going to be super good as like this nickel safety hybrid. Marquise Blair. How about, I know Seahawks fans might not like that one as much there. He is a takeaway machine, though. 15 interceptions over the last 4 years is absurd.
Right.
So
that's something Seattle doesn't have. Right. That is something Seattle does not have. All right. So I'm being told right now from our producers that I'm going to take a quick step off. We are going to be live still on Seahawks, right? You're going to give me and producer Searle a few minutes. We'll be hanging out with you. You'll get to hang out with Tom, and then you'll be joining Searle and I back momentarily.
Just like the old days. So stand by, Seahawks Today fans. We'll be back on live, breaking down the pick here in just a second. In the meantime, thank you, Will. You can step on off, my friend. Round 2 is in the books. Max Clare, Davison Igbinosun, Jake Slaughter, and Bud Clark rounding out the picks here. I got to make sure I'm caught up on the Clark graphic there. Yeah, I think we're good there. We're all set. Round 2 is in the books. You want to go rapid fire prize picks here and then get to the IG, or do you want to do the AIG here first? Oh, they do something silly they did? All right. Oh, I assume it's Carson Beck when you're saying, oh, they did it. It's Carson Beck? Yeah, of course they took Carson Beck. I don't understand it. So, we're linking it here. Cardinals taking Carson Beck at the top of the third round. Pick 65 overall. I don't know. Let me be positive first. Good size. He's almost 6'5". He's 233, 10-inch hands. He has a shorter arm length at 30 and 5/8 inches, but like that actually allows for a more compact release, tons of experience as a starter. He had been buzz going into 24, which I never liked as a potential round 1 pick. But the rationale there was he's a caretaker of the football. It was better this year. The turnover play percentage was 2.2%, much better. It was actually better than it was in 2023. He's good on play action. He did make the checked line of scrimmage for Miami, which I think not as common as you might expect and see, whatever, on that front. He had UCL surgery 2024, and the arm strength was just never quite the same it was that I was hoping it was going to get back to. My concern here is he was a game manager for Miami, and not in a good way. It wasn't. Like, they did not trust him to air it out and attack and push the ball downfield. And when he did, you could almost set your watch to it of he's going to make the mistake. He did it for Miami in the college football playoff, the bad timed interception. What worries me is I saw him repeatedly throw his teammates and coaches under the bus. He did it against Louisville. Throws the game-ending interception after multiple picks in that game, by the way. Said, well, the receiver ran the wrong route. That might be true. You don't say it. After the SMU loss, he said, hey, yeah, I only run the plays that are called. Why are you saying that? In the 6 career losses he had, only 6, 14 turnovers. That's a big deal. I don't know what the Cardinals done. Now, we're doing another, remind me, this is the Instagram. Is it, and is there a giveaway with it or no? Okay. We're going to try to help us out here. Go to the link that is in the live chat. It's on the Cowboys Report live stream as well. Instagram post from Prize Picks. We want you to comment Cowboys Draft. So head over to that Instagram post. I will do my best to give shout-outs on the Cowboys side, knowing it can be a bit wonky and chaotic and everything over there with sometimes these will pull through. What's up, Sam?
And by the way, for the fans watching on our main channel, our NFL Daily stream, we're going to put that same link in the chat. Put your team and draft. So if you're a Cleveland Browns fan, for whatever reason, God forbid, you can put in Browns draft when you type in your comment. You can do it more than once, by the way. We just want to show Prize Picks all the love. Just signed on with them as a massive partner, and we want to make sure they know how the Chat Sports family gets down. So go ahead and get after it. We would really appreciate it. Obviously helps us a lot around here.
There we go. Link is in the live chat as we are simulcasting right now on the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports.
I get to ride shotgun with you.
You get to ride shotgun, buddy. Whatever you want to say is fine with me.
I'm going to give some shout-outs.
Do you want to come get like a stool and stand where Will was standing?
No. No, I don't like how that's going to look framing-wise. I'm literally going to get frame mobbed.
You're going to get frame mobbed.
Right there on the spot.
I'm going to give some shout-outs on this real quick. Shout out to AJ Den saying Giants draft. Frosty Boy saying Bears draft. I see Eli Barrow with Giants draft. Cody Patriots draft. Burden Space is with Bears draft. TB is doing Patriots draft. Trevor Patriots draft. Stave Vikings draft. Eli Giants draft. Happy to be me is going with Giants draft. I see a Patriots draft. I see a bunch. We're already lighting it up. So go to that link.
Dude, Raiders is crushing it right now. It's all Raiders in there. Duty, appreciate that. Couple of those. Duty, 8 D-U-T-Y to be clear. 8134, appreciate that, my friend. It's coming up all Raiders, by the way. It's incredible.
I wonder how that could be.
Right?
Who did that?
Good old Mitch. Remember, you can comment Cowboys draft on the Instagram post for us. Appreciate it in the live chat, but on the Instagram post is a bit more valuable there. So Carson Beck, the most recent pick, by the way, in round 3 at pick 65. He does end up being quarterback 3. I'm just not high on him. Granted, I wasn't that high on Jackson Dart, and that worked out pretty well. But by the way, no drinky yet, Sam, because none of the guys I didn't study have gone off the board yet. So
it's not today. Today's not a drinking day.
It happened last year, I think, though.
We should find some sort of other standard for you on day 2. Because at this point, you've scouted 100 players.
If they're out of the top 200?
Sure.
And I think that's fair.
I like it.
Was 190.
There's a handful of those. Last year, Ruben Hippolyte was the first one. Who was like,
I didn't do him, actually.
No, you didn't.
Because I did a shot for that one.
No, yeah. Everybody had no information on him whatsoever.
That was a wild pick. I'll never forget that one. All right. We appreciate Prize Picks sponsoring us here on Chat Sports and the Cowboys Report. The playoffs are here for basketball, hockey, baseball underway. It's time to cash in with Prize Picks, America's #1 sports picks app and the best place to win cash while watching sports. The app is easy to use. You pick more or less on a few player stats, lock in your lineup. Simple to use, by the way. I'm a big fan of it because it's fun to do. Shout out producer Jack for cooking up this one, little season-long football lineup here. Fernando Mendoza, less than start, 6.5. Jeremiah Love, less than rushing yards. That's a very high more than less than. And Jordan Tyson, more than receiving yards as well. Power play or the flex play. Prize Picks now has early payouts. Your player gets off to a hot start. You have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Prize Picks available in most states, including California, Florida, and Texas. Join millions of users and South America's #1 sports picks app. That is Prize Picks. New user offer. Download the Prize Picks app today with the link in the comments section and the description of today's show. Use code HMA. You get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Coming up in the third round, we'll go through some of the picks here and go to the big board. Okay, Seahawks, we're going to see ya. Appreciate that, Sam. Will Ortner going to take over full-time for the Bud Clark pick breakdown right now. So I can do timing sometimes, allegedly. Picks here. Denver's pick is in. We'll break it down for you guys in a second. The Raiders at 67. The Eagles at 68. The Bears. This has been traded 4 times now. That's right, Sam?
Yes.
4 times.
Now, to be fair, the one pick got traded for the 5th time.
Oh,
that is
which
the
pick
most.
was the 5th one?
182, the one that was just
Wow.
traded to Denver, whose pick is in right now, and we'll break it down in just a sec. That pick has been traded 5 times leading up to the draft.
So Bears at 69, Niners at 70, the Commanders at 71, Bengals at 72, Saints at 73, Browns 74, Dolphins 75, Pittsburgh 76, Tampa, Indy at 78, Atlanta 79, Ravens 80, the Jags at 81, 66 and 67 are coming. And here we'll go back to back to maybe get caught up on some of the Cowboys supers when there's a break, if there's a break in the action. It's how it goes sometimes. All right, 66, Tyler Onedum out of Texas A&M. I wasn't as high on him. I'm not shocked he snuck into the top 70 picks. On my board, he ended up checking in at item 129, so it's a little bit higher. But this is a dirty work player. He was a dirty work guy at Iowa State. Did a bunch of like that funky 4-eye, 5 technique stuff in that 3-man Iowa State front. I just don't see enough pass rush juice. I almost felt it got better the further out wide he went, and I think he's going to be like he'll probably do some 4-eye, 5 technique for Denver, can do some 3 technique stuff there. I do like him more than Albert Regis. I don't know if that was a hot take going into the draft cycle, but I thought he was the better Texas A&M defensive lineman. He's not going to be, I think, a huge stat sheet stuffer for you, but as a dirty work guy that every team needs, he's going to have plenty of value in that area.
How much do you see this filling right in where John Franklin Myers used to be, right? A
Yes.
little bit of a versatile
Yes.
D lineman, like you said, inside, not full-blown outside, but can line up in the 1 or 3 tech, work his way out to an extent.
I don't think he's going to be as good as John Franklin Myers.
No, I don't either.
I loved JFM. That was a guy that did dirty work and like actually got pressures and sacks too. Good tackler. Athletic ability is very much there. I just wish there was more pass rush production. I think that was the thing that was really missing. The Raiders, another edge rusher, which maybe spells bad news for Tyree Wilson.
Interesting.
And I'm sure people will freak out about Max Crosby as well there. Kieran Crawford, the edge out of Auburn, who I would like to vent about how much I hate the Auburn passing game, like defensive plan. They were constantly dropping him when they didn't need to. Like, let him go pin his ears back and go for the QB. 79th overall for me, 3rd round grade. Well, we're in the 3rd round, so that certainly tracks on that front. There were many games. It's like, hey, we're watching Keldrick Falk, but wait a minute, who's 24? Who's that guy over there making some impact there? Adams, stand-up edge rusher, 3-4 outside linebacker. He did not pick up football until his senior year of high school, And it shows. It shows that he is not ready to be a true, developmental. He's a developmental piece there, but he's a little bit older than I like for a raw player. But he's not that dissimilar from. Oh, I'm drawing a blank on the guy I've liked for so long, who's out of Buffalo, their other edge rusher, Malcolm Kuntz. Not that dissimilar from a play style perspective there. So, Kieran Crawford to the Raiders. And then one of the largest human beings you will come across in your life at 6'9 1/4, 346 pounds, 36 3/8 inches. It's Markel Bell, the right tackle, or left tackle, I should say, out of Miami.
By the way, very fun fact for you. This is the pick the Eagles got in the trade for Hassan Reddick to New York.
I forgot about that. Look, I'll give him credit. He handled the jump from Holes Community College. They had holes in Shia LaBeouf. I don't know if you knew that. Pretty darn well. Jumped right up there. Didn't get beat very much at Miami. It was really impressive. Several flags there. This is the fat goalie theory. Like, you can't get around the guy that's nearly 6'10", with 36 3/8 arms. This is one of the tallest NFL players ever. The weight has fluctuated. He's been as high as 360. You can kind of tell he's a little bit top-heavy, but also you're 6'9". Like, you're kind of going to have to be top-heavy at points on that front there. He's not the greatest athlete. He moves pretty well for his size. Unhinged player comp, Andre the Giant. Right? You guys see it? You guys see it?
If this were 12 months ago, it would have been, Jeff Stoutland pick. He's going to be great.
Yes.
Now I'm
not as
curious to see.
Now I'm a bit more concerned.
I'm curious to see. They hired the Vikings offensive line coach over the offseason. So maybe some potential unknowns as far as what his development will look like. But, yeah, big boy.
I think I'd flip him to the right side, give him here to learn behind Lane Johnson. That's what I would do.
Love it.
This is a wild-ass fact, too. After 8th grade, he grew an entire foot. 12 inches he grew, which is unbelievable. So I know Chase is a big Markel Bell fan too, so I think he's gonna be pretty happy over there on Eagles.
Yeah, and overall for Philly, I mean, you walk away with Eli Stowers as well earlier on day 2. Not a bad draft, I think, all things considered. Mekhi Lemon, that's 2 big weapons for Jalen Hurts, who has a massive year to prove.
All right, some super chats for the Bears make their pick here. Damian about Anthony Hill, he is off the board. I don't know if that came in before the pick, but that's not available. Marcus, and this is for Will, who's gone, but since you guys are using D-Law to get a Super Bowl, can we have him back, please? I'll answer for Will. No. No on that front. We got a new Lawrence, though, in Malachi on that front. So thank you very much, Marcus. I appreciate that one. Jada Chosen, traded for Hill. I think this came in before the Hill pick, right before Tennessee took him, so fortunate there. McCoy at 92. They brought him in for the 30 visit. So we'll see what their answer was. I think he should go at some point, but that medical falling beyond Will Johnson is a huge concern. They brought him in to see if he's an option at 92. We'll see. King R, I bet we take Scooby Williams and not McCoy. Watch this. I've heard some buzz they like Red Murdoch, by the way, out of Buffalo, who's awesome, but I don't know about a 3rd round pick for him there. XXY, Jermon McCoy ends up dropping to our 3rd or no. It's possible, but he's a complete wild card. I have no idea when he's going to go, if he's even there for you in the 3rd round. Scooby was always the A&M linebacker. I did not do him, so I have to do a shot if that comes through. McCoy will be the only real impact player if healthy. Anthony Scott has not been drafted, right? Everyone's saying McCoy. Rob L's got alarms or McCoy and Jacoby Lane. Lane annoys me sometimes, but the upside's there. 4th round, hell yeah, let's do it. Lock the door and keep Will the Birds lover away. Just Seahawks, it's fine. Not Joe Burger. McCoy's slide seems egregious. Would you get him at 92 if it's bad? This is a call made by your team doctor. He's gonna be like, he's on the board. He's not on the board. We'll come back to him more in depth when we get caught up on supers here. Michael, would you pick Singleton from Allen in the PSG the 3rd? I don't think a running back makes a lot of sense for the Cowboys in the 3rd. I don't love that pick necessarily. Shout out Trevor. Thank you very much, my friend. Cheers to you. Let me run through the medical on Jermod McCoy. From what I've gathered, and this was from I don't trust Tony Pauling, but he had it pretty early, said degenerative concerns on the knee. Now, Tom Pelissero had reported it's not the ACL that was repaired, a bone plug used to repair a cartilage defect in his knee, and another surgery might be needed. To me, that sounds like something very similar to the bone graft that Trayvon Diggs needed for his knee injury, and that cost him a lot of time as well. The medical is clearly a huge issue as we sit here for Jermod McCoy, and it is the only reason why he is available. I think questions on how Keontae Scott actually helps your team is a question mark. Pregnon might be too high on. Surprised Halsey's there. I like him actually quite a bit. Those are my 4 best available players. We have another tight end, Sam Roush. So Bears going to the tight end route here.
Let me ask you, Tom, because you're more versed on this than I am. Is this tight end run in second round, early third round insane?
Yes. The tight end class is very popular. I thought it was going to be a early third round room. That was a little bit more along the lines of what I had thought this was going to end up being. By the way, shout out to Justin who says the Cowboys war room is celebrating right now, which could maybe hint at a trade up by Dallas in the early third. We'll keep an eye on that one. Sam Roush, a lot of inline work that profiles very well. His uncle is Merlin Olsen, who was an NFL Hall of Famer, also an actor, fun fact. He was on Little House on the Prairie. Random fun fact there. Great athletic ability. I thought he was an okay blocker, being asked to do a lot of challenging things. The hands were not reliable. Great athlete, but it didn't really show up for me. And the quarterback play was bad at Stanford, to be fair. My notes reminds me a lot of Luke Schoonmaker. So my official comp was West Coast Luke Schoonmaker in the end. And that is the tight end pick here by the Chicago Bears. Sam Roush out of Stanford to the Chicago Bears. Tight end run has been very real today, Jack. Go figure. Go figure on that front.
I found that very surprising based on where you have a lot of them ranked. So to continue to see them falling off the board, at least that's why I asked you. In my opinion, that's kind of crazy, right?
I thought it was going to be a little bit later, but maybe teams just wanted their guy. I thought Roush would go earlier. I'm a little surprised. I thought Claire would go, in the next 20 picks from in that ballpark, late 2, early 3. Borkature and Klein were, especially Berger. I didn't like that pick very much. So, but I knew I was lower on Roush than most people. I knew that for a fact.
We're very close to it being Boozled, Tom.
Oh, how many more subs do we need?
15.
15?
15 subscribers on
NFL
now. Daily, Chat Sports. Is that Christian McCaffrey? That's not Christian McCaffrey.
Niners pick here at
Romello
70.
Heights.
I like that pick for San Francisco. Melo Height is an undersized edge rusher, but he is explosive. He is athletic. I thought he might slip into the third round. I had a third round grade on him. It's just, is he ever going to be a run defender for you? I'm not really sure he's ever going to be, a contributable piece in that regard. But he is explosive. He gets after the QB. I think the Niners need more of those guys. You're hoping for Hassan Reddick here. That's what you're hoping to get this one. He's got good bend. Hand starts big breakout season from 2.5 sacks to 10. Pressure rate was 17.7% this year. He did turn 25 in April. He is a later breakout player. Did have a couple surgeries for his shoulders back in his freshman season 6 years ago, and then USC back in 2022. But Romello Height, my 71st overall player, goes 70, right? So there we go. We did it. 70 overall, 71 on my board. He's my second best edge remaining behind only Dennis Sutton. So Romello Height to the San Francisco 49ers. The Commanders at 71 on the clock, then the Bengals, then the Saints after that. So we need 15 subs, right? 15 subs. Hit that sub button, guys, if you haven't already. As we sit here in the early third round, some of my best available players, Jermod McCoy, the medical fall continues. Keontae Scott, who I think I'm just higher on than most people. That's fine. Not totally sure why Emmanuel Pregnon has fallen. Maybe I was higher on him than I should have been. Let me pull up my notes, see if I missed there's a negative here. He's older, turned 25.
I don't remember there being anything medically.
Yeah,
that's too
but
much
also
of a red concern.
sometimes we don't know those things. And it comes out like 3 days later or on day 3, like, yeah, he had this that like no one knew about. Like, it happens. AJ Halsey sliding Zakee Wheatley, who I thought could be a sneaky second-round pick as well. Chris Bell, it is, I think, the medical coming off torn ACL. I had a second and third round grade on him, so we're kind of in that ballpark. Keith Abney, who I think is just smaller. Sorry, Jack. Ted Hurst, who I know I'm simply higher on most than Ted Hurst. So Hurst is the 8th best player for me. My goal every year is to have no top 100 players left on my board. So we got a long way to go, but we haven't had that many crazy non-top 100 players go off the board yet. I think Nate Borkature is my lowest graded player, and even he was still in the top 200 pretty comfortably. So. Commanders pick 71. That pick is in. Awaiting the news of what the pick actually is, of course, here. In the meantime, shout out your city for me in the comment section of today's show. Shout out your city. We'll give some love here when I get the streams pulled back up here.
By the way, what makes sense for Washington here? Sonny Styles at number 7 overall. We lean defense again. Is this a spot where you maybe see a...
Remind me who else they picked. Sonny Styles.
That's
it. Oh.
Yeah, they did not have a round 2 pick. Now, they were rumored to be the floor for Jeremiah Love as well. I don't know if that's something worth considering.
I don't love the running backs.
Yeah.
I would look at a receiver if I were the Commanders. I think that would be a lot of fun. They could use one of those guys. I would like a receiver here.
Interesting.
It is a receiver? Oh, okay. Antonio Williams is the pick here, the wide receiver out of Clemson. I think he'll be a slot receiver in the NFL. I had a 3rd-round grade on him, 71 overall, so we're not really very far off in the value there. The one thing that I wish Antonio Williams did more of was produce big plays. Just wasn't quite what I wanted it to be. Had a touchdown passing play in each of the last 2 years, by the way. He's a good route runner. I can beat man and zone. 4.41 40-yard dash is awesome. Very good athlete, by the way. Did the 7-second 3-cone at the combine. 6.76 at his pro day. Like everyone else, do not do that, Derek, ever again. Do not do that. No one do it in the comments. I didn't mean to say it. Like everyone else, Clemson, down year, not nearly as good in that area. There's not big plays. Barely in the top 200 for explosive plays per PFF, and he had 55 catches this past year. All that did is, though, back in 2024, adding a slot receiver, I think is what he's going to end up being here. He'll be Jaden Daniels' good friend because he's going to be in the right spot. He'll make the catches you need to make. It might not be crazy dynamic afterwards, but I do like that pick for the Commanders.
And a nice compliment, I think, to McLaurin, who does bring some of that dynamic ability after the catch. They desperately needed someone else. And
they did need somebody else.
That was really obvious when McLaurin was hurt last year.
Excuse me there. Sorry, folks.
No, I should have filled the empty space there.
All right, shout out to City in the comments section. Shout out to Justin on the Cowboys Report live stream of RJ said the Cowboys room is celebrating. That was 10 minutes ago, and we've seen nothing since then. So... Maybe RJ saw a clip of the D Winners trade, and maybe it came through for the War Room finally.
Shout out to Steve, who's on our NFL Daily, watching from Japan.
Nice.
How about that?
My aunt is actually from Japan, so awesome. Chris Helms, which in the raffle as well, with the $10 super chat on the Cowboys Report. We would be over the moon if we got Jerome McCoy at 92, right? Yeah, I think that's fine. At this point, it's just like, the risk going in. There's huge medical concerns. And you hope he stays healthy and you get great value. Now, the Cowboys said they weren't spending a 2nd-round pick on a redshirt player. Would a 3rd-round pick on a redshirt player potentially be an option? The Wandering Mexican, has C.J. Allen been picked yet? Yes, he was. I will make note, if you didn't catch it on our Cowboys live coverage when we did the D Winners trade, Todd Archer did say that Allen would have been an option for the Cowboys had they missed on Mekhi Lawrence after the trade down. So make note of that. That they were looking at C.J. Allen despite, I think, some of the potential medical athletic concerns there. So, Bengals on the clock now at pick number 72. For reference, ESPN is just now announcing the Commanders pick. So they're very much behind on that front.
That's why you subscribe. Cassius Howell in round 2. Again, I think an all defense potentially kind of draft, at least early on.
The Bengals could be a Jermod McCoy team if the medical checks out. Keontae Scott's older than they typically like, but that'd be super fun for them. I I think they're looking at corner. I think they're looking at offensive line help. Depth mostly. But I think corner is very much in play here for Cincinnati because Dax Hill and DJ Turner both might not be back. One of them is probably going to be gone. So, sad. I didn't take off Keon Crawford from the big board.
Oh, it might not have fully updated here. I'll get it here.
Oh,
sometimes there's a little bit of a slight delay with the big board now.
Oh, no. I'm talking about my tracker editor side behind the scenes. That's what that is. So, they took, linebacker could also be in play for Cincinnati. I forgot about that one. Linebacker could be in play. Kyle Lewis would be super fun for Cincinnati here. That'd be super fun. Kyle Lewis is so much fun to watch. So much fun to watch. So, waiting on the Bengals pick here at number 72 overall. Saints at 73. Browns at 74. Dolphins at 75. Pittsburgh at 76. Tampa, Indy again. Atlanta again. And that rounds out the top 70 here. And then we get to the back end, the mid end of round 3. It's 5 minutes per pick, by the way. The rest of the way until the 7th round. It's 5, right?
I think it's still just 7 in round 3, and then tomorrow is when it gets down to 5. Maybe.
We'll see what it says here. I thought it was
Either way, I think we're speeding up just a little bit. These third round picks have been coming in pretty quickly.
We should be. Guys, let me know the best. Or if you're having a good time, like the video, please, and thank you.
We're at 469 likes on NFL Daily. I would really like to get to at least 500 tonight.
Let's do it.
That would be my goal. That would be my goal. We're 31 likes away. I'd really like to get, if possible, to 500 likes, which I think we can easily do because that's we've got more than double the audience.
Once we get to 500. How
Chris
about that?
Helms, by the way, says thought McCoy could his pro day. We're thinking redshirt rookie year now. I think it's more of a long-term concern than it is a short-term concern. That's a factor in this conversation. So. We have the pick, by the way, for the Cincinnati Bengals. I had a 4th-round grade on him, but it is a corner. It's not Jermod McCoy. It is Tacario Davis out of Washington, formerly of Arizona. He transferred after for his final season in college. This is a Pete Carroll corner to a T. Almost 6'4". He's 194, nearly 34-inch arms. He's an outside corner. I don't see him shifting inside at all. He had a nickname Bobo in growing up because of a bowl cut, which is just horrific and brutal there. Great size, great frame, great length, good tackler, good in press coverage. Athletic ability is there. Kyer Elam, I just worry he's a little bit stiff. That's the concern with some of these bigger, longer, leggier corners of. I think they needed some more outside guys. They were getting a little bit too heavy into he could be a nickel or an outside guy. Little high in the flags this year as well. Tacario Davis was a top 6 corner left on the board for me. He goes off the board here to the Cincinnati Bengals. By the way, shout out William Cook on the Cowboys report side of the simulcast here. Could the Cowboys trade 1/4 for a couple 5s? I could see that. I could see them sliding down and getting some extra 5th-round picks. It just depends on how the board falls. But I absolutely could see that one coming to fruition there. So Davis off the board here. Looks like we have a trade from Sam here. I think it's at first pick 73.
Yeah, give me a sec here to pull it up on screen
because
Jack picked the absolute worst time. It's not his fault. The absolute worst time to go to the bathroom. As soon as he walked out, all these trades went down. So the New Orleans Saints, as we're about to show on screen here in a sec, Oscar Delp at 73, and the Giants have traded up to 74. More details to come.
So Giants on the clock. The Saints are taking Oscar Delp as the tight end run continues. Oscar Delp has really great athletic ability. Jared Cook-esque athletic ability. Such a gifted, talented athlete here. Great size. He's almost 6'5", 245. Tested with a hairline fracture in his foot that was flat at the combine. Could not test at the combine. Wasn't legally allowed to work out. Great athlete. 4.49 40-yard dash. Former highly touted recruit. Just one drop each of the last 3 years. But he did not have any production at Georgia. He never hit 300 yards in his career. Wasn't good in contested catches. And I get concerned that, okay, you lack length and you weren't productive in a Georgia offense that literally made Brock Bowers like the most productive tight end ever. So that worries me. that the production isn't there for an offense that we know can have production in that type of scheme. So I am, with the way that the round has gone, like it's fine. Like the tight end run has been insane. He's my 7th tight end. He ends up being tight end 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drafted. So it ends up being fine there, but chaos there. Big move up. Is that they give up that much?
Yep.
That is a big jump up here from the back end of, actually might be a 5th rounder at 105.
It is not marked as one.
There we go. 2 5th rounders and a future 4 for the Giants jump all the way up here to number 74 overall. Clearly a player that they love is available. Maybe a wide receiver to help out Jackson Dart. It is a wide receiver. Malachi Fields is the pick, the Notre Dame product, who I did have a 3rd round grade on. Some Michael Pittman vibes here and some Kenny Britt athletic testing, by the way. He's 6'4 and a half, 218. Was 4 years at Virginia. Final year for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Good size, good athletic ability at his given size there as well. If you value yards per route run, it went up each of the past couple seasons. Great hands, 3 total drops, 6 in 2023, 2% and 3% the past couple years, so that's very solid there. Good run blocker. The 4.6 140 wasn't necessarily ideal. I think there is with the size and the frame, there's some vertical threat ability as well. My big concern there is, does he end up testing well enough? That's the question on that front. So a lot of movement and chaos going on. I want to run into maybe some just of the recent picks here all in a row and kind of recap the chaos here in the early part of the 3rd round. A lot of movement. That's how it always goes. So Sam Roush was pick number 69 by the Chicago Bears. Oh, I did screw you on that saying it was a 5th, Sam. I'm sorry. That was my fault. I screwed you on that.
It's all good.
That was my bad. I don't know why I said that was a 5th. I can't do math. I was thinking it was a 3rd. It was a 3rd. That was my bad. That was my bad. 2 4s was the trade. A 4 and a 5 and a future 4. I messed that one up. That's my bad, guys. Sam Roush to the Bears. Romello Height to the 49ers. Antonio Williams to the Commanders. Takario Davis to the Bengals. Oscar Delp off the board at 73 to the Saints. Malachi Fields to the Giants. And now the Dolphins are back on the clock here at pick number 75 after the Browns sent pick 74 to New York. Lawrence Jewell, if you like gambling, if we get Sutton, you do a shot. If not, I'll send $10 to your Venmo. Deal. I'm in on that one, Lawrence Jewell. Cheers to you, my friend. We'll do it. Cowboys get Sutton. I'll do a shot for sure. I don't think there's any issues at all there. That's deny Dennis. I assume you mean deny Dennis Sutton is my assumption there. So deal. Venmo's at Walker, but I know Lawrence has it. All right, deal alert for you guys. Let me make sure I get this into the Cowboys Report live stream as well. You spend $49. I actually had that wrong in the chat earlier. That's my bad. Spend $49 or more, essentially. So if you do like a $24.99, you don't get short. By the pennies there. Spend $49 or more, you get $10 off at chatsports.shop. Everything is eligible for this, by the way, including the married into this gear, which exists for the Cowboys Report as well. That is 25% off. So that you can double dip, by the way. You can get 25% off the married into this gear, perfect for Mother's Day, and get $10 off once you spend $45 or more. The Air Pickin' shirt is eligible, and the Downs to Dallas shirt is eligible, and that is on the lower price for today only. Where did that link go? I had the details on it from James, but there's been 5,000 slacks of stuff that's not relevant to us. It's annoying me. So, the Downs to Dallas price is currently $24.99. Actually, it's no longer. It's now at the full price, but you do $10 off. So ignore what I was saying because we didn't. It was he sent it right as the D winner stuff was going on, so it was not going to work. So either way, it is available if you're a Jets fan. But Bailey and the Jets shirt is available. The Seahawks, chatsports.com says Price is right shirt. This is $5 off, the Price and the Bailey one, correct? Both of those are Price is $5 off at minimum. We think Bailey might be discounted as well, but go find out. Chatsports.shop. Links to the comment section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.shop. The Dolphins pick is in. More on that in a little bit. And we got a wow.
How do we feel about this one?
I am very surprised. Caleb Douglas, the pick. First no big cam, right, Sam?
Is it really?
I think it is.
This is the almost becoming a yearly tradition of Dolphins selecting a Texas Tech wide receiver way out of his range.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Eric Ezukanma a few years back did absolutely nothing in Miami.
I am shocked he's going here in the top 75. I like the size. I thought he was the second best Texas Tech wide receiver. I thought Reggie Virgil was better. I thought Reggie Virgil was the better Tech receiver this year. I guess I'm wrong on that.
So what are they banking on then?
Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Great.
That's my player comp here. This is a vertical threat. He did have 29 20-plus yard catches over the past 2 years in the FBS. Ex-Florida receiver. I just think he's a bit of a one-dimensional vertical threat. He's a great athlete. The speed is there. He can stack vertically, but he struggles with drops. 7 for 11.5% this year, despite being 6'3", 206. He's I'm not going to let it get spoiled because Jack's figuring out behind the scenes there. He's not good in contested catches. It's not a ton of good force missed tackles, but the average is pretty mediocre there. I am very surprised that Douglas, who was way down on my board, I guess I'll end up being wrong here, ends up being the pick here at 269. I saw it come into the sack because I didn't have Slack muted. Slack muted.
We have officially become unhinged, I think.
Drew Aller's the pick by the Pittsburgh Steelers at 76 overall. Drew Aller is quarterback 4 in this year's class. The Penn State product.
Boy, oh boy.
Did Sperry like him or no? Remind me of that one.
I'm actually curious to see how he feels about him at this range. Like, this is kind of that point where you start to see the potential.
5-star recruit, Mr. Ohio for football. The problem is that the idea of Drew Aller is better than Drew Aller the player. Ideal size, he's 6'5" and change, he's 228. He does offer some mobility. The arm is incredible. There's the one play against Oregon this year where he misses a guy open and resets and is about to get drilled and is off balance and all arm. Throws a friggin' strike 30 yards downfield for a first down pickup. The arm is great. The problem is when he gets under pressure, the mechanics fall apart. He does not make every throw consistently. He is robotic as a thrower. It's not natural. It looks like he's I'm supposed to do this, so I'm going to be very robotic with it. It's like you're a golfer and you just went to a swing lesson, and it's okay, I'm trying to do this exaggerated motion there. He, in the end, doesn't make the big play in the big moment. He is a sub 50% third down conversion rate this year. And how many times did you see it against the best competition in the biggest moment if you watch college football? Chance for Drew Aller to make it happen. Did it against Notre Dame in the CFP last year. And it doesn't make the play happen. Turns it over instead. He's had a QB coach since 2018, and he still won't set his feet consistently. I just don't know if it's ever going to get better at this point. The upside is immense. He can be one of the top quarterbacks in this class. He can be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. But I get too many Christian Hackenberg vibes here. Let's see if Mike McCarthy can develop him. So, Aller, 76 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I am curious what that Pittsburgh crowd did with the reaction. We have a trade as well. Green Bay, 77 overall. They are now on the clock. Tampa getting a 3rd and a 5th round pick back in exchange. We do have a $100 super chat from Michael Walden when we get a chance to go to. But good call. Sweet. Yeah, that was a good call. Good call. So Michael Walden, who has been crushing it on the Cowboys report today. He's got $600 supers, the most 100 supers this week. Gets a Cowboys rookie jersey for the MVP as well. Who you want at 92? I did say wait till the 70s, right? I go right to linebacker. Kyle Lewis, Caleb Armsor would be super interesting. I am highly tempted by Big Citrus, though. I would
Tom loves his fatties.
We have to make some Big Citrus T-shirts too. I have to have Arnold work on that for tomorrow.
That would sell.
Jermod McCoy, I would be down with. I don't know that they Kenneth Scott again, but like I take him. I would consider Pregnon the value here. Halsey, I would take Chris Bell or Ted Hurst too. I take either of those guys. Like I would happily do it. You could take Jennings Dunker on the offensive line. I got a bunch of top 70 guys left on my board, so I heard some buzz that they like Red Murdoch, but be a little rich, but he's so much fun. That's one of my favorite day 3 guys, but it's a bit different to take him in day 2. So, all right, beer bong coming up here.
Everyone type those chugs. Let's go. Chug, 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 chug.
Attaboy. In the meantime, pick 77 in, the Packers have traded up and are taking Missouri defensive lineman Chris McClellan at number 77, a guy that I think similarly is a little bit boomer bust.
I think he'd be a good run stopper at minimum. Like I think rotation player, which I think the Packers needed up front. By the way, there were some miscommunications on the athletic testing. If you look at the RAS score, it's actually well above average. Excuse me. Run stopping rotational Pete, I think could play all along the defensive line, which again I think makes some sense for Green Bay. Can play the nose guard, can play the 3, could go play 5 if you want him to as well. Big uptick in sack production this year, 2.5 to 6, but the pressure rate actually dipped, so it was kind of a bit deceptive. He just finished a little bit better on that front. He's a little stiff at times. The burst, anything special. I had him in the early 4th round, 101. You're in the ballpark here. It's fine. You wanted to, I think of like the non-nose guard, pure nose guard run stoppers, like the guy to play some 5 for you. McClellan's the best available there.
And alongside Devontae Wyatt, Micah Parsons, no longer Rashawn Gary, but an interesting new look kind of turnover of this Packers defensive line over the course of the last 12 months.
He was 101 overall on my board, so right in the ballpark.
I've seen him higher on others, though, to be fair to him, too.
Again, you kind of get the 3rd round, like, or 4th round, like, you're picking nits, so to speak, in terms of which player you like a little bit more. So, Colts on the clock. We'll break down that pick once it is in, but first, Chubbies to help make today's show possible. It's warmer weather's here. Sun's out, thighs out. It is Chubbies season. Whether you're playing around at golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, or visiting an actual garden with maybe the significant other, Chubbies has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. The Chubbies iconic original stretch shorts have the stretchiest fabric for ultimate flexibility while maintaining a perfectly tailored fit. Pair the original stretch shorts with Chubbies on up a Friday shirts and then cooking with gas. Ultra soft, light, and breathable fabric. These shirts are ready to go, whether you're kicking back, turning up, or chilling out. And with pool weather set to return, check out the Chubbies Classic Lined Swim Collection, the best in men's swimwear. Chubby shorts are proof that when you get shorts right the first time, they never really go out of style. With over 2.6 million customers, Chubbies clearly knows how to keep thighs happy and vibes high. Whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubbies has you covered. Limited time, 20% off your order with code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. That's code CHATSPORTS at chubbyshorts.com/chatsports. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubbies. The Colts pick is in, and one of my top available remaining players.
I really like this one.
I love this too. A.J. Halsey off the board. The nickname in high school, Mr. Gimme That, because all he did was take the football away. I have the athletic comp, and I think play style too. Ready for this, guys? Landon Collins. Not the biggest, kind of a boxy safety, but he takes the football away. 4 forced fumbles in his college career, 8 interceptions the past 2 seasons. 4-year starter, climbed up the ranks, New Mexico, Houston, LSU. I had a second-round grade on him. He did play at 224 this year. I'm curious where he plays in college. He only did the 40. Maybe there were some athletic questions there. But he's a 4-year starter. The interceptions are impressive. 3 this year and 5 in the previous season there. I don't think he's a true single high safety type. I think he's going to be better hanging out in the box. But I do like Halsey a lot for Indy. They took C.J. Allen and A.J. Halsey, right? Was Allen was the other pick?
Yes, C.J. Allen at linebacker.
I love that haul for Indy.
Yeah.
Given like where they were picking, that's awesome.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing a little bit of that safety. The ball hawk safeties start to go off, right? Bud Clark earlier in this round. You see A.J. Halsey. I wouldn't be surprised if a guy like Zakee Wheatley, Genesis Smith perhaps even goes off before the end of the day. Obviously, there was a clear top 3 in this class at the position between Downs, Thieneman, and EMW. But again, I think now you're starting to get into, okay, which team prefers who? Style-wise, schematics-wise.
Exactly. Completely agree there. All right, so Falcons back on the clock here at number 79 overall. C.J. Allen and Halsey, the picks here by the Indianapolis Colts. Falcons pick, I believe, is in. Bless you, Jack.
It is in. It's
I got to get caught up on some of these other ones I've missed, too, because I got Malachi Fields off the board. Oh, Falcons fans are going to love this one, aren't they?
Why don't we recap round 3 after we hit this pick here?
Sweet. We'll do that. Pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons. It's a local kid, Zachariah Branch, who's got to move on the sidewalk a little bit more, I guess. What a joke of a rest that was. Zachariah Branch, the Georgia receiver, going to Atlanta. I got tinier Curtis Samuel vibes here. Nickname is Zachariah Branch because his ADOT was like 5.2 in his career and 3.6 this past year. I don't know if he can do real routes. I never really saw him do it that much. He's tiny. He's 5'8.5", 177. He'll be a slot guy. He's got gadget. He's got return ability as well. He's a burner, 4.35, 40-yard dash. It reminds me a bit of Kevontae Turpin, too. He's not as small as Turpin, but he's undersized. He's fast. He's a jump catcher, which it annoys me a lot there. He had 81 catches this year. Sam, do you remember from the notes how many were at or behind the line of scrimmage this year?
It was like half.
It's 49.
Yeah.
Which is, now I think Gunnar Stark's not a very good quarterback, so I think that's a factor in that conversation. If you can get a better quarterback with him, which I think, by the way, like you're going to put Tua or Michael Penix in there with a quick passing game offense, slants and bubbles, Zachariah Branch is going to be a feature of this offense.
What is the biggest single thing that can be improved at the next level to fix that, to expand his route tree beyond 8 yards and in?
Push it downfield more. I don't know if they're going to. But I think, like, if Tua's the starter, get ready for bubbles and quick outs and quick slants and flats and all that kind of stuff to Zachariah Branch. So it's been a fan draft for Atlanta, right? Avion Terrell reunites with his brother, A.J. Terrell, and Zachariah Branch, the local kid, goes from Georgia to Atlanta. I do like the pick, by the way. I had him 73rd on my board, overall, 3rd-round grade. He goes 73. I will say, by the way, of note on receivers, the fact that Chris Bell is still available might raise some concerns on the medical side. Because they're hyping up, he could go round one. He's still available. Chris Bell is there. Ted Hurst is there. Some people out there in the lobby owe me an apology for Elijah Surratt, as far as I'm concerned, because he's still available. Skylar Bell is also, I don't know if he's going to go in the round 1 or in round 3, but he's so fun. That guy carried the UConn offense in kind of a fun way. So what? Okay. Just tell me when, and I'll announce him here. So we'll do it right now. We're going to bring on Seahawks here in just a second, folks. We'll do it. So that's fine. I'll just whatever you tell me, I'll announce it. So Seahawks today is about to come back here for us on our simulcast Cowboys Report and NFL Daily. 4 seconds, we'll bring on Seahawks today, so I'll announce it here, and we'll break down some of the picks in day 3. We welcome back in our Seahawks Today audience. Will Ortner will return here in just a little bit. Catching you guys up on the third round picks so far. Carson Beck got us going at 65. Tyler Odenim got us going at 66. Kieron Crawford, 67 to the Raiders. Markel Bell, Eagles, the offense out of Miami at 68. 69, nice. Sam Roush, the tight end from Stanford. Randall Height to the 49ers out of Texas Tech. Antonio Williams out of Clemson, the receiver to the Commanders. Takario Davis to the Bengals at 72. Oscar Delp, the tight end run continues. Georgia, the new tight end for the Saints. Giants shut up from Malachi Field, 74. Stunner, Caleb Douglas goes 75. Drew Aller goes number 76 to the Steelers. Chris McClellan, Missouri defensive lineman, to the Packers at 77. LSU safety A.J. Halsey to the Colts. Zachariah Branch, a receiver out of Georgia, to the Falcons. And another wide receiver, Jacoby Lane, from USC to the Baltimore Ravens. Sam loves it when I do the looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane. I did not have that in my notes because there has been production. 745 yards this year, 4 TDs, 12 touchdowns last year. But you see a 6'4", almost 6'4.5", 200-pound receiver with 32 and 5/8 inch arms. Thinking this guy should be with 12 TDs last year, this guy should be a contested catch machine. He should dominate above the rim. And he didn't this year. He was 10 of 23. His career's 50%. He gets bothered by press way too often. And there was a character red flag from Dane Brugler's Beast that, quote-unquote, Scout told Dane, got to adopt a pro mindset in a hurry once he gets to the NFL. 4.47 40-yard dash. The upside here is really good for Jacoby Lane. It's the consistency, apparently off the field as well, that's going to have to be developed a little bit more as we move forward.
And I think the fit can be intriguing for 2 reasons. One, to your point there about the off-the-field stuff, I think Jesse Minter seems like a pretty solid guy in terms of working to wash some of that stuff out. Comes from that Harbaugh tree, discipline, all the things that you want out of a man type of thing. So I like that idea. Also, just as a compliment to Zay Flowers, the pure on the field, I actually really like. That's a decent 1-2 punch as far as what you're looking for.
Just down. By the way, shout out to Zuluwu on Cowboys. We've got a couple supers we can get caught up on when there's a moment to do so here. Ravens at pick 80, so the Jags are back on the clock now. Pick number 81. Keep shouting at your team in the comments section. Will Ortner, for you Seahawks Today fans, will be back on here in just a second. You want to pick the team, Jack, or should I? All right, let me pull it up right now. We'll shout your team, and then I got to pull it up here. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm here. I'm hijacking it.
Be easier. Sip some water.
All right, let's see. NFL Daily. We still have 1,000 people watching. Thank you to every single person that has joined us. Let's go. Who you guys got? I see one person. Caleb, shout out to you. Oh, there's Cole. Steven. Shout out your favorite teams. Let's get some teams in the chat right now. French is pissed that McCoy continues to fall.
Can't say McCoy anymore. I'm
well, he hasn't said it. Well, he actually did. Someone drafted McCoy. I didn't see that. I see Evan. I see Cole. There's Samuel, Christian. Keep spamming your teams in the chat. I want to see some more.
The McCoy medical is clearly worse than anybody even thought.
Had to be.
That knee is a real concern for teams, clearly.
All right, I'm going to pick a team here in 5, 4, 3, 2, and the Steelers.
Now, they just took Drew Aller, by the way, at quarterback. Maxi Honichor was the round 1 pick. Been a maybe. I would love to know. By the way, Sam, did you ever listen to Sperry? What did he say about the Aller pick? Was he on board with it or no?
He kind of seemed on board-ish, knowing full well that I think the more than likely option is Aaron Rodgers returning for another year. So
I hope so.
Gives him plenty of time. I would say if I was in his position, I would not feel good about having to choose between Aller and Will Howard to start under center week 1.
Honichor, 21. Jeremy Renner, I think is actually a good fit for them. Like, they need a guy that's not just a big jump ball winner. Bernard's a good route runner. He fits very well there. Drew Aller at pick 76 as well. Jags on the clock at 81. We will bring back on Will Ortner here in just a second as we are simulcasting on Chat Sports, tri-casting, that's technically called from a math perspective, on Seahawks today and on Cowboys report as well. Cowboys on the clock at 92 overall. So we are almost 10 picks away. I believe the Jags pick is in as well here. 81 overall. Albert Regis, the other Texas A&M defensive lineman off the board. He was listed at 317 by A&M. It should have been 295. There's no pressure juice here. 13 pressures this year, 5.1%. He's a good run defender. 3-tech body type with good run-stopping ability. The limited pass rush production concerns me. If he's not going to be at 317, he puts something into tweener territory. We're like, are you a 3 technique or are you a nose guard? Can he bulk up? I want him back at 320, 315. Put him in there. Make him a 6'1", squatty nose guard. That's what I think he's going to be better at in the NFL because I don't see enough juice from an athletic perspective to justify that. Someone had told me that one of the, he wouldn't tell me who, one of the Big 12 defensive tackles had some medical concerns that are going to cause him to slide. Iowa State's Big Citrus, I think, could fit that mold potentially. So, well, welcome back on Will Ortner. Will, happy to have you back, my friend.
Yeah, I'm happy to be back, man. It was fun hanging out with the Seahawks today, faithful solo, but it is nice to be back. Going through the draft, what did I miss? Anything big? Anything important happen? Jermon McCoy not taken yet? What's happening?
Yeah, right after that, Carson Beck got taken.
Yeah,
and then
well,
Drew Aller, too.
You know what? Teams are stupid. The Arizona Cardinals are a stupid organization, and there's a reason why, they're not good at football.
All right, take it away. Why don't you run through my best available here? Get you back in the flow of things here.
That's right. All right, let's run through it because, I've been a little bit more preoccupied with the greatness that is Bud Clark. By the way, number 1 safety on my big board. Jermon McCoy, he is still on the board. I am learning now that he is running without knees. That's the only logical explanation here. Keontae Scott, safety from Miami, someone that I actually did think the Seahawks could potentially take, someone that I thought it could potentially be taken by the Chargers. Emmanuel Pregnon, did not expect him to be available into the 3rd round. That is interesting. How far does he end up falling? The Los Angeles Chargers, they just took Jake Slaughter. You would have thought that would have been a pretty good home for him. Apparently not so fast. Zakee Wheatley, safety out of Penn State. Still on the board. He's at number 4. Chris Bell. Now, this is going to be interesting because what team is willing to take a risk on his ACL injury could potentially be getting a big-time
I think at
here.
this point there's some concerns on that because they
Right.
were hyping like he can still go round 1, and now we're here at 82, and don't know about that one there. Kind of some. I got some doubts on that one.
Right. Keith Abney, good cornerback from ASU, a little bit undersized, which I think is interesting. Ted Hurst, definitely someone that I think comes off the board before today's day is done.
I hope so. He's so much fun.
He's
Small
a
school
lot
guy,
of
though.
upside. His only question mark is essentially, do you think that he translates into the NFL from a competition perspective? Because he's just been awesome against, guys that aren't quite on the same level of competition. Kyle Lewis, linebacker from Pitt, still on the board. We're 5 subs away on our main channel from doing some sort of bean or other.
Did we get there already? Thought we were.
What's every 50 from my understanding?
200?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're 5 away. You're right. Okay. I can't do math apparently.
No worries. So we're
My
close. We're closing in.
5 away. Hit that sub button. We are tri-casting. Cowboys Report, Seahawks Today, NFL Daily as well. Vikings on the clock at 82. Winding down the 3rd round here as we sit and wait. What's up, Jack?
I do just want to say, too, if you are hanging out with us tonight and you are enjoying the content, we're going to be live tomorrow.
Yes.
For every single pick. And tomorrow is the day of the sickos.
Yes, it is.
Like, it's hundreds of picks all coming in very quickly, but we are going to break down every single pick that happens tomorrow all the way to Mr. Irrelevant. So hit that sub button. Don't miss out because we're going to be live. It's a very quick turnaround. We will be live at, I believe, 10 Central tomorrow morning.
Yes. Hour before.
Hour
the draft
before.
gets going. Hour before.
10 a.m. Central tomorrow morning. So hit that sub button. We're 3 subs away from another Bean Boozled Jelly.
At the office tonight? Just me? Anyone want to cuddle? No? Okay.
No. Pass.
Well, whatever.
Pass.
Your loss. I'm a big bear. 82 is the pick that is up right now. Minnesota Vikings. Who could they end up selecting? Interesting.
Top 2 nickname in the class.
They already made their selection then, eh? Big Citrus. Well, that's essentially all that I know about Big Citrus because I did not see him going to my team in Seattle.
I'm surprised that they took 2 defensive tackles this early. But fun fact on the Big Citrus nickname, that is a Twitter creation. No one's called him that before. He learned about it this year.
Is it just because his last name is Orange?
Yeah, it's Orange and he's big, so he's Big Citrus. Player comp here is the Giant Peach from James and the Giant Peach, but it's an orange because orange is a citrus fruit and peaches are stone fruits. So the nickname combo doesn't work once you change the fruits out there. Lane clogging run stopper. Little under 6'2.5", 322, 33 and 3/8 inch arms. He'll clog the run lane for you. Don't ask him to go get sacks. That Iowa State defense, they love that 3-3-5 funky look, and they ask all these 2-gapping assignments, and Orange was really good at clogging up those lanes. I don't know if you're going to play him on third downs very much because there's just not great juice, but he's got lateral quickness more than, like, burst necessarily. I had a third-round grade. He's my best available defensive lineman. Love the pick by Minnesota. I am surprised they took Orange and Caleb Banks, though, in the same draft. That's aggressive adjustments up front.
I will say this. When the Bud Clark pick came in, I went, that's weird. And then I went, well, you know what, Mike McDonald, I have to trust him. When you look at Brian Flores, you might say it's weird to take 2 interior defensive linemen. But if anyone's going to be able to make it work, it does certainly feel like Flores would be able to make that one work. Pick number 83 is in, and we see another wide receiver go off the board. Chris Braziel.
Braziel. It's a U, not an E.
Here's the thing. Braziel sounds so much cooler, so he should change his name to that. Kid out of Texas as well. Taller wide receiver. Got decent speed, although not great in the contested catch. You had him as your 100th overall player on your big board. What's the deal with this limited route tree?
It's the Tennessee offense. It's fake. They do a bunch of stupid stuff like split the receivers on the sideline essentially and spread it out wide. And I will say, Braziel did more like actual release, like Jalen Hyatt coming out of Tennessee. They just like hit him. They never faced him press. Like he was always like the offset guy in a bunch set and a behind guy and would get a free release essentially. Braziel's a little bit more physical, get some more free releases. Nearly half his routes were a go or a hitch, though. It's not the Tennessee offense just does not prepare you for life in the NFL. You can ask any NFL head coach about that. But he lit up Georgia. Now, it was go downfield, get open. It was 6 for 173 scores in that game, by the way.
Wow.
Torched Georgia in that game. There's been some buzz that there's maturity concerns. Schefter even mentioned that one, which isn't always a good sign of Schefter saying it versus like us draft nerds. Vertical threat ability on the outside. So some big bodies for Bryce Young and Chris Braziel and Teddarilla McMillan.
Well, I will say this. If you are going to have a young quarterback, sometimes it's best to just have a bunch of different options that he can fall in love with. I love Ted McMillan.
Same.
And I think if you're looking at a guy like Braziel, who is going to be your deep play threat, and that's all you're asking out of him, that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world.
No, I agree.
That's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Plus, I will say this. Dave Canales, dudes have success with Dave Canales, especially those bigger wide receivers. You saw guys like Mike Evans have success with him when he was in Tampa Bay. You saw when he was in Seattle. Seattle wide receivers had some success with him as well. Buccaneers on the clock at pick number 84 right now. Waiting for that pick as it is in, but it has not been delivered to us yet. Only a handful of picks so far left to go on today. We'll be here, though, live for all of it. While we're waiting for that pick to come in, I do want to let you know that today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is America's #1 sportsbook app, and it's the best place to win cash while watching sports. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in with our friends at Prize Picks. And I'll tell you this, the app is really easy to use. To qualify for a Prize Picks lineup, pick 2 to 6 players and select more or less on stat projections, including points, rebounds, assists, three-pointers, hits, home runs, and strikeouts, and several other stats across all other sports. With the new social feeds feature, you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. That includes myself and, of course, Tom. You follow us on Prize Picks and get the picks before they even get posted on the show. I have a lineup for the football season next year. Fernando Mendoza, less on his regular season games started. Jeremiah Love, less on his rush yards for the season. Jordan Tyson, more on his receiving yards for the season. New user offer. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks. That clickable link to download the app is in the comments and description of today's video.
Best player available, let us know in the comments section. Can't say Jermod, though. Got to pick somebody other than Jermod McCoy because that's the obvious one. Can't say Jermod in the chat. Bucks on the clock here at pick number 84 overall. And then I believe the Browns are jumping up at 86, by the way. So stay tuned for that one. The trades sometimes come through a little bit earlier when the picks get delayed. So Browns on the clock at 86 here, waiting on the announcement of the Buccaneers pick at 84 overall.
Well, the Chargers just want to make sure that they have all of the day 3 picks.
All the day 3 picks for you.
Joe Ortiz, Trader Joe, hey?
It's 86 for 105, 145, and 206. So a lot of movement here. So the Steelers at 85. What's up, Sam?
They also got 105 and 145 from the Giants.
Oh, from the Giants. Jack? Yeah, your mic was up. That's fine. 105, 145, 206 for 86. That is what the Browns giving up to go to 86. Chargers getting that back. So 84 coming up here for the Bucks. That pick is there. It is. You were right. You're right.
Wow,
Ted Hurst
Hurst
is the pick here by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think he's super fun. There is the level of competition concerns. I acknowledge that. It wasn't as like eye-poppy production at the Senior Bowl way maybe would have liked, but on a really let's call it what it is, Georgia State team, he balled out. It was everyone's favorite sleeper, I felt like, for a while there. Moved up from Valdosta State, 1,000 yards this year, almost got to 1,000 yards the year before that. There is a limited route tree they has to develop. It might be more of a quarterback skill issue than anything else. Big play machine. More 20-plus yard catches over the last 2 years than anybody else in the FBS level. I see some George Pickens comps here. He's a big play threat. He's almost 6'4", 206. Got that kind of like, it's like an angular frame where you're kind of like stretched out a little bit there. Yeah. There's big playability. There's yak. And there's some annoying drops. Kind of like George Pickens a little bit there. The downside is it's Denzel Mims. That was kind of the exact same player Denzel Mims was there. Georgia State had 1 win this year and 3 last year. And Ted Hurst was the offense very frequently. 1,000 yards this past season. The athletic ability is great. Catch ability is awesome. He did dominate lesser competition at Georgia State. One of my favorite day 2 players off the board here for Tampa with their Mike Evans replacement. Potentially on that front there. 57th overall on my board there.
I really like that, to be honest. The more I got to watch Ted Hurst film, the more I fell in love. Now, it's obviously easy to kind of fall in love with a guy where he's just better than everyone he's playing against. He was bigger. He was faster. I don't know that he was stronger, but I remember seeing a crazy stat where essentially last year Georgia State had about 3,000 yards passing. So he essentially equated for a third of their passing offense, and it was all reliant on him. It's not a good program right now, so sometimes not always the best players are going to be there. So when you have an opportunity like that, you can go get a guy like Hurst and really help grow your team. Steelers, their pick is in.
Anthony Hill from the Titans pick earlier, by the way, folks. Very good.
That's okay. Oh, I was hoping he'd
think we got to put L's in the chat.
Get to Seattle.
We have to.
Dalen Everett selected cornerback Georgia by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
No, I did. I thought L's in the chat for you. I just got a Dalen Everett. 93 overall on my board. Another guy I feel like for this Georgia defense, like, hey, maybe you go play nickel in the NFL. Maybe that's because you're a good run defender. Like, some questions I have about other stuff as well. It makes sense for Pittsburgh. I think they're in the market for a corner. Kind of get some Eli Apple vibes. Mostly outside corner at Georgia. Got some nickel box reps as well. I think it could be a good nickel in the NFL. Like, if you keep Ramsey there for a year and then move Everett on the inside. He's a good run defender. He is willing. He is tough. If you play a bunch of zone coverage, I think Everett's very good there. He was bad in man this year, but my big takeaway watching all this Georgia film this past year, that pass rush blew. Like, they did not get home, and they also, for college football fans, lost their best pass rusher this past season, or this upcoming year, to an injury. Testing speed was better than play speed, but I had him fourth early round. We're here at pick, 80, 85. We're right in the ballpark. There's 93 over on my board. Like that pick there for the Steelers, Dalen Everett.
I also like the next selection at 86, Austin Barber, offensive tackle from Florida. Now, here's my reasoning for this. This was something that took me a little bit longer to kind of realize. When you're an offensive lineman and you can just be long, sometimes it's your best asset. If you're a guy who is playing tackle and you're a 6'5" tackle, you have to be elite in where you put your hands. You have to be elite in where your feet are at. You cannot sit there and be grabby. But when you have a guy in this position where you can be a little bit long, you can trust your arm reach, you're going to be in a good spot. The other reason why I like this Barber pick here for the Browns, if he's bad at pass pro, cool. Bump him inside. Guess what? Barber would be great at guard.
There might be guard flip there. I think swing tackle potential too, because he's played left tackle and some right tackle in his time at Florida. This is a very, very good athlete. Did you use the snatch trap technique in college at all?
Where you grab,
pull down? I
Yeah.
love that shit. That is my favorite move from offensive
Nasty.
linemen.
Then you slug trail him, which is where you rub your belly on his back.
Oh, yeah, you do a little hump in there. The snatch trap, Tyron Smith would do it, and it was so much fun. I adore that move. Barber has that move, by the way. Zone blocking for that Florida offense, kind of like Jake Slaughter, where Billy Napier, for all his flaws, did a good job developing offensive linemen, by the way. I think swing tackle upside, and you're right, could potentially kick inside the guard as well in the NFL.
Well, I mean, that's why I played guard for so long, is you're not good enough to move on the defensive ends and the edge rushers. 6'6", almost 6'7" guard. That's still possible. That's nasty. Andrew Edwards.
$10 on the Cowboys reports. His team's on-draft player will be going almost Thursday, playing with his last college football game and his first NFL game. If for McCoy, it's a question of, does he need surgery now? Does he need it later? Is it long-term concerns? We've seen it. We've seen guys slide before. It's a huge, huge trouble point there. Lawrence Jewell, $20. Huge Penn State fan. Your analysis of Drew is fair. However, the big word is here that Franklin, quarterbacks, play in the big moments. I want to see how Drew does with McCarthy. Also fair. There's some Franklin blame there as well. Andrew Edwards, I love Keyshawn at 92. Could be a green dot week 1. Former QB, excellent communicator. Was former QB, did do green dot stuff at Arizona State as well, which we now have, which we didn't have a lot of that before last year, maybe 2 on that front. I would love Kyle Lewis at 92. We are getting close to the Cowboys pick at number 92, by the way. That'd be super fun. And then C. Munoz, big orange off the board. Yes, he is. Wade Kincaid, $100 super chat will be yours if you call the Cowboys' 3rd round pick right now. I want to see it, so give me Kyle Lewis. I'm going to speak it into existence because that would be so much fun.
What if I say Emmanuel Pregnon on Seattle?
We'll see if they deliver for you.
I don't think they will deliver.
Chris Snow, Malik Muhammad, or McCoy, I think that will be available. It depends on if McCoy's healthy or not. McCoy's healthy, obviously, but then my next corner is Abney, who I like a lot. Malik Muhammad, too. Muhammad could also be a very real pick for the Cowboys here. Steve Ennis. Love the draft coverage. It's great. No freaking interviews. I've always hated that. Don't do interview stuff. It's annoying to me. Can't stand it. All right, thanks for the super chat menu there, Will.
Yes. If you would like to subscribe to the channel right now on our main, every 50 subs, we're doing a Bean Boozled. It's been a while since we've been able to do that. You send in a 5, you're going to be a part of our raffle at the end of the evening. 10, we're going to talk about your team.
I'll sit here until there's Like, I'm
well.
good to go.
Our
film
next
immediately.
pick is in.
So I'm good to go film immediately. I'm just gonna stay here.
And wow, oh wow, that is very, very interesting. We have
It's the bottom.
another tight end out of Ohio State.
Will
take it.
Kazmarek for the Miami Dolphins. Yeah, Kazmarek. Yeah.
Kacmarek.
K-A-C. It's not Kacmarek. It's Kazmarek. OSU played a bunch of 2 tight end sets because this guy just blocks. I do think he is the best blocking tight end option in the NFL draft. He just wasn't used at all on offense because they had Max Clare, all those receivers, a good running game as well. But even at Ohio, he wasn't overly involved as a pass-catching option. I think, look, the tight end 2 blocking market has kind of, I think, gotten out of control for the contract costs there. If you want a blocking tight end, I think Kazmarek brings that. I just worry how much more he's going to bring you because I haven't seen him do it. I haven't seen him be a productive pass-catching tight end as the day 2 tight end run goes wild so far.
Which is a bit shocking. I don't think anyone really expected that. We also have the Jaguars pick in as well. And this is exciting for me because it's another offensive lineman. It's Emmanuel Pregnon from the University of Oregon.
Finally.
The dude is a road grader, and I think he's going to have a lot of success in Jacksonville. He is now a true center. You're not going to really be able to bounce him inside. You definitely cannot bounce him outside. But while he is a true guard and doesn't quite have the versatility that others have, that dude has had success everywhere that he goes. He's strong, he's physical, he's mean, he's nasty. He uses his lower body to get himself in great position and his upper body to finish blocks. His hand usage could be better, but it's hard to really complain about that when you look at Pregnon.
Yeah, began his career at Wyoming, 2 years at USC, 1 at Oregon as well. I think could plug-and-play starter. Like, I think he's going to be an instant impact piece. Like, plug him in, have success. Comps here were Donovan Jackson. Kind of like a little bit bigger body, but like can also move pretty well for his size.
That.
This, like when I picture guard build, that photo, right?
Right.
Like not kind of bowling ball,
like
but you got the
Blastoise.
arms. Yeah.
Like Blastoise.
Like Blastoise, exactly.
He's
That's what you
from
want.
Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. Who's actually very small if you go full nerd. Like he's actually not as big as you think. But like that type of build, I think is spot on.
Yeah, I like Emmanuel Pregnon a lot. I was hoping that he would eventually get over to the Seattle Seahawks. Unfortunately, unable to get there. Right now, you better hustle up. Chatsports.shop. Still got our deal going on. Spend $49. You're going to get $10 off. We're going to put our links in the chat. You can see the hoodie up on the screen right there. The special lady friend. She loves my hoodie so much, I never get to wear it. She's wearing it all the time. You can get the hat, or you can go get any of our T-shirts. I like them. They hug my biceps, look like I'm big and strong, but they don't hug my belly. Now, Tom, this is more of your neck of the woods with the married into this.
Yeah, we got some Cowboys Report gear for this as well. This is 25% off just in time for Mother's Day. Go to chatsports.shop. It is all available for you. You can double dip on the married into this gear, 25% off any of those items. And once you get to $49 to avoid like a $49.98 nonsense, just round it down $1 to make it easier for you guys. You get $10 off too. So you can double dip on these. The Down to Dallas shirts also eligible on that. All the Seahawks gear that Will has helped cook up here as well. Spend $49, get $10 off on that front. Also, the Price T-shirts.
That's right. And guess what? That's in the comment section right now. My guy Jerry B went and grabbed those. Go and run those up. They're very cool, and we love getting opportunities to sell or at least show cool T-shirts like that. We've also got the Bailey and the Jets T-shirt. I think that's really cool. If I was a Jets fan, I'd be jumping on that as well.
I think we have my lowest ranked player taken now. With
really?
The Bears doing it again. No, actually, it's not. It's not because that's still Caleb Dawkins. I'm fake news. But he is also very further down my list here.
Not high.
No up. Big Cam. Oh, sorry,
no
Sam.
Big Cam for the guy.
Sam wants to speak.
I will note I have a big cam of him sitting in my drafts right now. There's a chunk of guys I just could not get to. You guys, I apologize to the audience at home. That nice little action shot of the player that you guys see on the graphics, I was only able to make like 250 of those leading up to the draft. And Jack, shout out to Jack for helping out. Xavier Thomas was just on the outside looking in.
So he's going to be on a roster. There's immense return value here. 10.8 punt return yard average, 25.2 kick return, 3 touchdowns in total. Does offer some missed tackles. 4.2 48 or 4.28 40 speed is incredible. He might be a running back. They kind of did some gadget stuff. 19 carries, 99 yards. I think he might be better as kind of like Velus Jones. Yeah, he might be better as a running back than a wide receiver because he wasn't always used like a real true receiver. He's so small. He's 5'10 and a half, 190 essentially. The comps here are Bo Melton and Eddie Royal and Raheem Mostert. So Raheem Mostert running back comp, which like return value, right?
There you go.
See the
Yeah.
vision?
Good thing he plays running back, right, Tom? That's what he's listed as, a running back?
Call me crazy. He's a receiver, but I think he might be a running back.
Hey, that 40 is absolutely insane. Leave it to the Bears to start getting weird, although this draft has just gotten weird from the jump. All right, you still have a couple of your guys that you wanted the Dallas Cowboys to go after on the board. You're going to have to survive a couple of picks. Jermon McCoy and Keontae Scott still on the board. Now, Scott, I find a bit interesting on why he is still on the board. And wow, running back. Not the running back that I would have thought was about to come off the board. The San Francisco 49ers have taken Kalon Black, the running back from the Indiana Hoosiers. I certainly would have thought that this would have been an Emmett Johnson or a Mike Washington Jr., maybe even a Jonah Coleman. I will say this when it comes to Kalon Black. I was very impressed with how he ran the football in Indiana. Mean, physical, nasty runner. High average, also did play behind a very good offensive line. Now, the vision isn't necessarily great, not necessarily elite athletically. Guess what? He runs through a mother effer's face every time he touches the football. Don't have to be a great athlete.
Kyle Shanahan is addicted to drafting running backs in the late 3rd, early 4th round pick that are reaches. He does it like every other year. Blows my mind.
Jordan James a couple of years ago.
It was
last year.
Joe Williams, I think it was. Tyrion Davis-Price. The hit rate is bad. But he's a grinder. He will run through an MFer's face. Testing was pretty solid. 4.45 40-yard dash. But he's never been a workhorse guy either. 184 was his most by a pretty big margin here. So I like Kalon Black. This is kind of early for me. So he was a 6th round grade. I'm trying to organize things with Brett here. So take it away.
He was player 194. He was like, I was going to say, you had him as the 10th running back. We weren't even talking about him as an option for the Seahawks, and we needed a running back.
I'm trying to coordinate things, so just don't talk to me, please.
Very, very interesting. All right, so Raiders pick is in at 91. Interested to see where they will go there. Ooh. 2 subs away from that Bean Boozled. If you're not subscribed to the channel, then you're not a real one. Be a real one. Be locked in on everything going on with the National Football League, the NBA, and the MLB.
Yeah. We'll be live for the MLB draft. We'll be live for the MLB trade deadline. Don't miss out on that. But we're also going to have grades tonight as well. I believe Tom, depending on how it's going to go, I think Tom's going to host that, but we'll see. We're going to have grades. Then we're going to be quick turnaround. We're going to be live again tomorrow. I want someone to do a Bean Boozled. We're one somewhat. I don't ask for much.
You just want to punish me.
I just want someone to do a Bean Boozled jelly bean. Well, because
Do you
know how many I did? So I was live for the World Series here on Chat Sports last year. There we go. Someone do. You know how many Bean Boozled I did over the course of the 7-game series?
I'm going to spin it.
You know how many you know how many Bean Boozled I did over the course of that 7-game series?
2.
I did like 25 Bean Boozled jelly beans.
Juicy pear or booger?
Oh, that's not a horrible one.
Booger isn't horrible? I always do the spicy ones. I'm over the Bean Boozled. Ugh. Yucky. Say definitely.
Shout out to everyone that hit that sub button. We appreciate
it. That was a booger. Yeah.
That was juicy pear. Delicious juicy pear.
Son of a.
All right. Game plan, by the way, here on the Cowboys report. Once the Cowboys pick is in, we'll go full screen to me. I'll do the short reaction, close my eyes, and everything there. Once the Raiders pick is in after that.
Sorry, I just got to butt in here. Give me like 30 seconds. Michelle, Yankee fan, relax. Red Sox are the worst team in the league. That's all I'm going to say. They lost 10-3 tonight to Baltimore. I rest my case.
I'll tell you what, the early responses
we're gonna do Raiders
Seahawks.
pick. Close my eyes. Instant react. Full screen for the Cowboys pick. Then we will sign off. We will end the Cowboys report live stream. That'll be it for the Cowboys report live stream. Then we'll have a full cut reaction for the pick at 92. We're gonna do cut, and then I'm gonna do main grades, and then come back to Cowboys grades. So that's the plan on that front. So we will end the Cowboys report live stream after pick 92, and we'll have a full video for you on that on the channel. Yeah, let's go rapid fire on those. JW Chosen, 2 force, take McCoy with 92. Maybe. That's what they do. McCoy, very talented player. The medical is a concern, and the knee is clearly just not quite right now. So stand by for whenever he goes, if he goes tonight. So,
Well, the Raiders guys got to make sure he gets seen. Classic.
I'm caught up here on details.
Classic. All right, we got the Raiders. Their pick is in. Who are they going to be selecting? Could be anybody. Very interested to see. Raiders.
Chris Bell would be super fun.
Trey Zune?
Trey Zune.
Trey Zune the third. Center,
That
Texas
is
A&M.
probably a. How does he play for them? Because they signed Tyler Linderbaum. Zune's got 5 position flex on the offensive line.
Well, he's 6'6.5". Good Lord.
Yeah, and he's also got short arms. Kind of a weird body type. It's 32 1/4, which you would
say
think
that's
is
not
longer.
a center. A 6'6" guy is not a center.
He played center this year. When there were some interviews, they put him right there. There he is.
No,
center.
100%. I'm just watching
It is tall for a center.
If you're 6'6" and you're playing center, your hip mobility is effing stupid. Because 6'6" guys don't get down and aren't able to stay as low as you need to be at center. The whole point of getting a small D tackle is so that they can get that leverage under a center, which is why centers are typically smaller, 6'3", 6'4". 6'6.5", that's an athlete, but that's also a guy that they can move around. Because you got Tyler Linderbaum, cool. Obviously, he's your center. Go use him at guard because guard play has been poor for the Raiders.
Kind of where he's going to play.
It hurts me to say this, but my guy Alex Kappa was not great last year over there. So that clearly to me is why you go and draft this guy.
Okay. All right, I'm going to close my eyes. We will end the live stream once we do the instant reaction. Is the pick in, by the way?
It is in. The pick is in, and they're up right now. Let's see if your old guys take as long as the Raiders
full screen throughout the reaction, by the way, because it'll be a short later. So thank you.
Yes.
I'm not looking.
So I will let you know when you can look. I will not give it away, Tom. I promise you that. The selection is in. Your people are talking. Could be a multitude of different
Tony
players.
Dorsett and Drew Pearson were the guys this year.
It is Drew Pearson and Tony Dorsett. You nailed that.
I remember they were doing both that back-to-back or they're doing separate. But
I was going to say, it's weird that they're doing it together.
Pearson's got good vibes, and Dorsett played at Pitt, so I think that's why they're doing it.
Gotcha. So make sure you're looking down, and you now, sir, can look whenever you're ready.
Good to go, Jack? All right, pick is in. Ooh, Jaysean Barham. Cowboys fans are going to be mad because, it's a Michigan edge rusher. I like this pick because this is a classic position flex player, and I am very curious, and maybe we'll know more later, where are they going to play Jaysean Barham? Because he was an off-ball linebacker early in his career at Michigan and played edge more this past year. I have a 3rd-round grade on him, 78 overall. Please, please, please don't scout the helmet. This is a position-versatile player. I'm guessing he's going to play more like 3-4 outside linebacker for the Cowboys, but a very talented player, had a breakout year for the Wolverines. This is value for where I had him. I know you guys don't like the Michigan side of things, but this is a good pick by the Dallas Cowboys. Very clear to me, Christian Parker likes having some of these flexible types of players. 6'3", 240. We're good now. That'll be the short version there. Not elite pass production. I am very curious if they announce him as a linebacker, like off ball, or as an edge rusher, because he's done both. He did both for them. He's a hybrid player. Off ball the first 3 years. I should have put this in the short, damn it. This is Andrew Van Ginkel. Brian Flores would love him. So, of course, Marcus Dixon ends up getting him in Dallas now as the Vikings defensive line coach.
He should be an edge rusher for you. His get off is stupid. I understand that he's a very raw talent. He played off-ball linebacker. Now that you're on ball, it takes time to become a good player there. Understand what moves to do, when to do those moves. I'm telling you, from what I've seen on him as an offensive lineman that no one really cared about, I was damn impressed with what he was doing.
Yep, we're going to sign off here on the Cowboys Report. Coming up here, full breakdown of the Jayshon Barham pick by the Dallas Cowboys. Will take things over solo here, because Seahawks have another late third. Is that right?
We are going to be taking pick number 96.
Hey, James. Hopefully it's different this time. That's what I said. Andrew Van Ginkel comp. And a hybrid player. So we're going to sign off here on the Cowboys Report. Full cut for you on the Barham pick. Will take things over. Appreciate everyone on that front. I will step away to go handle that Cowboys Report cut. So will take things over. The Rams pick is in, by the way, for Keegan Trost, offensive tackle out of Missouri. Will, thank you very much for having me on, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Daddy's back, boys and girls. What's up? Let's get weird. End of day 2, Friday night. I really like the Barham decision there by the Cowboys. I think he's an excellent edge rusher, or at least has the ability to be an excellent edge rusher. Let's talk about Keegan Trost, shall we? Missouri probably should have been better than what they were this year with the amount of guys that they have going in the last couple of days. I really like this kid. Now he's a little bit small to be to have the ability, I should say, to move outside to tackle in the National Football League, only being 6'4". That being said, a guard is a great spot for him. He's a guy who I do believe is strong, physical, nasty. A lot of starts under his belt, so that means that he is not going to be shocked by many things. Now, he might have an average frame and average athleticism. So does every offensive lineman. Is he able to get in front of people? Is he able to use his feet and not have to reach, or just hope that he can grab and hold on to someone? If he's able to do those things, which Trost is able to do, that's always going to be a victory for whatever team he ends up hanging out and staying with. So, tell you right now, I like Trost a lot. That's a good selection there. Miami Dolphins, they are next at 94. I'm assuming the plan is I'm just going to stay all the way through. I'll take care of Seahawks after. Yep. Sounds great. Awesome. Excellent.
I want to make a deal real quick.
Okay, let's make a deal.
Okay. We're currently sitting at $66.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I have not seen. If we get to $100 in Super Chats, I will do a beer bong before we get out of here.
Ooh. I love that.
I know we just got a bunch of people from the Cowboys Report. Tom redirected the Cowboys Report over to our
Maine.
Over to our NFL
Day.
Daily. So if we get, we're at $67 right now. If we can get to $100 in Super Chats, I'll do a beer bong. Also, you'll get a bunch of raffle tickets for our Chat Sports raffle.
There you go.
So there we go.
If you send in that 50, I'll do that beer bong chug over on Seahawks. In fact, you know what? Limited time offer for 20. I'll do it on Seahawks because, well, I don't have much left, and we don't have much time left as well. Quick pick that came in because we're going to rifle through this one. The Miami Dolphins, they ended up getting Chris Bell, another wide receiver, to help add in and give some more options for Malik Willis over there. Strong, physical wide receiver. If he doesn't tear his ACL, is probably a first-round guy, so to get him at the back end of the third is going to be a big deal. Jerry, my guy, taking care of business. I'll make sure I get that for you. He wasn't used as much as probably you would like for a wide receiver that you're hoping to be your number one at Louisville, but the opportunities that he was given, he did make the most of them. Not a ton of drops. Really, really elite talent here. Very excited to see what this Seahawks crew is going to bring. My guy, Hammy Hamster, he's asking about the Slaughter pick for the Chargers. I like that pick. I think that is a good call. Only a few picks left and a trade. Ooh, very fun. Do we end today at 98? 100. Okay, so we have 6 picks left to go. Had a trade at pick number 95. New England Patriots originally had that. They are going to be trading back. The Pittsburgh Steelers now have pick number 95. The Patriots are going to have pick number 99, and they are also gaining a 6th-round pick in this draft. Big deal. Very, very big deal.
This has been an interesting day for Pittsburgh.
Yeah. They're definitely not a team that likes to move up or anything like that. They're definitely a team that usually likes to hang back. The fact that they're moving up is interesting here. What would their go-to be?
So they did quarterback already. They've done, let me get their picks up here.
Yeah, by the way, because they went Aller. That was
They
weird.
did quarterback already. They've already hit corner, wide receiver, and offensive tackle. Could they go for another wide receiver here? Maybe, because there's been a bit of a run on wide receivers in the last 30 picks. Like, there could be a run, they could go for another wide receiver. We know that they are always looking to get wide receivers.
Right, but then they never turn out.
Yeah, I know, but a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then, We'll see.
So why?
It does say that the pick is in for New England.
The Patriots pick is in.
It says the Patriots pick is in 95. But it says for Patriots.
Yes, Eli Raritan.
So the trade did not go through.
No, it's Pittsburgh. 95.
I'm just...
It's in there. I don't know what to
Okay.
Okay. So let's talk about Eli Raritan. He is a tight end from Notre Dame. Another tight end getting drafted. Weird that a tight end run has really been made here in day 2. Interesting player. Obviously coming from Notre Dame, that means he's going to be a little bit more of a traditional tight end. He's going to be strong. He's going to be physical, able to make adjustments, good at contested catches, back shoulder catches as well. Now, he's not great with his route running. But definitely someone that can grow into being a solid tight end 2 or tight end 3 on your team. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. I like this Raritan pick. I think he's definitely going to add into whichever squad he is a part of. Also, it's Notre Dame, and so if you're grabbing anyone, whether it's a tight end or a wide receiver, it's not necessarily always the production level might not always be as high as you might expect or you may think. Yes, sir. All right. We are going to get ready to go through the next picks and a couple of super chats as well, but I got to let you know about our friends with Chubbies. Fellas, springtime is here, and you know what that means. It's time to get those thighs breathed. Whether you're playing a round of golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, or visiting an actual garden, Chubbies has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. Bright polos that demand attention? Check. Killer shorts that show off those beautiful thighs? Double check. Chubbies original shorts provide that classic look with a fresh vibe and a modern fit. They're designed for comfort, built for stretch, and designed to give you those thigh-high confidence. Experience unmatched comfort and style with Chubbies' iconic original stretch shorts. depending on how much thigh you're looking to show. Chubbies makes them in 4-inch, 5.5-inch, and 7-inch inseams. These shorts have the stretchiest fabric for ultimate flexibility while maintaining a perfectly tailored fit. Whether you're getting dressed for your work day, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubbies has you covered. For a limited time, Chubbies is giving our viewers 20% off your order with our code CHATSPORTS at chubbiesshorts.com. That's code CHATSPORTS at chubbiesshorts.com. Support our show and tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubbies. Interesting. Let us know. Also, Jerry, I got you your Murbanga.
We are going to blame NFL Network and ESPN. They originally had the report that trade was made between the Steelers and the New England Patriots. It was actually between the Steelers and your Seattle Seahawks. So the Seahawks, if you can pull up the trade, Jack, have traded down from 96 to 99. So they're still going to make a pick here on day 2 before the end of day 2. Yep, it's sinking and saving.
No worries. Okay. So, actually, this is excellent for the Seahawks. I've told you that John Schneider wants to move back. John Schneider has told you that he wanted to move back. Now the Seahawks have got themselves at least a second pick in day 2.
Yeah, so
or day 3.
Your trade details here. Steelers get pick 96, and the pick is processing. They've selected Jennings Dunker with that pick. The Seahawks get 99 here in a few picks, and then 216, which is a 6th-round pick.
So now Seattle will end up having 2 6th-round picks. Pretty close together, relatively. Depends on what you consider close. It's like 188 and now 216. Now, I do think this kind of is a bummer. I was hoping that Jennings Dunker would end up in Seattle, potentially going as a Anthony Bradford replacement. But the guard out of Iowa, this dude is elite. 6'5", 319. He comes out of Iowa, so you know the kid's going to be a good blocker. Now, I understand that he might have some issues when it comes to quick guys, the interior of the offensive line. Dude, if you can't figure out a way to block in there, you really got some problems. Probably shouldn't be in the league. He's got great, strong hands. Does a great job of understanding in pass pro that if he stays in front of people, he's probably going to win. When I look at his PFF grades, man, they jump off of the charts. I'm telling you right now, this is a solid player. Seattle ended up moving back. They are going to have the second to last pick in this day 2 for the NFL draft. I don't hate that. Right now, we have only 4 more picks left to go. And your Seahawks, they moved back ever so slightly, but more importantly, they added a day 3 snag. And you know what? I'm starting to think more and more that the Seattle Seahawks, they might have pulled off some highway robbery. We'll be talking about that here in a little bit. The more and more, by the way, that I look at Bud Clark, the more and more that I fall in love with him, by the way. Jerry! Bang! Let's go Seahawks, beer bong. Jerry, we love you, sir. Of course, we got that going for you. Greg Baylor says, enjoy the beer bong. Oh, is this to you, my guy? Oh.
So I appreciate you, Greg. That's awesome. We're $25 short.
Oh.
So I said we got to get to 100. I appreciate you, Greg. You are in the raffle. That's 2 raffle tickets for you, my friend. We're still $25 short, and we've got a few picks left.
Still time.
But yeah, I mean, I got to do videos after this, so I'm not gonna do beer bong.
If you don't have
just for nothing. So we do got to get to $100. $25 away. And not only am I going to do a beer bong, you're going to get raffle tickets. Hell, I'll do a Bean Boozled as well. If someone sends in a $25 super chat,
dump a Bean Boozled into the.
if someone sends in a $25 super chat, or if they get us over $100 tonight, I will do a Bean Boozled jelly bean.
Dunk it into the beer boot.
I won't dunk it into the beer.
Dunk it into the
I'll
boot.
just I'll eat. You know what I'll do? You know what I'll do? I'll eat it, and then I'll use the beer bong as a chaser. And I'm going to give, if someone sends in a 25, I'm going to give them 10 raffle tickets.
There you go.
I'm going to do that. because I want us to get to 100. That was our goal tonight, was to get to 100. I want to get to 100. I will do a Bean Boozled Jelly Bean. I will take down a beer bong, and I will give you 10 raffle tickets if you get us over that mark. I'm pulling out all the stops.
What an elite performance from our guy, Jack Lotteray. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm here.
I'm
here to have some fun. The night's almost over. It's been a very stressful night. Night 2 of the draft, a lot going on. Tomorrow we're going to get to, it's going to be a little chiller. Because because at that point there's so many picks happening, and it's just like, you're just going with the flow.
You just go with the flow.
You'll see.
All right.
We're all going to get lethargic. It's crazy.
All right. Well, I'm debating right now. I'm picking out what couch I'm going to sleep on. I only live 5 minutes away, and I still might not end up walking home.
We do have a pick in.
We do have a pick in, and I do have one more Happy Dad. So if you want to get me another 20,
Greg wants to see it.
Seahawks.
Greg wants to see it. He just put in a 20, so we're $5 short. $5 more. Greg, I'm giving you 10 raffle tickets for that.
Seahawks, you put in a 20. Seahawks today. I got that Merbonga as well. Pick in Caleb Tiernan at a Northwestern offensive tackle. Fascinating player here. Got the size. The question is will he be able to kind of grow into that size? What do I mean by that? He's a good player, but he hasn't done a great job of really using that size to his advantage. He's long. He's mobile. He is someone that, Seahawks, by the way, I appreciate y'all. We got there. I'll be doing that for you when that pick is in. I like Caleb Tiernan. I think that if he ends up putting on weight, he might be able to be a little bit better of a run blocker. Ricky, Bobby, shout out to you. I might have to steal some of the great Tom Downey's Happy Dads over there as well. He is a player here with Tiernan that I believe if he just gets in the weight room a little bit more, you are going to see his success rise. He's got the bones of being a good player, but he's not quite there yet. My guy, Minnesota Vikings. They end up going and taking Jacoby Thomas out of Miami. I like this kid. I think he's an elite safety. Didn't get a chance to scout him necessarily as much as I would have thought because I didn't think the Seahawks were going to take a safety. And then they took Bud Clark. So it shows you maybe I might not have been as clued in. But I don't think I'm the only one that was a little bit surprised there either. Seattle is now on the clock. So don't worry. I will do that Burbong that I owe. Let's look at Thomas. He is someone who's not afraid to put his body in harm's way. Here's the problem with that. Usually when you're putting your body in harm's way, that means that you can be a little bit overreactionary. So sometimes he jumps a route he doesn't need to jump, and it leads to a big play on the back end. Now the Seahawks pick is in, and we're going to make sure that we get it to you here first because I'm telling you right now, I'm fired up. I can't wait for it to happen. Now, should I close my eyes?
Close your eyes. Let's get
right.
this raw reaction from you.
We're going to get a raw reaction. I'm also going to fill up this Merbonga here because I owe some because my guy Ricky Bobby, Knucklehead, Ken, and Jim Barron came in and hung out with us. Now I got my head down. You let me know, Jack, when I'm good to pick my head up.
I will let you know. The pick, they just announced the pick. We do not have it yet, so do not look up.
Cool. The pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks, and you are going to get my raw reaction. WWE style. WWF style. Who is it going to be? Did Seattle go offense?
Yep, I got you. I'll do it.
Did Seattle go offense? Did Seattle go defense?
Pittsburgh.
Did they go completely off the wall? It sounds like they did. It almost feels like Seattle kind of snuck in and did something that no one was expecting.
That's fine.
Sounds great. All right, go ahead. The Seattle Seahawks select Julian Neal, cornerback from the University of Arkansas. Now, my initial reaction here is Seattle has decided to go with a big corner, a corner that they do not have right now. Think about it. When Reek Williams left the Seahawks and he went to Philadelphia, this is a player that they lost because Devin Witherspoon, very good. obviously. Josh Jobe, I think, is solid. Neither one of them are tall. You finally have that guy in Julian Neal that's able to go after some of the bigger players in the National Football League. Speaking of Devontae Adams and Mike Evans, two guys that you are going to see 4 times this year between the two of them. Now, he's got to improve on certain technique things, definitely relies on his size and his athleticism a little bit more. To me, this shows you that the McCoy knee is Swiss cheese. It's not even worth even taking a look at. I like this Julian Neal selection here, and the more and more that I think about it, the more and more that I think I'm going to come in and believe that the Seattle Seahawks are sneaky dominating this draft. You went in, you had Woolen, and you had Kobe Bryant leaving free agency, and you found their free agents. Holy cow, this is almost a perfect draft from the Seahawks. And, by the way, the Seahawks, you had a running back that you needed. You got him. You needed a safety. You went out and got him. You needed a corner. You went out and got him. All you really have now is, I guess, edge rusher, which you would like to go and be able to get, but Seattle clearly doesn't value that here. I think this shows us that they're going to go and get Dante Fowler Jr. Seems pretty clear to me. And then you have 2 picks in the 6th round. So I frickin' love this for the Seattle Seahawks. I really frickin' love this. Rounding out the pick, Seattle fans are going to love this as well. Jalen Husky. He's going to be a Jacksonville Jaguar safety from Maryland. And I say Seahawks fans are going to like him because, well, his name is Husky. And most of those people like you, Dub. Ricky Bobby, shout out to you. You know what? I might take a shot as well of our red vodka, of course. Yep. Sounds great. Thank you so much, Sam. I appreciate it. We have some super chats that, of course, I'm going to make sure. Thank you so much. We have some super chats that I'm going to make sure that we get to. And we'll do a quick recap of the day as well. And then we do have to sign off quickly because guess what? I have to get a video out to you about this pick here for the Seahawks. And then I have to give you my grades because the Seahawks, I think they had a better day than most people realize.
We did it, by the way.
We did it!
So Greg with the 20, he said he wants to see it. And then Caleb, at the very last second, said, let's go Commanders. Hell yeah. A beer bong, Merbonga.
Oh, there's one.
Preferably one that has not been used.
Appreciate that. Shout out to Caleb. Shout out to Jim Barron over on Seahawks helping us out. Shout out to Knucklehead Ken. Really appreciate you. You got the first beer bong going. Ricky Bobby said Seahawks. Well, sir, I got a shot poured
Ricky
up
Bobby
there
just did
for
another
you,
one as well.
And he came back a second time. This is why we love Ricky Bobby. You know what? I didn't realize it was a double. I'll make it then a double on the shot.
All right,
thank you. Love a little fruit punch vodka there. That's a creation of the great Tom Downey. So I'll get my shot here, but I'll save my Merbonga until Jack is up on the screen as well, because we need to make sure that we do this together. Cheers, Ricky. Thank you so much, sir. Every time.
Fruity or stinky socks?
We're out of
Every time.
beer bongs, so you can either do Tom's or...
Oh, yeah, you got to do a bat. You're the baseball guy.
So this is either two. They can't hear me. Just
That's okay.
Tutti Frutti or stinky socks?
So Jack says he's got Tutti Frutti or stinky socks. What did that end up being, sir? I'm judging by his face that it's Tutti Frutti. That seems like it's a good.
I think so, yeah.
It seems to me like that is a good
Wait,
call.
I got to fill out my beer bong.
No worries. Jack is going to fill up his beer bong. I'll tell you right now. It's another Happy Dad creation. We've been going a lot of here. Wild cherry today on the channel.
Happy Dad's on the come up, and you know why? Because it's not nearly as hefty as chugging a beer out of a bag.
No,
or a beer out of that, or a beer out of a boot.
No, right. Sometimes it's nice to just. Well, sometimes you got to beer it. Sometimes you got to Happy Dad it. Cheers, sir.
Chug, 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 chug. We're about to do the giveaways as well, so stick around if you send in a super chat. Chug, 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 chug. Come on, come on.
Oh, shout out to y'all.
Just seltzer. There we go.
Shout out to y'all. Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Uh-oh. All right. It's going to be about time that we give away Another Chat Sports shirt, another Chat Sports hat. By the way, the one thing I want to note, because I haven't seen him in the chat today. If he is again today, then awesome. Thomas Melanson won our raffle giveaway yesterday, and we've been trying to get a hold of him and trying to get him to claim his prize here. So if you're in the chat here right now, that would be best case scenario. But if not, we're going to keep an eye on you for tomorrow as well, so we can make sure we get your prize here. We're going to give away another one, a Chat Sports shirt, a Chat Sports hat. Jack, do we have that graphic, by the way, real quick? Maybe it'll encourage somebody to send in just one more before the buzzer. $5 Super Chat is all it takes for one raffle entry, and you could come home with a free Chat Sports swag pack here. We've been excited to give away some stuff over the course of the week. We've actually upped our merch game a little bit, too. So if you want some more Chat Sports stuff, even stuff that's specific to your team, chatsports.com/merch. And chatsports.shop. We got so many.
Lord Buddy Bear said, Tom Downey, you look like Jack Lotteray. It's crazy how that works, huh?
Oof. We're going to give it like 60 seconds here if there's anything else. Then we're actually going to recap round 2 and 3 as well. Just a real quick recap, let you guys know what you missed, and then we'll get on out of here.
Yes, because I do have to get a video out to the Seahawks Today faithful. There will be a video on the Julian Neal signing, or I guess draft pick, and there's also going to be our Day 2 grades video, and we will have a video on our Day 3 targets. You don't want to miss any of that. We're going to have it out on the channel for you.
And if you love the draft, come spend your Saturday morning with us. What people don't realize is that we're going to stick around here for a few more hours. We got plenty more videos to do. We won't walk out of here till like 1 in the morning tonight. And then we'll be right back in the office at like 8 a.m. tomorrow. We'll be live an hour before Day 3 of the NFL draft. So you're not going to want to miss that. This is where all the psychos hang out. This is probably where we'll maybe drink a little bit more. I may wake up tomorrow morning deciding I want to walk home with a buzz. So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I won't stop it either way.
Well, I was going to say, here's the beauty. Here's the beauty.
I'm gonna have
if I only make it halfway, I still make it to the special lady friend's apartment. That's all I got to do. I just got to make it to the special lady friend's apartment.
I've got no choice.
All right, are we ready to go?
Are
we ready for the most?
Did you get Caleb's in there, too?
I did get Caleb's last second. Yes, I added his. I'm going to shuffle them up real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you think you've seen everything, you have not, I can guarantee it, because you've never seen a Chat Sports duck race before. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
In a 3, in a 2, in a 1, and we're off. This is great. While we're waiting here, 9 tight ends have been drafted through the first 3 rounds.
Just like everyone predicted, right, Jack? Everyone expected 9 tight ends to get drafted. What a ridiculous draft we have going on.
And by the way, shout out to some of the people in the chat that have stuck with us the whole time. Chris Lotteray in there. Seth is in there. Jayhawk. I was going to say Jayhawk and Dave, but they're both talking shit.
Jayhawk and Dave are just talking crap. I will say this is...
To each other or
we
us?
No, they're talking about us.
They're still spending their Friday night here.
They're still spending their Friday night here. And I've seen Jayhawk in here for hours, so that's kind of weird. He could have left a long time ago if he didn't like what we were doing here. We've been doing this for over almost a decade now.
What's
by
the
way.
latest comment?
So
we will try this crap again, same time.
We will try.
Same time next
we
year.
will try this crap again. We will be back tomorrow for every single pick of Day 3.
Don't try this crap again?
Yeah, they said never to do this again, but we've been doing this for years. It's Greg! Sorry.
Shout out to you, Greg.
Let's go, Greg!
Where's Greg in the chat?
Greg, are you still here? Greg, you got to still be here, man. Come on. Where are you at, Greg?
Thanks, everybody, for spending your Friday night with us. Sure, you have plenty of plans.
Caleb, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Caleb's like, no. Shout out to you, Caleb.
Live at 154 North Buck Elm Street.
I will make this note real quick. Yes. I don't think people understand how much work we put into this.
They don't.
Sam has spent the last few months getting prepared.
Oh, Greg's in the chat.
Greg's in the chat. Let's go. Greg. All right, Greg. Here's what we're gonna do, Greg. Okay. I want you to. What time y'all on tomorrow? We're gonna be on at 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern time. Same place tomorrow.
It's going to be producer Jack, and then it's going to be a rotating cycle of people, which I do believe I will be included upon. So if you love me, you should come back. If you hate me,
no one cares.
You should hate watch. But do it on Seahawks. So
Apparently, there are people that have hate watched.
No, I got hate watchers. People don't like
Greg.
that guy.
Greg, email me, jack@chatsports.com, okay? Email me, jack@chatsports.com, and I will get in contact with our shipping department, and I'll get your info, and we will send out that Chat Sports swag pack to you. So do you got that, Greg? Email me, jack@chatsports.com, and we're going to get you your stuff.
All
We
right.
appreciate you, Greg.
Right.
Greg was the one that got us over. He was the one that, at the
out to
end,
Greg.
sent that 20 to really get us there. So shout out to Greg. He earned it. Make sure you email me, Greg. And Greg said you got it. Awesome. So email me, jack@chatsports.com. I will get you hooked up. It'll probably be, after this. Jayhawk, thanks for watching. I've hidden you from the chat, so you can't chat anymore. Bye.
You also spent your entire Friday night.
You
with
spent your
us.
entire Friday night watching us, and you just continue to complain, so I have blocked you.
You must kill it with women.
All right.
I was going to say the opposite. He must get laid 0 times.
All
No,
right.
I clearly can tell he gets laid all the time.
Okay.
Hit day 2. Let's recap it.
Yeah, so we're going to
do
recap day 2 here in a second. Before we do, actually, I can't do that. I caught myself. Let's look at Downey's big board real quick as I get up our sub stuff. Jerome McCoy. Jermod, excuse me.
Holy hell.
Yep,
It is
McCoy.
late.
My God.
Excuse me. It is late. Jermod McCoy, Tom's number 12 overall, falls to day 3.
It's all because of the knee. It is 100% because of the knee. It's another guy that we've seen that was supposed to be potentially a top 10 pick. Back-to-back years now dropped. Now, the difference between him and Shedeur Sanders, they just didn't like the circus that is the Sanders family. Jermon McCoy, his knee is Swiss cheese.
And that's something that Tom acknowledged, by the way. He submitted his big board before he found out about, okay, this knee situation might actually medically be more serious than people are letting on. So 12th overall in terms of talent, but obviously that is a massive, massive concern. I've even seen rumors that he may require a second surgery to clean some stuff up.
Well, and the big issue isn't necessarily the second surgery. It's what the second surgery is on. It's on the cartilage in his knee. Now, Seahawks fans who are Blazer fans are going to remember this. Brandon Roy had an issue with his cartilage in his knee, and it led to bone on bone. The minute he hit bone on bone, dude, that was the end of his career because he couldn't recover the way he needed to. He couldn't run the way he needed to. He couldn't do the things that he needed to do. If you have not hit that subscribe button yet, you have a final moment to do so. I do know that the audience is dwindling as we are getting into the back end here. We ended up hitting a couple of Bean Boozles today, so that's
Shout out to everyone that hung out today.
Yes.
We had a lot of lives, so the viewership was kind of all over the place because we had a lot of lives here at Chat Sports. So if you decided to come hang out with us here on NFL Daily, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you to everyone that super chatted, liked, all of that. We're going to be back tomorrow morning. Hopefully you guys can bring that energy tomorrow morning as well, because I can guarantee you we're going to bring the energy, even though we are going to be so tired tomorrow morning.
Yes.
But we're going to bring the energy for you guys. We're going to recap every single pick, give you analysis on every single pick that happens tomorrow. And that's hundreds of picks. A lot of picks tomorrow.
Hundreds, because we got to get all the way to what, 3-something? We're at 100 right now.
Oh, wait, I might be over 100. I might be off on that. Let me.
Yeesh.
Oh, look. I'm tired.
Let's see. It's gonna be a late night tonight.
257. So we will have 157 picks tomorrow.
Wow, 157. I was gonna say I think I have 4 videos I gotta do. It's gonna be a late night.
We're gonna get her done.
As I say, gotta do 2 Chargers, gotta do 2 Seahawks, potentially maybe only 3. We'll see.
We'll see. Let's take a look, and we're just going to run through this real quickly. Don't have to do anything crazy here.
Awesome.
Let's run through every pick that happened tonight. A lot of picks, 2 rounds. Let's run through it.
Let's fire through. How fast can I go? Usain Bolt, Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss. He's at San Francisco. Chase Basantis, guard, Cardinal. TJ Parker, edge, Bill. Caden McDonald, D-line, Texan. Colton Hood, he's going to New York. Cornerback, Traden Stukes, cornerback, safety, nickel, everything. Vegas, Denzel Boston, wide receiver, UW, now Brown, Cleveland Browns. Art Mason Thomas, edge rusher, Oklahoma, Kansas City Chiefs. Cassius Howell, edge, A&M. He's now with the Bengals. Christian Miller, D-line, Georgia. He's a Saint. Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker. He is a Dolphin. Derek Moore, edge. He is a Lion. Zion Young, edge. He is a Raven. Josiah Trotter, linebacker. He is a Buck. Jeremy Bernard, wide receiver, Steelers. Avian Terrell, cornerback, Falcon. Lee Hunter, D-line. He is a Panther. D'Angelo Pons, cornerback, Jet. Jake Golday, linebacker, Vikings. Brandon Cisse, cornerback, Green Bay. CJ Allen, linebacker, Colts. Eli Stowers, tight end, Eagles. Gabe Yakis, edge, Pats. Nate Borkesher, tight end, Jags. Logan Jones, center, Bears. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, safety, Browns. Marlon Klein. Excuse me? Oh, I got you. Marlon Klein, tight end, Texans. Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker. He is a Titan. Max Clare, tight end, Ram. Davison Igbinosun. He is a cornerback who plays for the Bills now. Jake Slaughter, center, Chargers. Bud Clark, safety, Seahawks. That is round 2. Cardinals, stupid. Beck, quarterback. Cardinals, shout out Hannah Cavender. Tyler Onyedem, sure. D-line, A&M, Broncos. Kieran Crawford, edge, Vegas. Markel Bell, tackle, Miami. He's an Eagle. Sam Roush, tight end, Stanford, Bear. Romello Height, edge, Tech. He is a 40-winer. Antonio Williams, wide receiver, Commanders. Takario Davis, cornerback. He's a Bengal. Oscar Delp, tight end, Georgia, Saint. Malachi Fields, wide receiver, Notre Dame, Giant. Caleb Douglas, wide receiver, Texas Tech, Dolphins. Drew Aller, quarterback, Penn State, Steelers. Poor Will Hard. Chris McClellan, D-lineman. He is a Packer. A.J. Housley, safety. He is a Colt. Zachariah Branch, wide receiver, Georgia, Falcon. Jacoby Lane, wide receiver, USC, Ravens. Like that pick. Albert Regis, D-line, A&M. He is a Jag. Dominique Orange, Big Citrus. Big Cit. He is a D-lineman. He was from Iowa State. He's a Viking. Chris Brazel, wide receiver, Tennessee Panthers. Ted Hurst, wide receiver, Georgia State Bucks. Dalen Everett, cornerback, Georgia Steelers. Austin Barber, offensive lineman, Florida Browns. Will Karzeka, tight end. Kazmarek.
Not even close.
Giuseppe. Will, whatever, tight end, Ohio State, Dolphins. Emmanuel Pregnon, guard, Oregon. He is a Jag. Xavier Thomas, wide receiver, LSU, Bears. Kalen Black, running back, Indiana, 49ers. Trey Zun, the third, center, A&M, Vegas. Jayshawn Barham, edge, Michigan. Now he is a Cowboy. Keegan Trost, guard, Missouri, Rams. Chris Bell, wide receiver, Louisville, Dolphin. Eli Reardon, tight end, Notre Dame, Pat. Jennings, dunker, guard, Iowa, Steelers. Caleb Tiernan, offensive tackle, Northwestern, Viking. Jacoby Thomas, safety, Miami, Viking. Julian Neal, cornerback, Arkansas, Seahawk. Jalen Husky, safety, Maryland. Subscribe to the channel. That is why we were here live for all of it. It's been 5 hours and 25 minutes on Seahawks. That means it's 5 hours and 55 minutes on NFL Daily. We never left. We've been here the entire time. Don't miss out on anything. Hit that sub button. I'll see you guys in less than 20
10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern. Don't miss out. Subscribe. Live for day 3.
Bye-bye.
See ya.